Good morning. Could I have the meeting come to order, please? Councillor Bailao. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Got quite a lot of hubbub in the this side of the room here. If we could just, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
I did want to move the Guildwood Library when it's in my ward. The Guildwood Library, the lease approval.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, thank you. All right. May I welcome everybody to the 13th meeting of the Executive Committee. For those here in person, I think as you know, the screen at the back will keep you up to date with where we are on the agenda and what's coming up next. And of course, people can follow the meeting on their computer, their tablet, or their smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council, or you can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if there is such a declaration, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest.
Mayor.
Councillor, did you have your hand up, Councillor McMahon? No. Oh, Councillor DeGiorgio did. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict with respect to item EX 13.8. I own property in the immediate vicinity.
Thank you. 13.8. And we had Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to declare an interest in EX 13.14. Toronto Public Library, as my spouse works for Toronto Public Library, although on leave.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest this morning? All right. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee meetings held on January the 28th, 2016 and February the 9th, 2016, moved by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I have an item of a new business, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, to add to the agenda. It's in front of you on pink paper, along with a copy of the report from the Mayor's Advisory Panel on International Hosting Opportunities just received. The pink sheet is dated May the 8th, 2016. May I have a motion to add this item to the agenda, moved by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will hold this item so that members of the committee have a chance to look at it, and if it's the subject of a release later on, a quick release, we can do that. So let's then proceed with our review of the agenda, and of course, if you wish to hold an item, please indicate that you wish to do so. And that we'll just start then with item 13.1 is being held for a presentation and deputations. That's on the local appeal body. 13.2 it says on your agenda hold for deputations, but there actually aren't any. Does anybody want to hold this? It's being held by Councillor Min Wong. The transit network is being held for, that's 13.3, is being held for both a presentation and for deputations. On 13.4, the McNichol Bus Garage, that report is still a work in progress, and while there were deputations, and I will apologize in advance to them for the fact that we didn't really know we wouldn't have this report, I'm going to ask for a motion to withdraw this item because the report's not ready yet and it's still being worked on. And it is something we will want to discuss later on, and we'll want to hear from the deputations, from the deputants. So I'm going to apologize, assuming the motion passes, to withdraw it, but ask if someone would make a motion to withdraw that from the agenda. Moved by Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just on, I guess, on a point of privilege for myself and on behalf of the public. I know staff sometimes ask for placeholders, but on reports like this, if they're not ready in the time the agenda closes and is circulated, I don't think it's fair for others that aren't here on council in particular to be aware of what the report could be if it was just tabled today. And if in future staff have to understand that, so we're not in the position, because I don't want that unfairness or the information, and I don't think neither do my colleagues or yourself, to not be circulated to people.
I agree with that.
Placeholders should only be if it's an urgent item and if it's not ready for the agenda closing, then it's not a placeholder.
I generally agree with that, and I think in this case, there was the expectation this report would be forthcoming, and then it just didn't end up being ready. There's more work being done, and it's an important report, but I agree with what you're saying in terms of the conveniencing of and the consideration for people, including members of the committee.
Right, but if it's not ready for the staff closing deadline,
Then it's
then
not
it
on the
shouldn't be on the agenda.
Yep. We had the motion to withdraw. May I ask for all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that item is withdrawn, and we will communicate with the deputants that aren't in the room, go down the list and make sure they know, because it wouldn't have come up for some discussion for a while anyway, so hopefully they won't be already here. Item 13.5, there's a suggested disposition that we adopt the recommendation in the report. There are no deputations. No hold. Okay.
I would like to hold that.
You would like to hold, okay. The Pan Am report, 13.6.
Hold,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. I meant to hold.
Oh, so 13.5.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
13.5, no one needed to hold that? All right, then may I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation? All those in favor? Moved by Councillor Palacio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.6 is going to be held by Councillor Robinson. 13.7, the Program Advisory Body's key activities for 2015, and the recommendation is just to receive the report for information. All those in favor?
May I hold
Moved
that,
by
please?
Councillor Pastor. I'm sorry?
I'd like to hold it, please.
You want to hold it?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
Councillor Ainsley. 13.8, 100,
Mayor Tory, I'd like to hold that.
Councillor Shiner will hold 13.8. 13.9, allocation of public realm, Finch West LRT. Disposition to adopt the recommendations contained in the report, which have been extensively worked on by the local councillors and BIAs and whatnot. May I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Councillor Ainsley, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.10, new investment regulations. And this is to just receive the report for information.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Ainsley, okay? George Street revitalization, continuation of consultant services, that's the recommendation contained in the report. Hearing no one wishing to hold it, may I ask for a motion to adopt the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Bilow, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bike share operations outside the City of Toronto, there's deputations. 13.13, Toronto Police Services Board, response to City Council motion on the poverty reduction strategy, a report to be received for information. That's the recommendation. May I have a motion to approve that? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.14 is being held for deputations. 13.15, Children's Services Service Plan Update Report on Aboriginal Child Care. May I have a motion to adopt the recommendation, which is that we support the expansion of child care spaces specific to the Aboriginal community, moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? I've got to see some people vote here now. In favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 13.16, the archives and records relevant to the truth and reconciliation work on residential schools. It's recommended that we try to identify those records consistent with the request made of us, that we adopt that recommendation, moved by Councillor Ainsley, seconded by Councillor Palacio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.17, there is a recommendation here to adopt the staff recommendations in the supplemental report. Held by Councillor Thompson. Then we get down to 13.18, school city advisory committee work plan, to adopt the recommendations, which make some changes to that work plan. All those, the motion to approve, Councillor Bilow. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.19, which is the capital funding pressures of the city and the school boards again, and that we forward the presentation on to the Ministry of Education as a recommendation. Motion to adopt the recommendation, Councillor Bilow. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.20, disposition of real property, response to some Ontario regulations, and that the motion here is that we adopt the recommendations from the City School Boards Advisory Committee. Moved again by Councillor Bilow. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.21, student nutrition programs, cost of inflation. adopt the recommendation from the City School Boards Advisory Committee, moved by Councillor McMahon, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Plaza wants to hold that. Oh, recorded vote. All right, this is on then 13.2, the student nutrition inflation, which is 13.21.
On the motion to adopt the recommendations from the City School Boards Advisory Committee, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bialau, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. 13.22, report coming from the Disability and Accessibility Inclusion Advisory Committee, and it's asking us to reinforce their request for a presentation. So the recommendation here is that we adopt the recommendation from the committee. May I have a motion to so adopt? Moved by Councillor Thompson. This is 13.22. Councillor McMahon, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.23, designated waterfront to include Etobicoke Creek, Don River, and Humber River. Held by Councillor Minnan-Wong, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. 13.24, advanced voting days. Never can start planning too early. It's being held for deputations. So we then have the one added item that was put on, the pink item to do with the international hosting. So,
Mayor Tory?
Mayor, Councillor Shiner. Sir.
The staff from the Affordable Housing Office have asked if we could deal with 13.8 in the morning because they're not available in the afternoon. I just wanted to speak briefly to it. I don't know if anyone else has any comments on it. That is the 100 new affordable rental and ownership homes at 36 Tippett Road. So I don't know if we could, Councillor Barlow may have some questions or some comments.
I have some.
Can I just get a straw poll? How many people were wanting to speak to that besides Councillor Shiner? You held it, I think, didn't you?
Yes.
Who else you'll want to, Councillor Barlow? Because I'm quite happy to deal with it now, because then once we get into the local appeal body and so on, the transit issue, it's going to be a long time, and that won't be the morning. So I'm quite happy with your concurrence to move that to the top, to deal first with item 13.8, moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor?
As a motion, yes.
Opposed? Carried. So we'll deal with that first.
Right, Councillor
And-
Barlow had some questions then?
Yeah. All right, so is that, we're all set to go then, starting with 13.8? And I guess then, since we're starting with 13.8, the first we would have is questions of staff from members not on the committee. Are there any questions of staff from council members not on the committee? Seeing none, I would then move to questions of staff from members of the committee. Did I understand you had some questions, Councillor Barlow?
Through staff, and I believe this is to build staff. Mr. Mayor, if I could just get a little bit more quiet in the room. It's awfully noisy behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think there's the hubbub meter is picking up stuff from over here. And so if we could just have quiet so we can hear the questions and the answers, that would be super. Thank you.
So this land was sold at market value, correct? Oh, much better.
Thank you. Yes, this was sold.
And so how many market units are we getting in here?
On this one, it's 396 market units,
Plus the affordable.
including the 100 affordable units.
So we have 100 affordable units. So what is Build's contribution to the affordable units that we have in here?
Build is making a contribution of $1 million towards the assisting to get the affordable program underway.
So how do you count this towards the targets that Build have to deliver affordable housing?
Well, we would certainly see this as counting because
As 100 homes?
as 100, yes.
So $1 million that Build contributes counts towards 100 homes, even though the majority of the contribution comes from the Affordable Housing Office and the federal provincial funding.
There's no set guidelines that all of the funding has to be dollar for dollar equal. I believe that the $1 million was achieved by increasing the available density for the project. We worked very closely with planning and with Councillor Shiner to expand the opportunity. I believe that this would have been significantly less, actually, than 100 had we not been able to increase our contribution by $1 million.
Yes. Would you say that the lack of clarity in your mandate to deliver affordable housing is hindering on some of these deals that are being made? Because you never know what is real, the mandate that you need to deliver, if it's the dividend that you have to deliver to the city, or the units, or how you deliver these units, using what money you deliver these units.
Well, I think if you refer back to the Auditor General report that was released over a year ago now, it was made very clear by the City Auditor General that the build mandate needed to be updated. There is no specific reference in the build mandate in terms of actual affordable housing, but there actually is a mandate in there about appropriate city building. The board and the employees and the staff of Build Toronto view our ability to contribute to affordable housing as certainly a key part of our mandate. But I would agree with you that the clarification of the mandate should be required. And I believe as part of the city real estate review, that probably will come out also. But just to speak to the funding, all of our opportunities are done in the marketplace. They're done with tender. And we set goals that we think we can achieve for this particular a deal on a deal-by-day basis without significantly impacting the economic ability, because we have other city building elements that we're looking for in terms of restricting density, in terms of making sure that we've got parks, livable neighborhoods, et cetera, in our deals. So it is a balancing act for sure. But as we are in the process now, as a result of the Affordable Housing Committee and things that have made great progress there with Sean and his group of updating the MOU also to look at those targets again. But I firmly believe that this is a great deal for 100 units.
Are there any other questions? Because I had some if no one else did. Can I just follow along on that, Mr. Brick? First of all, because I'm still relatively new here, I thought I was pretty clear in my own head that there was a mandate with a number attached to it as to the number of affordable housing units you were expected in some way or other to, I'll call it initiate or act as a catalyst to make sure it happened. Am I wrong? I thought it was very clear that it didn't rest on some vague thing that was in some document somewhere that the Auditor General had to comment on. But help me with that, if you would.
So there, through the chair, there was an MOU done. That MOU was done outside of the actual build mandate as set by the city. So if you were to look at the actual city mandate of Build Toronto, it does not reflect the MOU. The MOU was negotiated after the creation of Build, but it was also negotiated at a time when I think there was a larger expectation of more funding available. There is a very, very limited funding available, and I'm sure my colleague on the left here will talk about that. The federal provincial funding has pretty much dried up. So I think there were great expectations of delivering that amount of housing, but it didn't, and I will not hide anything, it did not get delivered in the first 4 or 5 deals of the build. But as of today and as of last year, I would say I'm going back 18 months, every Build Toronto opportunity that we take to the marketplace must be certainly considered for affordable housing, and every residential mandate that we have taken to the marketplace in the last number of years, last 18 months, has insisted that affordable housing, either a rental or ownership, be included, and the respondents have to respond to that.
All right. So there seem to be 2 points arising out of that I'd like to ask you about. Number one, it sounds to me like you do require, and I think you alluded to as much in your answers to Councillor Bailão, you do require some clarification, given that there's this apparent murkiness about an MOU versus a mandate, some kind of very explicit statement, which I assure you, ask and ye shall receive, certainly from my perspective, and I think Councillor Bailão's, with respect to that mandate. And I assume you would appreciate that, absolute clarity on the fact you have a mandate to to achieve a target with respect to affordable housing. That would be helpful?
Yeah, we would absolutely, because it is a balancing act. The city treasurer will confirm that there's $25 million a year for the next 5 years in the city capital budget to deliver Build Toronto dividends. If the more and more affordable housing, the more and more other city building elements we do, that has the opportunity to eat into that dividend, but we have absolutely no compulsion at all or no hesitation to believe that we have a role to play in affordable housing.
All right. And then my second question is very much related to that, which is that, and Councillor Barlow will give me the hand signal here if I'm, a polite hand signal if I'm wrong. But I think when you just mentioned a few moments ago that, you know, there may not be the funding available for this affordable housing, I think the concept was exactly what you just alluded to, and I want to see if you agree with me, that the concept was that you actually might give up, we might give up some of your dividends so that you would in effect finance those affordable housing units, not so much out of other programs, but rather out of your proceeds that you're receiving for the sale of this land, and that it would come more or less in that kind of capacity, as opposed to saying, well, we're just going to sort of say somebody produces these and you get to pay for them, meaning the city, out of existing programs. Was that kind of your understanding that these would, and I think you just alluded to it by saying our dividend might be diminished, you know, by saying that these affordable housing program requirements will be met by things you're going to have to sacrifice on our behalf. Is that correct?
Well, that in essence is what we're talking about in Tippett today.
Right.
We are devoting $1 million of our sale to create affordable housing. But I would agree with you, yes, it is a balancing act. And when the MOU was negotiated, I don't believe that there was a real conception of the total amount of cost that it would need to create the affordable units, and I believe that certainly our board has come a long way in understanding that, and I believe that I think the city and the social housing or the affordable housing providers understand that just giving free land is not enough to get developments going, particularly where you're in areas where the land is expensive, like in the downtown area. So I'm sort of rambling a bit, but I would agree with you 100% that we would need the clarification of that mandate.
All right, and then my final question maybe to Mr. Gadden, which is, I mean, do you believe that this handing over $1 million in this case actually fulfills the spirit of what was intended in terms of the contribution we were looking for from Build as part of its mandate? Would you believe that fulfills what the city had in mind when it actually entered into that agreement with Build?
I think in this particular instance, Mr. Mayor, it satisfies the mandate, and that the 100 units should be counted towards the goal that we've established for them. I do, though, believe as well, that, and you know that we've provided the city land for free in instances through RFPs, that we need a mix of approaches depending on where those locations are.
Okay, thank you both very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Shiner, questions?
Sean, there's still an awful lot of talk about the 1,000-unit memorandum of understanding that I don't believe, as the current president has said, was negotiated, but was delivered to Build Toronto under the previous management there for 1,000 units. Am I correct, however, that that was delivered when there was a federal funding envelope to make that happen?
Yes, that is true, Councillor. At the same time, the 1,000 units over the 5-year period would have represented 20% of the city's overall target. So it was considered actually modest at the time, given the fact that it would be 20% of the annual target that the city has set. And we're also, I would say, on the verge of potential re-engagement of the federal and provincial governments with commitments for new affordable housing. So I think we're well positioned, given the volume of land that that Build Toronto has, to continue to partnership like Tippett.
The future partnership is there, but the question is, the 1,000 units came when the federal funding envelope was available, and then it dried up, and it may come back. And this particular site is 100 out of 396. So we're 25%, if I'm correct, of the units being affordable?
That's correct.
Now, that's not the only part of the site. There's the other half of the site. What's the balance of the units we have on the rest of Tippett? Is it another 150 units?
It's 529,
And how much of it is going to be affordable?
100 units.
So we're actually doubling the 100 over there.
In fact, Councillor, we would expect to be back in about 2 months with the other 100.
And then every site is different, am I correct? The way that you are able to negotiate affordable housing, if it's in an area where the land is more expensive and other issues are, it costs us more. In other areas, it might be able to be done at a lower price?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Any other questions? All right, then. We'll thank you for answering those questions, and we would move to speakers. Are there any speakers from outside of the membership of the Executive Committee? Seeing none, I would move to anybody wishing to speak from the Executive Committee. Councillor Shiner?
Mayor Tory, I will, because as well as being a member of Executive Committee and Council, I currently, at Council's request, chair Build Toronto. And this was a site in my colleague, Councillor Pasternak's ward, that some may remember. There was a private landowner that was adjacent to the city land that had an application, had appealed to the board, and was trying to negotiate his way through by a substantial Section 37 agreement and get it done that way. And the councillor was very helpful in giving us the trust that we could save that Section 37 agreement and still deal with it. The bottom line on this site is that we reduce the amount of density that the private developer was trying to have, and we move that density to the city side. That increased the value of this site in total by about $3 million. And that $3 million in those units, along with the $1 million in cash, is invested now into these 100 units. But we did it in a way that was smart, because every site has a different land value as you build the sites for it. So by shifting that density and putting more density onto the city lands, we had more units that were ours. We had the ability, and council gave the target, which I asked them to do, of 200 units. We had never heard of that before, and there was no target. And that's what's being achieved on the site, and I think that it's a great return that we've been able to do and still get a private development on the site. And there are restrictions there because of height near the airport, because of capacity of the roadways. This site was stuck for 4 years and wasn't going anywhere. So it's a great example. When it comes to Build Toronto, the problem is, you're absolutely right. The board is asked to take land from the city and increase the value of the land by doing a rezoning or official plan amendment and sell it. While at the same time, they're asked to deal with affordable housing. So there's a target that was put out there arbitrarily of 1,000 units. They're asked to save heritage buildings. They put on the site's requirement that you can't have an OMB appeal because they actually do the zoning on it. So whoever buys it is stuck for a minimum period of time, not being able to change how the land comes out. They're asked to provide community amenities. One site that my colleagues and I are working on are on Richmond Street, where we're trying to provide a Y inside the building. It's grown to 50,000 square feet. And then after that, give $100 million to the city, $25 million a year at a minimum from land sales when no new land has come in. So my colleague's absolutely right. You're being asked to Build Toronto to do everything. And I think that's because the need is so great in the city for things that we're trying to get them to achieve. But it's a really tough target to be able to deliver all of that. And this site is an example of a great arrangement that they've made with good developer on the site, and Build Toronto and City Planning and the Affordable Housing Office have all done outstanding work to make this come forward and allow Build Toronto to take this through back to you now and have the site go forward. I have nothing but thanks and kudos for those people. They have been terrific through the process, and to be able to come forward and deliver 100 units on part of the site now and to come back with the other 100 is something I think we should all be extremely proud of. And the local councillor through this has had to deal with his community and the density and the development there, and we've done that, and we still saved. We still saved that $1.5 million over the Section 37, which I promised you I would try and keep for you, Councillor Pasternak, and we did that. So I think it is a great result, and I think we're achieving great things, and it shows a great example that 25% of the site is affordable, and we're doing it at a reasonable cost to the city and delivering 100 affordable housing units on it. So I'm pleased to move the staff recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to say that, to thank Councillor Shiner and Councillor Pasternak and staff, because this is quite an improvement from where we were a few years ago, the kinds of deals that we're seeing in front of us. And there's clear an awareness, an attempt to deliver affordable housing, and this is a considerable amount of units that we have in here. However, I still feel that staff is often asked to do two things at the same time, and they don't know which one to deliver because we as council have not given them clear indication. And I think that we need to do that. And I wanted to hold this item. I wanted to speak on this because I think as the real estate review is coming, it is real important that we set these guidelines. It's not fair for our staff, for our agencies to do everything that we want without having the tools to do what we need. So I think it is important that we give them clarity on what you can't ask for the money and for them to, at the same time, maybe do a cost-benefit analysis if it is better to use that land directly into affordable housing. Which one is it? Or at least give them the freedom to do that cost-benefit analysis, because it's true, every site is different. Some sites it should be 100% affordable housing, and other sites should be like this one, 20%, 25% affordable housing. Other sites, maybe it's not worth to have 25, it's just 5%. But right now, the only direction that they have is sell every piece of land at market value. And in some sites, it doesn't make sense. The cost benefit of some of those sites could be used in a different way. And that is my point in here, is that we need to give direction to use these sites in a better way, to have a cost benefit analysis being done. Because yes, they delivered this, but they did $1 million out of the market value, and the city did another 4.5 of programs that already existed. So that's why when we say, okay, yes, build can count towards having 100 units delivered, well, 100 delivers, according to them, does not, the value that they give, $56,000 a unit, that's 17 units. The city delivered the other ones. It wasn't build that delivered, if you're going to look at that. So I think it is really important that we clarify this through the real estate review, because the benefits to the city, and I say this all the time, it's not only the dividend, the dollar sign. Sometimes it's the unit size. Sometimes it can be, other city building things that can come. And we get a lot more done if we take the value directly by using the land than by selling it at market value and then reinvesting the money. So that's the point that I wanted to make in here, that through the real estate review, I hope that we give the tools and the clarity to our agencies and to our staff to help us achieve the goal that we truly need, because I think right now they don't have the clarity that they need.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with what some of the speakers said. As a member on the board of Build Toronto, the board is actually conflicted from time to time when we're developing properties, because there are different messages being sent. One message is maximize the dividend, and then they have this sometimes conflicting idea that they have to build affordable housing, and the two aren't always reconcilable. And I think that we as council have to come to ground in terms of what Build Toronto actually is going to do, because there are two ways to do it. You could actually maximize a dividend to give to the city and then allocate it to affordable housing. The other way that is you could actually create a affordable housing component where affordable housing takes first, and we have to decide whether we just give that to affordable housing or throw it back to the city, and it gets considered within other city priorities. And I think the real estate review might be the place to do that. But the current arrangement might be the way to do it, or it could be through a separate mechanism. I would, however, say that in the current arrangement, where there's just a policy that they're meant to consider through a memorandum, they're trying to achieve that, but they're also conflicted by the fact that they're being asked to maximize value, and that current arrangement is not sustainable to have an effective functioning board.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Councillor Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I just wanted to add my voice to the previous speakers. It is perplexing as a member of Build Toronto when we are being asked, as has been stated, to ensure that we provide assistance to the city's bottom line Last year, the number was $25 million that was given by Build Toronto to the city. This year, another $25 million is being asked. Clearly, we could invest all of that money into affordable housing, and obviously that would solve some of our problems. At the same time, Build, obviously, when they have properties, they're being told that as part of city building to ensure that absolutely the community's consideration is top of mind. So when they look at adding value, sometimes there's a conflict there as well. So there's a tremendous amount of challenges with respect to this board and this organization in terms of how does it meet the city's need with respect to affordable housing. On this particular matter that's in front of us, there's a 25% benefits of affordable housing in terms of 100 units. And the question was asked, like, is it simply the contribution of $1 million? I submit to you it's actually not. There is an additional added value component part that I can say that the chair has been very active on, Councillor Shiner and clearly the local councillor, but also the team from Build Toronto. That's in a value of about $3 million. So you add the 3 plus the 1, that's actually $4 million. It's not simply $1 million. And I think these things should be recognized. I mean, with Bill's help and their expertise of the staff, additional density was added, so the benefits was accrued and achieved to Build Toronto, which actually helps, obviously, with respect to the affordable housing aspect, and of course, ensure that they have resources. So there's a real demand by the city because Bill's contribution helps our bottom line as a city. And so without that bottom line, of course, we will be increasing taxes. I mean, that's another option, obviously, that we can actually take if that's what people wishes. But I keep hearing Bill is not delivering. I keep hearing, what is your mandate? Obviously, there's a challenge with respect to the determination as to what their mandate are. On one hand, we want them to maximize the land values that we give them so that the city can have those funds. On the other hand, we want them to build affordable housing without lots of support with respect to that component piece. So something has to give. And the other piece that I really wanted to say in order to wrap up is that they're having challenge now in terms of lands that are being conveyed to them, because in some instances, certain areas and councillors would say, well, look, I don't want that to be contributed to Build Toronto at this time. And so we've got this organization that's a good organization that's working really well, that is actually being stifled at the same time because they're not having the assets in order to look at adding value and build that component part of both wealth to the city as well as affordable housing. So I think we really need to get our heads around this in order to address this once and for all. So the organization can work dutifully based on clear indication and clear objectives in terms of what it is that we as a city want them to do so we can achieve those particular benefits, whether or not it's simply cash that helps our bottom line of the budget, or in fact it is actually affordable housing, which helps that list of people that are waiting for our assistance. So we need to make a decision.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Anybody else? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank the staff, the planning staff, and Build Toronto who worked on the file, Councillor Shiner, for also putting in an enormous amount of effort to make this happen. Real estate arms are rarely drivers of social policy, so I agree with some of the early comments that are made that this pull and push on a real estate arm to drive social policy is something that has to be brought to some kind of clarity in the years ahead. But what you're looking at here is a template for going forward, because rent supplement agreements won't solve our housing crisis, housing allowances won't, and the bricks and mortar approach of building new TCHC buildings won't. It has to be embedded within development agreements where we're getting good partners at the city who take on the responsibility of making sure that there's a blend of market value, housing, rental, and affordable ownership. And it's the responsibility of all of us to make sure to take away some of the stigmatization of having affordable units embedded in larger developments. We have 95,000 people on the waiting list now, and although this is a small number, it sends a signal out that that certainly within the planning process and the development process, these negotiations can be done while preserving your Section 37 benefits for community enhancements. I was advised by Councillor Shiner, certainly in the last council meeting, we've seen a number of development applications come by through council with very little, if not zero, affordable housing components built in. And I think it's incumbent on those who are standing up in our committees and in our council chamber to actually walk the walk. If they're preaching affordable housing and the crisis that we face, that applications in their local communities should really have the type of formulas that we're embedding in this in their developments as well. And it's sort of disheartening to see some of those opportunities lost because they're very hard to recover from, in the future. As each development proposal comes by without affordable housing option or affordable ownership, that opportunity is lost and gone. And it's important to do it the first time around. And it takes the political will by local councillors, and it also takes the planning staff to make sure that they have an open communication and an open mind with the development community. So with that said, I just wanted to wrap up by saying that this is something that's very exciting for the area, and that people who are very excited about owning their own units will have that great opportunity, and people that who are looking for affordable units who have been on the list for many years will also be able to leverage that opportunity.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Anyone else wishing to speak? I will just take less than 1 minute to say, first of all, I think I join in all the comments that have been made because I think they've all been very helpful. And I want to commend everybody who's been involved, because if you look at where we were with this and where we are, I think that there's been considerable progress made. And I'll just say, with respect to all the rest of the comments that had to do with the overall mandate of BUILD and the apparently contradictory objectives, that there's a lot of apparently contradictory objectives we face around here, like keep taxes low, but at the same time, please invest in improving all my services. We face that every day. I think that's true with BUILD, and we owe it to them. And I think we heard the CEO say to us that we need to be clearer on sort of how the housing objective, the affordable housing objective, fits within the apparently contradictory objective of maximizing the dividend. And I think we should take that on as an assignment, but move ahead today with something that I think is a dramatically improved transaction over what was going on if you look back a few months. So on that note, I think it's time for us to call the question. Councillor Shiner, did you have?
If I could just have a second comment, which I think we can do in committee for 30 seconds. I think it's very important to point out that since the inception of BUILD Toronto about 7 years ago, 2 sites had affordable housing. Ordnance and 1 York. 35 units. On this one site alone at Tippett Road, we've been able to achieve 250. Within the problem that we're having with the mandate of what do you want, the cash or the housing, and we've done it in a very financially prudent way. I have nothing but commendations for the way the new management is going, the way staff have worked with us, and what we've been able to do. And the bottom line is, tell the board what you want as council, and we'll deliver it. We'll do everything we can to deliver it. Right now, I think we're doing a fantastic job of trying to figure that out.
The answer to the question, of course, is cash versus housing. We want both.
Cash, housing, community centers, amenities, amend your height, don't sell the land because I want it as parkland. Strata agreements on it, everything that you have that makes it the most difficult real estate deals that you probably have anywhere in the city. Thank
you, Councillor Shiner. May I call the question now on adopting the recommendation? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we would revert on the agenda back to 13.1, which is the local appeal body. And we have a presentation from staff first. Thanks.
Morning, Mr. Mayor and members.
Morning, and thank you.
My name is Peter Notaro, and I work in the Strategic and Corporate Policy Division of the City Manager's Office. I am joined this morning by Fiona Murray in the same shop, and Brian Haley from City Legal, and Carrie Voumvakis from City Planning. We're going to provide you with a very brief overview of the report before you. Pardon me. And at first, I have the easy part of this presentation, as I'm just going to be introducing it. But I would like to just remind you and members that why we're here. In July of 2014, City Council approved the establishment of a local appeal body and to hear minor variance and consent appeals of Committee of Adjustment decisions. And then in June of last year, the report implementation of the local appeal body was considered by this committee. And the report at that time recommended the governance, administration, office space requirements, and the appeal fee for the lab. At that time, committee referred back to staff and requested that we report back on a number of additional matters, including consultations on establishing a new mediation program and updates on a number of the legislative initiatives underway to sort of enable the implementation of the lab. So just to remind you, the report before you recommends a mediation pilot program and follows up on the various implementation features to carry through on the implementation of a local appeal body. So I'm going to turn it over to Fiona Murray, who will carry us through this presentation.
Thank you so much, Peter. So the City Manager's Office undertook research on mediation used across a range of disciplines, including, to a small extent, land use planning. And the research generally indicates that mediation does have benefits and can be a very effective tool for resolving disputes. It tends to help parties identify issues, encourages flexibility for parties to consider different options, provides an opportunity for enhanced communication and for the various parties to feel like they've been heard. It does reduce overall costs and timelines, generally because you're not adjudicating or going into a court process. And the research indicates that it increases the likelihood of a settlement. So staff undertook consultation. We held focus groups with industry representatives from Build and other areas, and ratepayer association representatives from Cora, Fontra, and other ratepayer associations to discuss possible mediation options. In general, I would say that participants felt that it was positive to have increased communication between parties, and that it could be achieved by implementing a more formal mediation program. Although I would suggest that the options varied across those groups in terms of what the best method was to implement it. Many of the comments we heard from the ratepayer associations really focused on improvements to Committee of Adjustment and echoed public input and feedback that we've been hearing for several years related to the Committee of Adjustment, and really have been integrated into the Chief Planner's multi-year broader efforts to improve the Committee of Adjustment over the next number of years. So the report is suggesting a mediation pilot project. We feel quite confident that this would be a good pilot to assess and evaluate, and that it has some benefits. We are suggesting that it would start in the North York district. And the reason that North York was selected is because they currently have the highest level of appeal volume from the C of A to the OMB, and they seemed like a good candidate. This would be a new program for the city, hence partly why we're recommending a pilot project. We'd need to evaluate and assess the benefits and also look at what resourcing, staffing, and funding would be needed for the pilot. When complete, it would be evaluated and the results would be reported back to Planning and Growth Committee. So in terms of the key elements, the mediation pilot project in North York that we're recommending would be extended to all minor variance and consent applications. It is a voluntary process and can take place either before the Committee of Adjustment has made a decision or afterwards before an appeal is launched to either a lab or an OMB. We're suggesting that the cost of the pilot be capped at $50,000 and run up to 1 year. I will suggest that we're not confident that $50,000 will take us to a full year. It's not a lot of money, so our assumption is it will probably be exhausted earlier than the one-year timeframe. The sessions would be facilitated by an accredited mediator and an external professional planner, and our suggestion is that court services would be responsible to administer it to ensure that there's independence and arm's length from the planning process. In terms of updates on the legislative initiatives, so Bill 73, the Smart Growth for Our Communities Act, did receive royal assent in December, and it amended the Planning Act and the Development Charges Act. The big sort of changes, I guess, for Toronto that we wanted to highlight is the province is going to enable both the province and local municipalities to further define what constitutes a minor variance and limit minor variance applications for a 2-year period following a privately initiated zoning amendment unless council has declared by resolution that the application is permitted. Staff believe these changes may improve the quality of Committee of Adjustment decisions, but feel it's premature to determine what, if any, impacts this could have on a local appeal body at this time. The in-force date for these changes has not yet been announced by the Province of Ontario. The Province of Ontario is currently undertaking a 5-year review of the City of Toronto Act, and as part of that review process, Council endorsed a range of amendments, a few of which could impact the local appeal body. So just as a reminder, currently the City of Toronto Act enables Council to establish a local appeal body but does not provide authority to Council to change or dissolve a lab once they've established it. We have asked for that authority through the 5-year review process, and we've also asked for the ability to recover the costs associated with the lab through the planning application process. We're not sure at this time whether or not the province will amend CODA to provide this authority, but we've certainly formally requested these changes. The last legislative update is a private member's bill, Bill 39. This was from MPP Milchin, who proposed a number of amendments that would affect a lab, many of which we've already asked through CODA. One would be the authority for the city to dissolve a lab. The second would be to provide some clarity around the lab fees, i.e. that we could collect it through the planning process. And he's also suggested that we strengthen mediation requirements. The bill has been referred to a standing committee, but essentially hasn't really moved since 2014. So the lab implementation is largely the same information that was before you last June, with the exception of the fee, which I will speak to briefly. So just a couple of things as a reminder on the authority and mandate. So the city does have the authority to establish a lab. Their mandate would be to hear appeals of minor variance and consent applications. The hearings would be considered de novo, which means that they are not able to consider the previous Committee of Adjustment decision or previous evidence in their decision-making. And a lab would have all the powers of the Ontario Municipal Board and would have to comply with prescribed regulations and bylaws related to their governance practices and procedures. The OMB would continue to be responsible for official planning, zoning bylaw amendments, site plan applications, and decisions related to subdivisions. The membership of the lab that we're suggesting is 6 part-time members and a full-time chair. In addition to the adjudicative responsibilities, the chair would also have administrative duties. We're assuming 1 member per hearing or mediation, which is similar to the structure and process used at the Ontario Municipal Board. We're also suggesting a recruitment process that is transparent, objective, and impartial, and would be in accordance with the city's public appointments process, which is essentially a 3-member citizen selection panel that would be appointed by council. They would be responsible to interview, shortlist, and recommend appointment of the lab members directly to City Council for appointment. The fees and administration, so we are suggesting a $500 application fee, and the fee would be per appeal, not per separate application. So oftentimes when a land use planning appeal, it may involve a number of minor variants and a consent application. We're suggesting the 500 fee would bundle those and not be separated. In our earlier report last June, we had suggested at that time a $1,000 fee. There were some communication from a number of members of the public and ratepayer associations that indicated concern with that fee level, particularly related to access to justice. We went back and took another look at it, and we've lowered that to $500. It is generally consistent with land use planning and other types of adjudicative bodies across Canada, with the exception of the OMB, which still charges $125 as an appeal, but they haven't looked at their fee or raised it in over 25 years, including cost of living increases. The administrative support that we're suggesting would be through court services. The lab will need to have their applications managed, reviewed, organized, and their hearings supported. Court services has good experience doing that through the court process and also through the Toronto Licensing Tribunal. We're recommending that the lab be housed at a library building at 40 Orchard View Boulevard, which is the Yonge and Eglinton area, publicly accessible by transit. The estimated costs of the lab, so on the annual operating budget side, the total is $1.688 million. That doesn't include the revenue that would be generated from the fees, so the net would be approximately $1.517 million. And on the capital construction side, there are a number of renovations that are going to be required to the library space in order to make it function for the lab, including soundproofing the hearing and mediation rooms and office space. So the capital renovation costs are estimated at $1.577 million, and there's also separate one-time startup costs estimated at about $560,000 for furniture, fittings, telecommunications, computers, etc. The next 5 slides are essentially the recommendations in the report, and I'm not going to go through those in great detail. I did want to just highlight very quickly what's before you in terms of your the decision that you would need to make and the authorities that we're requesting. So essentially, the recommendations seek authority to implement the lab, including adopting its governance structure, establishing a municipal code chapter for it, approving a $500 appeal fee, approving the lease agreement with the library board, authorizing court services to administer the lab, approving the transfer of funds from non-program to court services in terms of their operating budget and increasing them by 6 positions to manage and administer the lab, approving a creation of a capital budget to renovate the office space, authorizing the city manager to prepare some draft policies, including a procedure bylaw for the lab's consideration when they're appointed, establishing the nominating panel to shortlist, interview, and recommend the candidates to council for appointment, and lastly, to approve the mediation pilot and transfer $50,000 from non-program to courts for implementation of the mediation program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and that would bring us then to questions of staff and questions on the presentation. And I had first from members not on the committee, I had Councillor Fragedakis, and I see Councillor Matlow, and so we'll start with those two. But Councillor Fragedakis, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report mentions mediation has been demonstrated to be an effective tool for resolving disputes between parties outside of the formal legal or adjudicative process. So I was just wondering, is the city using mediation effectively anywhere else?
The city is using informal mediation right now as part of the Committee of Adjustment process, which I think has seen and demonstrated some benefits. And what's before you today is essentially suggesting to formalize that informal mediation, which tends to be quite ad hoc right now at C of A.
Yeah, no, I know. I was going to just speak about that ad hoc. So working groups that are run by planning staff often prove quite helpful, but sometimes run into snags. I was just wondering, is there any mediation training for planning staff? And if not, have we considered that?
Not as part of this process. We do continue to improve our planner skills, and it's something that we are considering in the future to enhance their abilities to deal with applications, but not specific to the C of A at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I know, because those working groups are really around rezonings and official plan amendments, but I'm just sort of speaking more broadly, and I know that this is about the local appeal body for Committee of Adjustment decisions, but, okay.
Yes,
I wanted to-
actually, Councillor, recently City Legal did participate in a training session for city planners on the broad area of mediation. So that training has commenced.
Oh, that's great to hear.
And I just wanted to add one further clarifying point, that the lab, once it's up and running, also in its regulations has the ability to mediate similar to the OMB.
So you mentioned about the ad hoc mediation that goes on at the Committee of Adjustment. So am I correct in my reading of pages 11 to 13 of the report that this pilot will actually look at ways to enhance that?
Correct, it will. It's intended to formalize a process that now currently happens ad hoc.
Okay. And then about recommendation number 9. So I know you sort of glossed over them quickly to get to finish your presentation, but I find that recommendation a little odd. It says that the council will establish a nominating panel composed of citizen members appointed by council on the recommendation of Civic Appointments Committee to shortlist, interview, recommend candidates directly to City Council. That seems a bit circular to me. I mean, is there a rationale as to why you've come up with, this is the recommendation before us?
We generally designed the appointments process quite similar to what we do for corporations, and our intent was really to make sure it was somewhat arm's length, that it was citizen members that had the responsibility to shortlist and interview, and that the membership appointments go directly to City Council. One of the things that we had to be very careful about in this report with the local appeal body governance design is that City Council also appoints the Committee of Adjustment members and will be appointing the lab members, which they will be hearing the appeals coming from the Committee of Adjustment and directing legal and planning staff to defend those appeals in front of the lab. So I suppose it does sound a little circular, but we were really trying to insulate it and make sure that it had arm's length independence.
And my last question is about you're going to be running the lab as part of, in this pilot out of the Orchard View library, or I'm not sure what that's called, but it's on Orchard View. So I'm just wondering, that space in the library that's going to be outfitted for these hearings, what was that before? I mean, are we taking up library space from other members of the community to put in meeting space that we could be doing in a committee room that's already outfitted here?
So the second floor space that we identified at Orchard View was not being used as a library space. The library's on the main floor. The space was being used for library administration, and they had a move to consolidate it into other buildings in any event, and were planning on leasing it out. So it was predominantly empty when we went to see it. They had already started moving some of their staff into other locations with the view to rent it for revenue generation. They didn't feel that they needed it any longer.
Okay, I'm just unfamiliar with that library, so I was just wondering what we were doing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fragedakis. Councillor Matlow was next.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Through you, Mr. Chair, the $500 fee that is being proposed, was there any consultation done with any residents groups or anyone else about that specific figure?
In the consultations that were conducted with the ratepayer representatives, the fee was raised, and there was concern with respect to the high cost of the $1,000 fee.
Was it ever considered, like, especially in the context of, let's say, somebody is, thrown all their money and they've got a loan or a line of credit, and they're in the midst of the reason why they're in the middle of a controversy in the first place, and then they're asked to actually give us more money if now they're in a fight with their neighbors. Was that considered?
We simply looked at the fee that we were recommending and then looked at what would be a natural justice fee, that we feel that the board's fee, which hasn't been increased over 20 years, was too low. So we were trying to find what we felt was a reasonable price point.
Speaking of money, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to add a further point that the lab and its procedures will also have the ability to, similar to what the OMB has, the ability to waive the fee under certain circumstances related to affordability.
I believe there's hardship. Speaking of money, was there ever any discussion, and I've got a feeling I know what you're going to say, but I think it's an important point. Given the fact that we are essentially downloading a responsibility from the provincial government, and we are taking on work that would have been previously done by the OMB. We're clearing their shelves, that we're helping them out with their workload. Has there been any direct discussion about provincial funds contributing to this effort?
Mr. Mayor, we have not engaged in those types of discussions.
Why not?
Well, I mean, it's a very good question, and perhaps we can consider it, but it wasn't, within the scope of our direction here. But as you raise it, I do think, it's worthy for us to deliberate on.
So you believe it's a reasonable question?
I do.
Has the provincial government suggested or indicated that if this exercise is a success, that there may be room to consider creating a local appeals body for so-called appeals other than minor variances, so, for major tower projects, et cetera?
No, we have not had discussions with the province with respect to that.
But are you aware of any public statements indicating
Yes,
that this was an
we've-
important first step?
Yes, we are. Council has considered and desired to have more control over its planning matters, so this would be a first step to the province providing further delegation of planning matters to council.
And lastly, why do you believe that going through the civic appointments process through council, do you believe, I shouldn't say why do you believe that that will provide any more independence and any more accountability to residents of Toronto than the status quo of OMB members making these decisions? You easily have an answer ready, I can tell.
That's a tough question. I think that I'm not sure how the OMB members are appointed, so it's difficult for me to illustrate what the difference would be, but I think that the appointments process that we're suggesting that's before you was developed very carefully to ensure that there was good objectivity and some arm's length, with the understanding that it's council's responsibility to appoint these members.
Sounds like there needs to be some more thought put into it, with all due respect.
If I could just add, it gives council the opportunity to determine, as one of the criteria for the appointment of a member, if they are a resident of the City of Toronto. Because right now, currently, the board members come from across
the province.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, actually, sorry, one more thing, if I may, with your indulgence.
All right.
I do have
This was your last question.
It just occurred to me. What was the logic of piloting it in only the North York area rather than other regions of the city?
Quite simply, it was based on the volume of appeals and the volume of applications. North York has the highest number of appealed applications citywide, and we thought if we piloted it for a year, we would be able to assess, report back to committee as to its effectiveness, be able to make any additional recommendations that we thought should change to make it more effective, or whether or not it should continue.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow. That brings us next to Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So the one-year pilot will be in North York, and you've mentioned the reason for that, which I don't agree. But just on the location that you've recommended for the lab to be housed 40 Orchard View at the library, is that only for the pilot for that location, are you recommending that as if it gets implemented, once the pilot, we report back on the pilot, that will be the location? Because if it is, it's not accessible to everybody in the city. Are you spending all that money just for 1 year, or is that permanent?
Mr. Mayor, if I may clarify, the pilot is a mediation pilot, as would be a mechanism under the Committee of Adjustment for North York. The lab and the office on Orchard Avenue would be for the establishment of a new local appeal body, just to clarify. And it would be a permanent space.
Will be permanent?
Yes.
And you feel that that is the best location as a permanent location?
So as part of our facility review to find an appropriate building to house the permanent lab, we did a fairly in-depth site search. And the benefit of the library building is because it's part of the larger government family, they're not actually charging us rent, they're only charging us occupancy costs. So it was by far the cheapest option that we had available to us.
But have you looked at other sites? Is it because the pilot's in North York that you chose that site?
So the mediation pilot and the lab are two separate programs. The mediation pilot would be housed in the North District where C of A meets and hears applications. The local appeal body would be housed at Orchard View at a permanent space after it's renovated to hear the appeals coming out of the Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I'm glad you clarified that. It's only the mediation that's the pilot project. First question, I went to the consultation, and one of the key concerns, if I could ask my colleagues right in front of me, Councillor Cole and Councillor, you are blocking my view here, and Matlow. Name them both. One of the key concerns was ensuring or preventing the politicization of the appeal body. I understand your appointment process is similar to the corporation's process. Did you look at other options to make it even more arm's length to ensure objectivity in the selection of qualified candidates?
We worked closely with the city clerk's public appointments process. We did look at a variety of options, and this option seemed to be the best option and was what we put forward.
What other options did you, could you talk to me later then about what other options you looked at? Because we've experienced the politicization of the corporate appointments as well. So I really think it is exceptionally important that we figure out an arm's length, transparent and accountable process for appointing this body. The other appeal, I don't see any implementation timelines. Am I missing one of the appendices?
The implementation timelines are under, they're the front of the report under the implementation details. See what page it's on for you, Councillor. Starts on page 4 of the report and continues on page 5. And it sort of breaks it down around the recruitment, the lease execution, construction readiness, operational readiness. And our suggestion is the earliest that we're assuming the lab could be operational would be October of 2016.
Okay. October of 2016.
We have to assume the appointments process, we have some operational readiness to do, we have to...
No, I think that's very aggressive time.
Yeah,
right?
we set at the earliest.
Yes. And I don't know, I'm still missing where these timelines are, but the other thing I wondered about was if you looked at our existing civic centers as locations, because they are, you know, at the heart of our corporate
structure, and I know certainly at the East York Civic Center, we still have the licensing body, appeal body working out of that facility. Were there other civic centers looked at?
So we did look at all the civic centers, and our concern with that space was, quite frankly, the independence of the lab. Because there are counselors' offices, constituency offices there, that did concern us. We felt like they needed to be isolated away from that, and so that was really our main reason for not pursuing the civic centers.
That's fair. The other thing is, how many days of hearings at $800 a day for the mediator are we really going to get out of the funding that's here? And how are we going to manage a first-come, first-serve access to this mediation service? Are there not going to, shouldn't there be some kind of criteria that establishes which ones would get priority? I mean, because sometimes there are some developers who are just negligent in actually trying to do some upfront mediation prior to coming to C of A. And I would not want to reward them with free mediation. And have you looked at the costs and whether or not developers or applicants ought to be paying the costs of those mediation services? So those are two questions.
So in terms of mediation and the costs, we want to ensure that we develop criteria, which we have yet to do. So following executives' endorsement and council, we will develop criteria by which we will establish what matters get mediated.
Because it says first come, first served in here.
Yes, but it'll be based on criteria established.
And how many days of mediation can you get out of $50,000? Or is that, these are salaries, and so therefore, they can't possibly be mediating every day, but maybe
We
they will?
actually have not done the estimate as to how many mediations we will get. We're averaging, some will take an hour and a half, some will take 3 hours, some may take 4.
Okay, so the
Thanks very
actual...
much. That was actually your last question. Thank you. It's 5:18. Thanks very much. Councillor Fletcher.
I had a second question.
How are the, what's your understanding of how mediation may take place right now at Committee of Adjustment?
I asked them if they're, how they're...
In terms of, your question was, how does informal mediation currently take place? At the Committee of Adjustment, my understanding is that if a number of residents, for example, show up on a particular application, that the chair might actually invite the applicant to step out into the hallway with the concerned residents. They will hold the matter down to see whether or not there's an opportunity to resolve the differences. Sometimes matters will also be deferred over to a subsequent hearing date in order to provide additional time for the applicant to discuss the matter with the neighbors.
So would, in that situation, would the Committee of Adjustment not be able to suggest that, and then a mediator would work with those folks, even at the North York Civic Center, rather than off in a different location?
No, they would work at the North York Civic Center. They would not be going to the Orchard View location for mediation. The mediation would take place at the North York Civic Center. And you're quite right. The chair of the Committee of Adjustment would certainly assist in terms of identifying applications that would be suitable for mediation.
So I'm sure that in your team, you've gone out to the Committee of Adjustment and you've watched how that mediation works, and you've found that in most cases, there are changes or not based on the informal process that's currently operating. What would you...
Yes, often there can be changes, in which case, needless to say, you have to then ensure that the changes don't, in fact, then create other variances to the bylaw. So certainly it's advantageous to have some time for mediation to determine what the changes are going to be, whether or not further variances are required, and how to condition those variances for the purpose of taking it back to the Committee of Adjustment. And that's why often minutes of settlement will be entered into in order to have a combined presentation to the Committee of Adjustment as to what the revisions were.
Are you aware that the planners are not readily available to be engaged in those mediations? Because I know I'm currently in many of them in sticky situations. Are you aware that at this point, there's not that expertise that can be brought to the table unless you phone upstairs?
Yes,
we
are aware of that, but this would take place separate from staff.
Thank you. Just on another point that Councillor Davis was raising about the selection of the local appeal board, and that it is, I guess, everybody in the city, no matter where you live, can ensure that your interests are looked after, because the city's quite different in its makeup. So currently in the corporate nominating panel, I don't think there's anyone on that panel from this Toronto and East York Community Council. Have you looked and seen how in nominating panels the whole city is reflected through the different community councils, which is currently the one method that we have to ensure everybody's represented? That's my first question. Number two, would you consider looking at that and making some recommendations so that each community council could actually have a representative and ensure that there aren't parts of the city that are being left out, as we've had now for the second term of council, second administration, where we're left off these important bodies?
I think that we would certainly be open to looking at that. I absolutely hear your point, Councillor.
Have you noticed that parts of the city are left off important bodies?
I'm not sure I'm close enough to the bodies to comment on that, but Mr. Elvidge may want to add something related to the appointments process.
Passover.
Hot potato.
Like the corporate nominating board, would you agree that nobody from Toronto and East York is on the corporate nominating board? Is that correct?
A point of order, I don't think the composition of our boards and our governance policies before us, but
It's not a point of order.
Quasi-judicial type of tribunal that, you know, and it's raised in the report too, the appointments matter. So I think it's, so we perhaps could have an answer to that question, and that will be the last question.
And herein lies our problem, Councillor Pasternak. I'd like to have the answer to that.
Well,
point of personal privilege.
All right, yeah.
You know, I mean, that was
I'm sure Councillor Fletcher.
totally inappropriate.
I'm sure Councillor Fletcher withdraws that, and I think you're just answering as to a fact.
But I'm just trying to find out the answer.
Yes, I think you're answering as to a fact about the corporate nominating composition. Did anybody want to answer as to that fact?
Mayor Tory, I can answer that question. There are 3 members of the panel, and none of the members are members representing the Toronto and East York Community Council.
Thanks very much. All right, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. That was the end of the list of people from not members of the committee that wanted to ask questions, so I would move to the list I have of members of the committee, and we'll add Councillor Robinson to that, but we had first Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with regard to the last question, I'm on the corporate nominating panel, and that hasn't stopped us from nominating many people from the downtown district onto very important committees and responsibilities. Yes, I'm happy to do that. And actually, I just had a first question, because you said that North York was the worst offender for appeals of all the districts. Yeah.
Not worst offender, they...
Well, we have the most appeals,
have the
which, I
number
mean,
of
I think if you
appeals.
can't settle it at first instance, that's not a great thing. Are we like far ahead, or are we, I'm just curious.
Attachment 5 to the report on page 23 provides the breakdown from 2009 to 2015. And in 2015, there were 174 matters appealed compared to the South District.
Yeah, I'll look at that. Thanks. I'm actually interested also on, page 7, the cost estimates. So, so your revenue stream in 2018 in 2016 is 57,000. Is that your revenue stream there? Yeah. $57,000 in 2016? Or that's your revenue, yeah?
Yeah, estimated.
So does that mean you're only going to hear at $500 a copy about 120?
I think the reason that number is low in 2016 is it's prorated. We're
okay, so-
assuming that the lab's not
No,
going
I
to be
get that.
operating until
Fair enough.
October.
And then the next year, it's 114,000. How many appeals are you going to hear?
Report's estimating about 320 on an annual basis.
But your, let's see, your net expenditures are 1.5 million in 2016, and then it goes down to 75,000 in 2017. Is that right? I'm just wondering, your costs have to be higher than that, don't they?
The 2017 is the incremental impact.
So it goes
not
up
the
an
full
additional.
cost.
Is there any way that you can, and I know there's a big discussion about this, there will be a big discussion. Some people think the costs are too high and someone will think that they're too low. Is there any way that we can actually squeeze a little bit more out of this so it's not such a financial burden? $1.5 million?
We did fairly deep due diligence on the budget. We're happy to go back at it and review it again and see if there's areas where we could contain further costs.
Okay, and $500 is based on?
So the $500 appeal fee was an attempt to balance a range of interests, access to justice, some cost recovery, and in line with other similar quasi-judicial bodies across Canada.
So other places charge around $500 for Committee of Adjustment appeals? Is that what you're saying?
No, we looked at other land use planning appeal bodies across Canada, a range, not just land use planning. And the appeal fee seemed to range from about $400 to $750, depending on what the matter was. So the $500 was sort of a benchmark in the middle of that and was consistent with across Canada, with the exception of the OMB, which is still at $125.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Min Wong. Councillor Shiner has said, we'll put him over. He said he'd be back. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the mediation aspect, how many, usually the members of council play a role, and every time that there is a local dispute between neighbors, and that goes to the Committee of Adjustment, and very often we ask for a deferral of the application to have a public meeting so we can help out in terms of bringing mediation, bringing people together on issues that, or major disputes like property lines, foundation damages, draining concerns, patio walls, and so on. Now, if those kind of side agreements, which are different from planning aspects, how would the appeal tribunal in this case and allow that kind of side agreements to be incorporated into any decision? Or is that just the planning aspects?
The intention of the mediation pilot would just be to deal with the planning aspects, not side agreements.
So if those side agreements are pending at the end, what would be the option for the appellant? And is that to elevate that to the courts as a civil matter, or what would be the process?
The parties can still independently enter into their side agreements. From the committee's perspective, though, any condition that is going to be imposed on the granting of the variances have to be rationally and reasonably related to the variances at hand. So in that sense, the conditions have to deal with true planning issues. But the mediation process does not preclude residents from continuing to enter into side agreements to resolve other non-planning issues.
In terms of decisions made by Committee of Adjustments within the 4 quadrants, I know and I understand that in the North York district, the number of appellants are much higher in relation to other ones. Do you have the numbers for the, let's say, for Etobicoke York and the other ones?
So
My point to that is which is the higher and the lowest? Because my understanding is, for example, with the Etobicoke York Community Council, the number of appeals to the Ontario Municipal to the board is very minimum.
So Appendix 5 in the report, which is on page 33, summarizes the Committee of Adjustment appeal activity from 2009 to 15 by district. So you can see what the volume is across each of those districts, and then the sort of overall 5-year average.
I can see that. Now, getting to consultation on slide number 5, community consultation mainly with ratepayer associations and so on, and mainly in terms of improving the Committee of Adjustment process. How will the lab differs from the Committee of Adjustment or the OMB for that matter? And how appellants would prepare for these lab hearings?
The lab has to operate independently of the Committee of Adjustment, and it has to operate similar to the Ontario Municipal Board. Committee of Adjustment, the Chief Planner has reported to Planning and Growth Management Committee about the process improvements that we intend to undertake over the course of the next 2 years with respect to the C of A to improve the effectiveness, efficiency, decision-making process through the C of A. But they're separate bodies. One is a decision-making with respect to the planning, and the local appeal body is the appeal body.
No, I understand in terms of process how it works. Is usually an applicant usually is represented by an architect or a planner or a development lawyer and so on. So they have to prepare a case. Now, to go to lab, what process would be in place for you, and especially in terms of mediation?
The process before the lab would be exactly the same as the process before the Ontario Municipal Board. So in terms of an applicant's preparation or a resident's preparation to attend at the local appeal body, you would be expected to carry out the same activities as you would be now if you were going to the Ontario Municipal Board. So that if you were an applicant, that would mean probably hiring an architect, a planner, a lawyer to represent your interests and to present your case before the local appeal body. And similarly, City Council currently sends City Legal often to the Ontario Municipal Board on variance and consent applications. The Council would continue to send City Legal to the local appeal body on the same matters. So it's simply a replacement of the body from the Ontario Municipal Board to the lab in terms of hearing those applications. And whether it's a city lawyer preparing for it or an applicant or a resident, it's exactly the same process as the current process before the Ontario Municipal Board.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. That's your last question, and thank you for the answers as well. And that would bring us to Councillor DiGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So picking up on the heels of the question, or at least your answer, Mr. Healy, with respect to process, there is no difference with applicants and community members going before the local appeal body or the board. However, that being said, given that the local appeal body member and the board member are subject to the same rules and regulations and practices and what have you, what would make us believe that a local appeal body chair would come to a different decision when the decision is based on evidence?
Not sure if I can answer that through you, Mr. Mayor. Presumably, they will consider the same evidence, and they will consider it on the planning merits and make the appropriate decision.
There's no reason to believe that a local appeal body member will end up with a different result than what the OMB might end up with, but...
That's correct. It's even except for the factor that the local appeal body members will be citizens of the City of Toronto as opposed to board members that may be from Northern Ontario or elsewhere.
Fair enough. On page 9, we're talking about, apparently the Bill 73 was approved, or received royal assent on December 3rd, 2015. And one of the provisions there is that there will be presumably enabling legislation that allows both the province and local municipalities to further define what constitutes a minor variance. Now, are we talking about the province and local municipalities introducing their own definitions of what constitutes a minor variance? In other words, does the City of Toronto inherit the right to define a minor variance in a way other than what the province might define a minor variance, or any other municipality?
The proposal is, yes, it would be done through bylaw, but based on criteria from the province, and we have not yet seen those criteria, so that's currently...
We would have the flexibility to define a minor variance in the City of Toronto?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Of the applications that were appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board over the last number of years, the City of Toronto Act under Section 115 specifically states that there will continue to be applications that will go on to the board and not to the local appeal body. Of the number of applications that were appealed last year, let's say, what percentage of those applications that were appealed last year would have gone to the board anyway and not to the local appeal body, simply because of criteria that's established under Section 115?
115 simply provides for a transitional period so that if the matter's already been appealed to the board before the lab is created, then it would continue to be heard by the Ontario Municipal Board. So only new appeals would go to the lab after its creation. So
my interpretation was that there was something related, it spoke of related appeals.
Yes, that's a separate matter. So there's two aspects. There's the transitional clause. Obviously, you have to have a transitional clause until such time as the lab is created. But if there are related appeals, so for example, let's say the minor variance or the consent was related to an appeal of a plan of subdivision or a site plan matter, if it's related, if those two matters are related, then those matters all go as a package to the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay, and my point is, of the appeals that went to the board, how many of them would have fallen under that related category, that would have gone to the board anyway?
I don't have the statistics, but just based on what I've seen over the last several years, I would say it's probably a small percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGiorgio. I thought I saw Councillor Shiner reappear, but my eyes maybe deceived me, so that would take a... Okay, well, we'll tell him he's coming up on deck pretty soon. But I do have Councillor Robinson next.
Thank you very much. I've heard some rumblings from councillors who think of the lab as duplication, which really surprises me that it's another layer. I see the opposite. What's your perspective on that?
Well, I think in our land use planning framework in Ontario, there needs to be an appeal body, and right now it's the Ontario Municipal Board, and the province has given us the discretion and authority to replace that with a lab. So I'm not sure I personally see the duplication there.
So there's no duplication. By creating this body, there's no duplication, but it better represents neighborhoods across the city?
It has the potential to do that, yes.
Has the potential to do that. So it sounds like it's a good move for neighborhoods across Toronto.
And if
And
I
there's
can,
no duplication.
if I can just add,
Please.
the OMB and the lab would not be hearing the same matters. So the lab would be responsible for minor variance and consents. The OMB would be responsible for the bigger type applications, official plans, zoning bylaw amendments, site plan control, unless it's a related matter. So they're not going to be hearing the same things.
So there's a lot of support from residents across the city and residents groups for the lab initiative.
Yes, there is.
And what are the impacts of delaying this decision? Because we've already delayed it since July of 2014. Can you identify any impacts of delaying this further?
So the one impact that I would highlight for the committee that's a risk if the report is delayed any further is the library space that we've secured at Orchard View Boulevard has literally been empty and on hold for the city since last June. And they have indicated to us that they've lost some revenue because they're holding it, and if there's any further delays, we need to move on and find another location for the lab.
Okay, so that's an important consideration in moving this forward. And I'm a huge proponent of the labs, have been for years, and very concerned about Committee of Adjustment reform and put very many motions forward on that issue. But the mediation, I'm not sure is as important as it indicates maybe in the report. My understanding is that, and it says this on page 11 of the report, that there was varying opinions on the mediation pilot from not just the residents, but also from Build. Build felt it was just creating, additional time and cost, and residents were more focused on the Committee of Adjustment reform. So what would you say on that?
Both your comments are correct in terms of what we heard, but we've also experienced positive results when either a councillor, staff, or various parties step aside and mediate out a settlement. We've done that on a number of occasions related to variances that have been before council for direction. We've had it happen at the committee level. So we find mediation actually has been very effective. And certainly when we're dealing with official plans and zoning bylaws, we have found it has reduced the costs as in terms of not having to go to the board because we reach an agreed upon settlement with the various parties.
Is there any chance of residents feeling through that process intimidated when they're up against developers and maybe an appeal process that's more formalized is more of it creates more comfort? I'm just wondering. Is there any concern about that? Is that maybe why the residents that were part of your consultation weren't as keen?
Helen, who was present at the meeting, to answer that question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Okay. I guess my question is, I'm a bit, concerned about adding the pilot in, because I believe mediation is happening anyway, and so it's another additional cost. So my question was, is there a chance that through the mediation that residents would feel intimidated in that process when they're up against developers in a mediation process versus a formalized process that the local appeal board would create that context?
Councillor, I'll answer that piece of the question. I don't think the mediation is an intimidating factor. In fact, I think it's less intimidating than appearing before a local appeal body because it's informal. There's opportunity for greater dialogue. I see it as much more positive from residents' perspective.
Okay, and I guess I just ask I guess, the bottom line is timelines are tight, but it's important to move this forward, so you're ambitiously trying to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And thanks so much to staff. So I just wanted to know currently, what's the process, the appointment process for the OMB?
I'm afraid I don't know the exact process, but my understanding was that it was an all-parties appointment process.
Okay, so and it goes through the Attorney General's office?
I believe so, but
And so in terms of the composition, the current composition of the OMB, do you know the current composition? Do you know the number that we have and where they're from? Oh, is it? Okay.
I believe there's approximately 12 to 14 members.
Okay.
In terms of the composition of whether they're from the city and how many members, that I don't have. I know that there are members from Ottawa, there's members from Toronto, and there's members from other municipalities across the province.
Right. So given the number of cities that we have across the province, we don't have fair representation from every single city sitting on the OMB. Is that correct?
I agree that's a fair assumption to make.
Okay. And so in terms of, do you know that, are you aware that the Attorney General's office has taken a lot of measures to increase the and making sure that the hiring process and the appointments process has increased? Are you aware of that?
We're aware that the province is looking at OMB reform, and as part of that, we'll be looking at hopefully member remuneration and the number of board members.
Right, okay, excellent. And then in terms of the cost of this, so it's currently, the current situation with the Section 45 and Section 53, so these are currently dealt with at the OMB. And so it's not a duplication, but in fact a downloading. We would be paying for that with the taxpayer money of Toronto rather than cost sharing that with residents across Ontario. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, with the caveat that we have requested a legislative change to enable council to recover some or all of the fees related to a lab through the broader planning process.
Right, and so I think that Councillor Matlow actually asked that question. Have you approached the province in terms of trying to recover those fees? Do you think the province would look at that and say, no, we'll continue to pay for it?
So we've asked the province through the Code of 5-year review to provide the city authority to recover the lab fees through our own planning process. We have not yet entered into discussions, as far as I know, around a cost share with the province.
Okay, so it'd be cost sharing, a cost share model? How would that formula look?
Just to repeat what Fiona just said, so we have not entered into those discussions to, through this request to enable increased authority at the city for us to cost share the cost to deliver this.
Okay, so currently the present model, because we don't know what the province is going to say, the current model is that we're in fact just taking that service, which is currently provided by the province of Ontario to cover Section 45 and 53 and minor variances, and just shift that down to the City of Toronto, and then the taxpayers of Toronto will in fact pay for that. So currently, I just want to be clear.
That's correct. That was council's decision when they established the local appeal body in 2014, and this is the implementation details related to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. That would complete the list of people wishing, except for Councillor Shiner, who I'm sorry. Okay, well, he was actually, we held him down from earlier on the list, so we'll move to Council. You'd rather have Councillor McMahon go first, would you? Yeah. That's fine then. Councillor McMahon, you're up.
Thank you very much. Chivalry lives. Thank you. Thank you for your great presentation and your coming to my office to explain further. So we have 6 part-time members, 1 full-time chair. How many cases, how many appeals a year are we expecting each member to handle? Approximately.
So we're estimating approximately 343 appeals. I don't think we did a breakdown per member because it really will depend on their individual circumstances and availability. I think the scheduling of that would be something we'd have to work through further once the members were appointed.
Okay, and so why are we thinking 6 part-time versus 3 full-time?
Our rationale for the part-time rather than the full-time was really to, because this is a new program and we're not quite sure the stability of the appeal volumes and the appeal numbers, we wanted to make sure that we had good flexibility and good coverage. Assuming that the City of Toronto Act provides council with authority to change the lab once it's established, that could be something that we would monitor over time and potentially report back with some recommended changes on.
Okay, and does the chair handle appeals as well?
So the recommendation is that the chair would be both an adjudicator who would be hearing appeals or mediations, and at the same time would also carry administrative responsibilities for the local appeal body.
Great. And did you think of, I don't see it in here, but did you think of them developing a type of guidebook? Or I always thought it would be great to have a Committee of Adjustment 101 for the average Joe. It's really confusing. Most of my residents think the minor variances are major variances, and I think just semantics need to be cleaned up a bit.
So I would agree with you, Councillor. Part of both for the mediation and for the lab, I think that we're going to need to invest in some engagement, outreach, communication, and some nice, clear, plain language materials for our residents so that they understand the changes and where they can go for what kind of service.
Great. Music to my ears. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shiner, I think, is the last to question.
So a lab doesn't really address the issue of the C of A reform that we're all concerned about, does it?
No, it does not.
And the lab still has to work and operate under the same rules, regulations, and guidelines as the Ontario Municipal Board?
That's correct.
And we can't change those. The province has to change that.
That's correct.
And we can't give this back if it doesn't work great.
Currently, no, we could not.
But what we can do is we can have some effect on the appointments because there'll be appointments of people that live in Toronto instead of province-wide.
Correct.
So that's a benefit to us.
Yes, it is.
Second benefit, and maybe I'll ask that of the city solicitor, is the issue that you now have in regards to mediation. That's something that I understand may be helpful because on occasion, we try to hire planners for applications that councillors or residents have made concern of, and we can't find a planner. How does this mediation really help at a local level to deformalize the process and let people discuss the issues and maybe come to some resolution?
Well, it's just that, Councillor. It is a more informal process than the adversarial litigation before either the lab or the Ontario Municipal Board. So it should put people in a position where there is accessibility for them in the sense that they don't necessarily have to have a lawyer or an agent representing them. Certainly we've found in City Legal that the mediations that we've participated in at the Ontario Municipal Board have been very helpful, either in terms of resolving all of the issues or at least resolving some of the issues with respect to the application.
So the legal department's supportive of it?
Yes, we are.
And could it be a potential cost savings in the fact that every time we go to the board, we have to, or on occasion, hire outside planners?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's $10,000 a hearing, I hear, that we end up paying?
Roughly between 8 and 14.
So if we only mediate one out, we could have saved between 8 and 14.
Yes, certainly if you do the mediation before you gear up for a hearing.
Now, do you have to pay the $500 fee for appeal before mediation?
No, you don't.
So then of city staff, so actually it's a benefit to the residents who may have a concern.
Well, excuse me, Councillor, the $500 is the application fee. So that's the fee that the applicant is paying for their minor variance and/or consent application. So before it even gets to the Committee of Adjustment, they have the appeal fee, excuse me.
My question is, because I only have a short time, so I'm a neighbor, I don't like it, I want to go to mediation, do I have to pay $500?
No, you do not.
So then, is it also an issue when organizations like Build Toronto, which are representing the professionals, I always hire professional planners, they have every land use planner, transportation planner, anyone you could come against, when they have an objection to this, because they may not be able to bring the full force and effect of what they can hire, isn't that a good thing to do it? Doesn't it level the playing field a lot more for those people that can't afford to hire everyone?
It certainly puts residents in a position to try to mediate the matter before it becomes litigious.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. So that is the end of the list I have for questions, and that would then bring us, we have two deputations to hear before we move to questions of staff generally. And the first is Jeff Kettle, co-chair, Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, FONTRA. All right, Mr. Kettle, 5 minutes you have, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm a co-chair with Kathy McDonald of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. And I would mention that both Kathy McDonald and myself were both members of the Provincial Working Group on Minor Variances, which was part of the Bill 73 process for the changes to the Planning Act. So we've been very much involved in the provincial level process as well. It's been interesting listening to the conversation this morning. Time flies. But we have provided a letter here, and I'll hit some of the high points of the letter.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Cattell. Maybe he's confused that it's afternoon because of the noise in here. And so if we could just keep it down a little bit and let Mr. Cattell make his deputation, that would be great. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, so we do support, in principle, the introduction of local appeal body for the reasons discussed, making the whole thing more local. However, as councillors have acknowledged, the procedures will be the same, at least at a high level. We hope there'll be some flexibility there, which I'll mention. There's considerable issues with the current Ontario Municipal Board. The premium placed on expert evidence and the high costs of hiring such expertise, the barriers created by the former procedures, the lack of understanding of the Toronto context by the members, and their lack of visitation. They refuse to go to the site, which is incredible. The new process must be evaluated before it's adopted as to whether it improves fairness, openness, and accessibility for residents as well as applicants. We make first concern is around the cost to the appeal. Despite the recommended reduction to $500, we do not support any increase from the existing amount that is common to appeals across the province. Why should downloading of the process to the city result in a 400% increase in the cost to Toronto residents and applicants compared to elsewhere in the province? It was supposed to be a benefit to us, and that's hardly a benefit. If there's an operational deficit, and clearly there is, even with the increase, related to the establishment and operation of the lab, then consideration should be to increase the application fees for Committee of Adjustment, rather than an increase in the appeal fee. Secondly, accessibility. There needs to be an effort to make lab hearings more accessible, for example, by allowing evening meetings, which would be more accessible for people who are working during the daytime. Recruitment and appointment of members. It is clearly a very, very pertinent aspect. In our opinion, they should be qualified in architecture, planning, and/or law, or equivalent experience. There are people around who may not have all the paper, but they've got a lot of experience that would be equivalent. At the OMB, they're very strict on expertise, and unnecessarily so. They should also be a resident of the city in order to be familiar with the city context. In terms of mediation, yes, we welcome the mediation. We would take issue with the comment from staff that mediation already exists. as those of us that attend Committee of Adjustment regularly every 2 weeks, usually on a Thursday, mediation does not exist. There may be conversations in the corridor, but that's not mediation. Mediation involves having a qualified mediator involved. And the mediation may be an advantage because residents may not be able to adequately participate under the present situation. But it must be independent and it must be managed by suitably qualified professionals. Fairness and openness. A major issue currently with the OMB is the unevenness and inconsistency of decision-making among members. You get radical differences of decision-making because you've got one person, man or woman, in the hearing, and there's no recording of what's said, you get frankly, there's a breakdown. You heard at the public meetings a breakdown of public, in the public arena of the credibility of the OMB. Everybody thinks the system is broken. Hearings should be recorded, and the lab procedural rules should be subject, before you establish it, have public review of those procedures. The cost of hiring expert witnesses is a major deterrent. Right now, the lab should assist residents by providing advice and support on hearings and mediation. But as noted in the discussion this morning, the lab is only a part, just a part of what you might call the minor variance and consent system, quote unquote. The numerous concerns of this system, such as the unfair Committee of Adjustment operational procedures that don't really allow residents to participate very well.
Mr. Cattell, I'll have to ask you to wrap up now. It's 5.
Yeah, okay, so there's lots of concerns that are not addressed by this. We need greater attention to neighborhoods, generally, by city planning. We need design guidelines, and we need for review of the zoning bylaw.
All right. On that note, I'll thank you. There may be a chance for somebody to ask you a question, but I'll thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Cattell? All right, hearing none, I'll thank you very much for being here today and appreciate your attendance and your interest. We have then Eileen Denny, President, Teddington Park Residents Association. Ms. Denny, 5 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the round of questions that were asked today. I think that it was very informative because it centers around a lot of uncertainty. And what they're asking for us to approve today is a lot of hope, trust, nothing concrete. If I was to sign a contract today that allows for a fee of $500 for adjudicating body and didn't give me the rules, didn't give me the bylaw, didn't tell me how they were going to establish an independent body, and charge a fee and change it at will at any time, I don't think I would sign that contract because I want full information. The public wants full information. So I'm going to address just a couple of things with respect to the independence model. And there's 2 regulations that govern the establishment of an appeal body. Under CODA, can I turn this on? Sorry. It's on.
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, is it on? This one, all the city...
You have to come back to your mic.
Sorry. All the city did was establish a resolution that said it would establish a lab. That's what CODA says, and it gives you various requirements. However, under the Planning Act, it says a municipality, establishes a lab by resolution, but it also requires them to have an implementing bylaw, which outlines all these various requirements. And I'm just going to read that out. Now, the first one, A, is the same, B is the same. It says it should also contain details about the compensation of members and secretary. Specify the term for which the members shall serve. State whether the members are to serve on part-time or full-time basis. Specify the roles, powers, duties of the members, including the chair and the secretary. What happened to the secretary, to this independent body? The secretary is the spine of any administrative function. The clerk is the body that recognizes the rules, administers the rules, and that's where the public faces the administration, whether it's the administration of this body or whether it's the administration of a adjudicative body. That's absent in this recommendation. And I'm startled because it demonstrates that this city, the way it's structured, cannot operate an independent administrative adjudicative body as we see it in the province. So if the province is saying these are the requirements for municipalities without their own bylaw, City of Toronto bylaw, why are we aiming so low? That's one element I would like the city to examine. The next one on mediation. Mediation is a brand new topic that was inserted in this document. The public really hasn't had the time to make representations on it. We participated in the process, but we should also be given the opportunity to make representations on public record as to why it would and would not work. And my concept is that mediation occurs all the time when you're doing committee of adjustment, and it's informal. If you have a developer that's willing to talk to a resident association, that's already occurring, and they will strike whatever settlement that comes forward and go to a committee of adjustment. It is unfair for a committee of adjustment panel that says to people who come to expecting a hearing, say, step aside, go discuss your issue outside. The panel is instructed to hear the dispute and decide. That is unfair, unjust to do that to an applicant or anyone showing up at a hearing, especially when there was already 30 days granted for the applicant, ample time to go out there and talk to residents. The next thing I would like to say on the mediation, if you formalize it, is that...
This will be your last point, if you could. Thank you.
Okay. If you formalize it, you actually are formalizing the possibility of exclusion. Because the mediation process does not talk to multiple parties, and it does not talk to public interest. Mediation or alternative dispute mechanisms are great when it's a two-party system and the private individuals have something to gain. But there has been no examination in this report that deals with multi-parties to ensure that parties that are legally entitled to be there are there, and two, the public interest argument. So what you do is you divide the argument, and the person who's arguing public interest all of a sudden is faced with a wall because the developer and whatever residents have already agreed.
All right. On that note, I'll thank you and ask you to conclude and see if there's any questions from the committee for you.
So I'll just ask a quick one. So just to be clear on what you're saying, because you had a number of points, but on mediation, you're saying it happens informally now, and I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that that should continue versus formalizing it with this pilot that's being proposed in the report. Am I clear on that or no?
What I'm saying is the context is varied. So I'm saying, how can you put a template on that? And what you do is you have the potential of excluding people that want to be involved and not including others. So I'm not sure whether that is a more fair process, because everyone that comes before the administration should be treated equally. And right now, just giving it to North York is unequal.
Okay, thank you.
If that's positive.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Any other questions of Ms. Denny? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here and for your comments. So that would bring us along then to questions of staff by members not on the executive committee. We had quite a few staff being questioned after the presentation. Are there other questions of staff? All right. Then we'll go to members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff. Well, no, we did it on the presentation, but I mean, that was, so if there were any other questions people had, I beg your pardon? I'm just seeing if there's any that didn't relate specifically to the presentation and to the report or whatever, and if there aren't none, then I'm fine. I'll take yes. Well, no, I would have taken yes for an answer quite happily.
We did questions already established.
Councillor Robinson, did you have one more question then? Go ahead. Did you have one or not?
I would just ask staff, just based on the deputation we just heard, the mediation piece, I'm not sure who I'm looking at, but the mediation piece, okay, I was going to say Councillor Keesmaat. Yes, I'm not sure if that's a promotion or not. It's maybe not a promotion. The chief planner.
Let's move on.
So the mediation, is that happening? Is that happening currently, just based on what we just heard?
Through the chair, there isn't a formalized process for mediation today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we then had speakers I have some from members of the committee, but I have none yet. Now I do have one. Who would like to speak, just so I can take a little note? I've got Councillor Davis. You can start, and thank you very much.
First of all, I just want to thank our staff for this report, and I support the directions that are contained in this report. In particular, I'm very pleased to see that we're going to be piloting a mediation process as part of C of A. I do want to understand better, though, how those access to that service is going to be established. If it's first come, first served, I just can't imagine we're going to be able to serve or meet the demand. I also think we should be asking applicants to finance those mediation services and or the provincial government, but I don't think it should be 100% funded by the municipality. However, those are things I think we could work out through the pilot project. As far as the new appeal body, I'm also, as I said in questions, extremely concerned about the appointment process and how we can assure that the appointments process is extremely arm's length and independent and not politicized. And I'm not convinced that what's before us is a process that will do that. And I would like to hear what other options were looked at for selecting potential members for the appeal body. And I do think that assuming some of the responsibilities for Committee of Adjustment appeals from the Ontario Municipal Board, that we will actually end up with cost savings. And I also, though, believe the provincial government will as well, and we ought to consider requesting some funding from the provincial government. So I would support the recommendations before us.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Now, who else did? There we had Councillor Carroll. Okay.
Just a very quick comment. I wanted to speak in support of what I hope is a motion coming from Councillor McMahon. I was happy I was paying attention when Councillor McMahon asked about if there was a demystifying guide. Staff does this very well. The guide that they produced, I think it's about a year ago now, on Section 37 is very clear and very user-friendly, and I think was fairly affordable to produce, that says what it is, what it isn't, and how you should guide your decision-making on it. And what we need is a similar size, similar format, demystifying guide on Committee of Adjustment, because it is a mystery to so many, and yet we are now about to institute another element of it. And so if as part of the mediation pilot we can be keeping in mind that at the end the process has to be simple enough to communicate in just such a small volume, I think it will guide how we set it up permanently. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Who else do I have who are not members of the committee wishing to speak that are here? No. Yes, Councillor Nunziata.
There isn't a mic there. So I also do support the direction, and I think we've been waiting for years for this to happen. There's always been frustration with members of council and the public on the OMB process, and there has been a number of residents that have had to attend the OMB, and unfortunately, you know, it seems like we're always losing at the OMB. So sometimes you get community members that go to Committee of Adjustment and they feel, well, what's the use? Because regardless of what the Committee of Adjustment decision is, we're going to end up at the OMB. Actually, some of the developers or agents even tell the residents, well, I'm going to the OMB, so even before the decision is made. So hopefully, you know, the local appeal body will make a difference on some of these minor variances that you're constantly going to the OMB. I know that there was public consultation meetings, and there was one held in my area as well, and that was a few years ago. I don't know what the comments were, how many people attended the citywide consultation meetings, but it was, the meeting that we had in my area was very positive. Residents were very supportive at that time. But Councillor Shiner is moving a motion, which I do support when he speaks, that, and I hope members of council support that as well. I think as far as the pilot, I would like to see the pilot, and I believe that that's Councillor Shiner's motion, is that it not be just for North York, would be a citywide, and that I would support. I'm a little bit hesitant about the cost, the estimated cost for capital and operating, but if you look at it, also, there was one thought, and I forgot to ask that question to staff, is that if you remember, at every council meeting, we always have these notices of motion asking the city solicitor to hire an outside consultant, go to the OMB. So I'm sure that with all those fees annually, I'm not sure what those annual fees are. We would have to ask the solicitor. That probably should be part of the cost as far as savings in part of that overall cost. So I do support the direction, and I hope members of the committee support Councillor Shiner's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Any other speakers, not members of the committee? All right, then I'll move to the speakers list of members of the committee who've indicated a willingness, wish to speak so far, and I'll start with Councillor Shiner.
So, Mayor Tory, I have a motion. And the motion, if staff can put it, is to expand the mediation on a citywide basis and then to adjust the budget for it, and then I'll speak to the issue. As a member of council, and particularly as chair of the Planning and Growth Committee, some of the concerns that residents continue to raise about applications in front of the Committee of Adjustment are very disconcerting, when they feel that the committee itself isn't operating in a manner that would be appropriate and needs training and changes. And I know that we've tried very hard in the new appointments, and staff are now from the planning department trying to go out with those training sessions. But we have residents that go in front of other residents, because that's what our panel members are, to make applications. They hire professionals. And not all those decisions do we all appreciate, whether it's the neighbors, the applicant, or the elected official. And the local appeal body is not going to be this wonderful new process that comes down and changes things, because it is identical to the Ontario Municipal Board. Every rule, every regulation, every operation is mandated by the province. The only change we have is that we can try to appoint the members that are from Toronto, and hopefully through the appointment process we'll better understand the Toronto issues and problems and be able to deal with them better. The second opportunity we have is to find a process that is less requiring of professionals and only deals straightly on facts, which is what happens in an appeal, where you have to hire your planning professionals to go in front of the board and put evidence. And by having mediation, which is what is suggested now in the report, it deformalizes that process and puts people more on a level playing field, and it's the mediator that tries to make sure that that playing field is level and that is fair to everyone. And that's what we're trying to do. It also avoids having to spend a considerable expense both on a neighbor, on the city if we want to appeal, or anyone else, because maybe we can resolve the issues that might not have been taken care of. It could be the deck was too large or too high, or the building height, or the windows, or small things on it, or they could be major things. And how many of you as members of council have tried to appeal Committee of Adjustment applications and been told we can't find a planner? You can't find a planner because on a professional planning basis, you may not win the arguments. But by goodness gracious, that deck looking over the neighbor's backyard isn't right, and maybe you can solve that by mediating it, making changes to it, or other issues that might be minor in nature to find that. And if we do that, we're saving the argument that Build, which is an industry organization, which has lots of money to hire professionals, wants to do, and simply go on the facts and the planning matters and state their case against residents that often go up there with nothing. They can simply state their cause to the board. And many of us have been there because I've been to board hearings, and I made every wonderful presentation on behalf of my community, and I'm thanked for it. I understand it. But the planning facts, and based on the planner's argument, and based on the studies, and based on everything else, you're out of here, councillor. Your residents lose, you lose, and there was no chance to mediate because people didn't want to. So the lab, my caution to all of you is there's no going back. And it isn't a great way to fix things because the province hasn't allowed us to change the process in adjudicating these issues. We must act as an Ontario Municipal Board, but it'll be our board that does it. But at least we can try to find people that may be more sensitive to the needs. And if you support the lab, the mediation, I think we have some ways to also try and deal with issues. The reason I did citywide is in speaking to some of my colleagues on the committee and outside, they said, why only North York? And staff had tried to do it as a pilot project. Well, when I heard that, I said, great, if you want it everywhere, then let's have it everywhere. Let's try and do it across the city and be fair to everyone. So that's why the motion's here. I think if we're going to take the leap of faith into the fact that a local appeal body might work, we should also try to find ways to do these things better than the Ontario government does it through OMB, provide better opportunities for residents, and try and make it a fair and more reasonable way to work, and continue to work on ways that we have our Committee of Adjustment work better as well by training our members better there as well.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. I had next Councillor. Oh, of course, a motion, yes. Councillor Robinson and Councillor Platts, you have questions. So Councillor Robinson first.
So I don't disagree with you that it shouldn't just be in the pilot just in North York, but is there a way we can just take the 50,000 or a lesser amount and allocate that across the city versus going to a very, it's a more significant number, 200,000. So that's my first question.
The number is here because that was the staff recommendation. I asked them to draft a motion for me that would make it citywide. I believe the number means if you're only in North York, you'd have a certain amount of hearings. If you do it citywide, you'll have more hearings. You have more hearings, more time, more staff. Therefore, they took the 1 into 4 and made it 200. We may not spend it all, but you need to put it in the budget so they can do it. So if one area of the city was 50,000, they're suggesting 4, maybe 200,000. It doesn't mean we're really going to spend it, but they do need a budget allocation. And I don't think we will, because North York and Toronto have the most hearings and the most appeals. Scarborough and Etobicoke don't, so it's quite likely it'll be less. But
okay.
It was the staff recommendation on a budget number, so they will be able to do what council's asking them to do.
And my second question and last question is just related to what Councillor Davis was speaking about. Would you be open to somehow asking the applicant to play a role in paying these fees?
I don't think it's fair to ask the applicant to pay the fees because you might find that the decision of the Committee of Adjustment was completely correct. You might find that they already worked through the process and adjusted their application. And you might find it's just that the neighbor or someone comes in and says, look at that, there's 10 variances. They shouldn't have 10 variances of what we get. But 5 of those variances are the old bylaw, and 5 of them are the new bylaw. So it's only 5. And they could be as much as 6 inches. It could be very minor in nature, but the residents don't understand that to the same extent as the professionals. And that person that's making the application is not necessarily a developer. It could be your neighbor that simply wants to put the deck on the back of the house or make an addition. Why should they suffer with a fee when someone else just doesn't like it? I think we can bear that through the general financing of the local appeal body.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. And Councillor Platsui, were you wishing to ask questions of Councillor Shiner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Through you to Councillor Shiner, in terms of recommendation number 2, is that your intention and the purpose of that recommendation in order to create accessibility and fairness to all the quadrants of the city and to expand the proposed recommended lab that's going to be housed at number 40 Orchard View to other parts as well?
This has nothing to do with the location. The second recommendation is simply changing the amount from the $50,000 that was in the staff report for mediation for only North York to make it $200,000 so mediation can be done citywide. It was their suggestion that that's the appropriate budget number. That's all that I've done in the second part. So if you do the appeals for North York, they said we need $50,000. If you want to do it citywide, this morning before the committee, they picked 200. If I said, could you analyze it, could be 180, maybe. But in fairness, if you're going from one area to 4, they simply said, give us 200,000. In the size of the operation of the local appeal body, which is millions and millions of dollars every year, and only less than half of it is getting paid for by the applications, $200,000 is much. And when we have to pay $10,000 for every appeal, when we try to hire an outside planner, and I know because the city solicitor, Anna Kostowski, is always on my case every time I try and move one and then resolve it. At $10,000 a shot is $10,000. If we only avoid 20 of those, we've broken even. And if we avoid 21, we're $10,000 ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. Your explanation is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank Councillor Platsui.
And I hope Anna's listening somewhere, so I'm actually saying what she says because I don't always agree.
Hope, did you have a question for Councillor Shiner, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just, Mr. Mayor, I'm generally disposed towards supporting Councillor Shiner's motions, but the idea behind this, I'm just curious as an answer of, this is supposed to be a pilot project. The idea of a pilot is it's supposed to be small in scale, that if it's successful, it should be expanded out. And you know, my predisposition is let the pilot proceed, and if it's successful, or if we do it on a smaller basis and then ramp up to a citywide basis. And I'm just wondering why taking a pilot project to a larger scale isn't sort of the incrementalist approach that a pilot project is meant to achieve.
So maybe I'll save some speakers here. Councillor Thompson was concerned that it wasn't available in Scarborough. Why should his residents have to pay $500 to appeal? Councillor Bala, who I spoke to, was concerned it wouldn't be in Toronto. You know, so what I think people like Councillor Nunziata, I can definitely not forget you, Councillor Nunziata. So there were a lot of councillors that thought, if you're going to pilot it, try it across the city, and I don't think it's that hard to do. The staff were really saying one area, partly because it's a pilot, and partly because it was $50,000 instead of $200,000, so it was less money to try the pilot. I think in light of everything we do here, if there's an interest in everyone seeing how it works, I think that's a positive thing where all of our colleagues can see how mediation might work through the process and resolve these issues. And I think that'll give us a better understanding when they come back in a year to see if it's successful or not. If we only do it in North York, how do my colleagues in Toronto or Etobicoke or Scarborough know that it was any value if they haven't had the opportunity to try it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right. Does that bring us then to the conclusion of questions of Councillor Shiner, and we move on to the next speaker, who was Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. I personally think we're moving too quickly on this matter. I understand that there are some political pressures being brought to bear on some of the councillors in some of the areas, but I think when I see changes in legislation being proposed and changes in the rules coming in the middle of the game as far as I'm concerned, For example, they're saying, you know what, they're going to give the city the right to make a new definition up for a minor variance. Maybe more prescriptive. That's what it says under Bill 73. Now, why would we not go through the step of introducing a new definition for a minor variance and see what the impact of that new definition might be, excuse me, on the kind of appeals that are continued to be generated. Now, I don't understand why we wouldn't do that. I also don't understand and don't believe that the people who are appointed to the local appeal body will reach different decisions if they are subject to the same rules and regulations and the same constraints. I don't believe that based on evidence submitted by both the community and the applicant, and if somebody has to assess the evidence and really make a judgment call as to which evidence before him has more merit, and he makes a decision on that basis, I don't really care whether the guy comes from, and I guess I should say I've been at the board many times, and I have never felt that I've received an unfair decision at the board. So I've had some very good experiences at the board. So based on all that, I think that it will become evident soon that this is the wrong move. And I think it will become evident once we put it into place and we realize that we're not accomplishing a whole lot more than was previously accomplished at the board, and yet we will not have the right to undo things. I don't think the legislation will allow the city to undo the formation of the local appeal body. I just think that the province would be, I think they're smiling at our contemplating doing this. I think the provincial members are just having a hoot over this matter. So I will not be supporting it, although I think the mediation part that's being proposed, if this goes ahead, is a good thing. And, well, to be brutally honest, at the board, I mediate a lot of things before they even get to the board, personally. So I've had a lot of positive experiences both in mediation and actual decisions at the board. So that being said, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. I have Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be very brief. So I want to thank staff for this comprehensive report. I know it's been a long haul. This has been going on for a long time, and they've done an excellent job in pulling together all the bits and pieces. And I think it's an excellent document we have in front of us. And I would like to also thank Councillor Shiner as the current chair of Planning, Growth and Management, but also Councillor Milchin, who he and I 4 years ago met with FONTRA and other ratepayers organizations about establishing a lab and getting it off the ground. So this has been a long time in the making, and I think this gives residents more control over shaping the city that they want and the neighborhoods that they want to see and defining their neighborhoods. So I think it's great to see this shifting of power over to planning, related to planning decisions over to the local level. And I just want to say that I'm really excited. I can't wait for this to actually be put in place. My residents feel very similar because we really feel this is going to be a real benefit for neighborhoods across the city, and it's a made-in-Toronto solution. And it's time to move this forward. And I also have to concur with Councillor Shiner on the savings. I think there's going to be significant savings over the long term once we get this implemented and up and running. So maybe some short-term pain for long-term gain, but the labs are really what I think our residents want. I'm a bit concerned about the pilot being expanded to the level of across the city. I think it is fair that every part of the city should experience it, but a pilot is meant to be a small-scale endeavor so it can be properly assessed. So I'm concerned about broadening it to the point where as per Councillor Shiner's motion. But generally, I'm very pleased to see us moving forward on this and thank everybody who's been involved over this many, many years.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. I had Councillor Palacio next to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I do support the direction of the report overall. I think that's a good start. And also, I support the recommendations of Councillor Shiner. Now, the purpose of the overall conversation at City Council to begin with it was to get rid of the OMB altogether, and that was the resolution passed by council because of the many problems that we're having. And given the cost of the appeals to the OMB and the outcomes at the end that they were not actually what very often city planning recommended. So that was one of the key concerns, but here we are. So one of the things that within the report that clearly states is that once under the City of Toronto Act, once the lab is implemented, and that's it, we won't have the power to dissolve it unless if City Council was to pass another resolution within the next 5 year City of Toronto Act review to ask for those changes. Otherwise, this is set. Now, there are many aspects of the local appeal body that makes so much sense in terms of the mediation, even though, as Councillor Nunciar and other members indicated, that members of council, we do play a role as well, informally speaking, in terms of bringing that sense of mediation in city staff as well. So, but this, what's before us, I think also will bring another aspect that will have a lot of value. With regards to Councillor Shiner's motion, by extending and expanding the mediation process and to make it accessible throughout the city, I think that's one way of making it fair, equitable, and to support affordable taxpayers. So that's that recommendation. I think that's, I hope is supported by members of the committee, because that will send a strong message to the rest of our communities, not only in the Know Your section, but that we're trying to do the right thing for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Platsou. Any other members of the committee wishing to speak? If not, we're ready to call the question first on the motion that we have in front of us, which is an amending motion from Councillor Shiner, which we can put up on the screen. It has been corrected just to provide for consistent reporting to the executive committee. There was references to different places before, so there's been a modest amendment in that regard, but otherwise it's consistent with what you saw in front of you earlier. So I'm ready to call the question on the motion from Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then the main motion as amended.
We have a recorded vote.
On the main motion as amended?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
On the item as amended, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bilow, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor DeGiorgio. The item as amended carries.
All right. I have a feeling, just thank you very much for that, and thank you again to the staff for all their work and so on. I think it may be the case, because I think there was just one person. I don't know how many, we could take a little straw poll. There was one person, and I've forgotten, I think it might have been Councillor McMahon or Bilow that wanted to speak on this next. Who held 13.2? Oh, Denzel, Deputy Mayor? Because I was just wondering whether we could get that done before lunch, and then it allows us to start after lunch on the transit, which is the next item. Okay? All right. Well, let's just see if there's any questions of staff from members outside the committee.
Item 13.2.
13.2. I don't see any. Questions of staff by members of the committee? All right. Well, then we'll move to speakers, and Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong will speak first and has a motion.
City Council requests the city manager in consultation with the lobbyist registrar and the city solicitor to review the requirements for not-for-profit organizations and labor unions to register and report to executive committee with amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 140 lobbying as required. I was very interested in the report that was presented. I would like to see a comparison done with all the other jurisdictions as it relates to not-for-profits and labor unions, and so I'd like to see a report come back. I'm not stopping this report, but I think it would be useful to see that analysis.
All right. Are there any questions of the mover? Do you have a question of the mover, or did you want to speak? All right. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. You say you didn't have a question of the mover, you wanted to speak. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, that's fine. So you can speak now then, because you're the next person that I had listed to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted staff to put an amendment up. I wanted to add the police as an organization as well to this motion.
You going to put firefighters too?
Yeah, if you'd like. Yeah.
Yeah, police and
Sure.
fire.
All of the EMS, services. Yeah, all the emergency services. So we can add them to this motion. It's simply to say that what's good for one, it should be good for all.
Fine, happy, 100%.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that a friendly amendment then? Yes, yes,
Oh,
it is.
sorry.
It is. Did you want to speak as well now, Mike, Councillor Thompson? Or?
I think police in general is sufficient. It incorporates the chief. So, no, that's fine. I don't have to. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, to Councillor Minnan, Deputy Mayor said it was, yes. Other speakers to this matter, 13.2. All right, we'll just give the clerk a moment here to finalize the amendment with the friendly amendment to the amendment, and then we'll vote on that and the motion, and we'll move forward. So, all right, I was going to say we'll have a look at the, have them have a look at the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, we just have a peek up there and see if that. But.
And association, sorry. Okay. And police association.
Okay, we may need to name them.
And fire services.
Can we just name them?
I'm getting sort of feedback.
Okay.
Community fire services, police services, and police association.
Friends of Gord Perks. Okay, so Councillor Thompson, Councillor Thompson, you're okay? Oh, sorry. And Deputy Mayor, you're okay? All right. So this is what we would vote on, obviously then first. And so I'll call the question if we're ready. All those in favor? Recorded vote.
On the amendment by Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, all those in favor? Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson, all those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao. The amendment carries.
And then the main item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I don't know, we've got, pardon me? Yeah, I was going to say we have 10 minutes. We could do a couple of things if there are some. Councillor Thompson, did you have a quick release then?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to flip to the page. I'm on page 15, the North American Indigenous Games. I've had my questions answered from the proponents, and I'm prepared to release this particular item.
All right, Councillor Thompson was holding 13.17, the North American Indigenous Games. His questions have been answered. He's prepared to release that. All those in favor of releasing and approving, I beg your pardon?
Are we moving the amendments in the staff
Yeah, we're adopting the staff recommendations in the supplemental report. And that's moved by Councillor Ainsley, and all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anybody else have any quick release? Yes, Councillor Ainsley.
I do, Mayor Tory. Number 10, EX 13.10, new investment regulations. I have a motion that I've drafted with, in consultation with staff.
Yep. (13.10), there's a motion I think he has. There we are.
It's basically about just developing a framework and making sure that we have all the proper processes and procedures in place to make sure this is fully implemented on when we have authority to do it by January 1st, 2018.
All right. This is a motion that
Sorry,
is to do with the new investment regulations and actually asks for a report back on the objectives and how we would go about setting up a board.
Sorry, can we just hold that down?
You want to hold it down then? That's fine.
I just want to know that we're not creating more reports on reports.
Okay. Other quick releases or other matters, I don't think there's anything else we can deal with quickly. So I guess what we'll do then is, all right, by any chance, would Karen Fung or Patricia Sinclair be here, who were maybe here on the McNichol Bus Garage? Just in case they were here and didn't hear, or if they're listening now, that matter has been withdrawn from the agenda for this meeting and will be likely heard in April, but stand by and we'll provide further details. Just wanted to check because we've reached the others on the list to tell them it's not being dealt with today. All right, well then we'll reconvene here at 1:30 after the lunch break. Thank you very much. Back.
Yes, so 13
Yeah.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Could I ask the members of the Executive Committee, we do have a quorum in the room, to take their seats? May I just begin this afternoon's proceedings by welcoming, and I just had a chance to say hello to them myself, some very enthusiastic students from the Arbor Glen Public School in Ward 24. That's Councillor Shiner's ward. They're from grades 5 and 6, and Mr. Way, their teacher, has brought them here for, so that means we have to be on our best behavior, ladies and gentlemen. So not that we wouldn't have been anyway. But, and may I also welcome, I didn't see him on the way in, but he's got to be here, and I'll recognize him if I see him, but Councillor Jim Jones from the City of Markham, a regional councillor. There he is. Hey, hello, councillor. And so I'll extend a welcome to him as well. So I think, as I was just discussing with the media, we are at item 13.3, which is developing Toronto's transit network plan, phase 1. And I think we are going to start with a presentation, which is why the staff are so quickly assembled at the table, and I thank them for that and for all their hard work on this. And then, just so you know how we'll have the presentation, we will have questions on the presentation. Okay, the clerk has just brought to my attention something I didn't know, and with your indulgence, I think I will indulge. I think there are 2 people, is that right, that have asked? There are 2 deputants that have to go, and I would like to give them a chance to speak because they probably waited patiently all morning. And if we can just do that a bit out of order, and you don't probably all have to leave unless it would be intimidating for the person sitting there, but I think if we could clear one space for them to come up, we will hear those 2, and then we will proceed with the presentation because I think it's a better way to do it. And then we will So the first on the list, in any event, was Mr. Stephen Wickens. Mr. Wickens, where are you? There you are. So we will give you your 5 minutes, and we thank you very much for coming.
Members, you're being urged today to kill all study of Smart Spur, even though city staff has made no real attempt to gather evidence about the plan. For those who care about restoring the public's faith in the planning process after decades of transit blunders, this is a reprehensible suggestion. What are people afraid of? That Smart Spur might make lots of sense and deliver much more bang for the buck? Or that comparative data might prove that this one-stop subway idea is spectacularly wasteful? On January 28th, the chief planner vowed that her department would give Smart Spur full analysis alongside the one-stop subway. Then apparently something went on behind the scenes. Within days, it was clear staff had no intention of living up to the promise. Now planning wants you to sweep the investigation under the rug based on feeble excuses, half-truths, and serious misrepresentation. On service frequency, staff tell us Smart Spur will ultimately give Scarborough Centre 10 trains an hour. That's inaccurate. Smart Spur would initially give Scarborough Centre at least 10 trains an hour, and it's a huge difference. Once the SRT is shut and full corridor upgrades are done, we can do 20 trains an hour south of Ellesmere, split them between Unionville and Scarborough Centre however you wish. Either way, service north of Ellesmere will improve considerably, not diminish. It is true the initial 6-minute Smart Spur service would be a bit less frequent than the current SRT, but an unbiased report from the city would have mentioned capacity advantages. Smart Spur can move 17,200 people an hour minimum, while the SRT's maximum is 4,080, or less than a quarter. On property impacts, the 8 sites staff mentioned are one-story industrial buildings on land in the Brimley precinct of the Scarborough Centre secondary plan, which allows for dense residential. Vacant light industrial space is abundant in Scarborough, and one lesson from back when Toronto was very good at subway building is that sometimes you have to expropriate to build heavy rail at a good price. If Build Toronto were involved from the start, this real estate becomes an opportunity to help defray costs through redevelopment and to achieve multiple public policy goals at Scarborough Centre, including affordable housing. And why does the city mention Smart Spur's real estate needs while ignoring the fact that the one-stop subway also requires land taking, including for at least 7 emergency exits? Planning mentions that Smart Spur construction will create disruption. Are they claiming a 6-kilometre subway won't? On connectivity, the report says Smart Spur and the subway offer connectivity that's merely different but comparable. And that's absolute nonsense. Smart Spur makes the Scarborough Centre to downtown trip 20 minutes shorter, and it eliminates the transfer. Smart Spur helps relieve crowding on lines 1 and 2 and at the Bloor-Yonge choke point. The one-stop subway would aggravate subway crowding all round. Smart Spur also links Scarborough Centre to the northeast and to Centennial College, which has as many students as U of T Scarborough and has been left out of this conversation. Of course, mentioning that would have required staff to also mention the elephant in the room, and that's that Smart Spur can connect Kennedy Station to Scarborough Centre for $1.4 billion less than the one-stop subway. In conclusion, people of Toronto should ask why Smart Track, a city project, is focused more on Markham and 905 than Northeast Scarborough and the 416. People across Ontario might want to ask why the province is backing $1.4 billion in waste merely to make peace between local Toronto politicians. Maybe the chief planner made a political mistake by promising that Smart Spur would receive full scrutiny, but by opening that door, she did a big favor for everyone in Toronto, except maybe a few politicians. And trying to close that door now isn't going to pass any smell test. So I ask, can anybody make a fair case for this haste to suppress the study of an alternative with so many clear advantages? And I might add as well that not only am I asking that we keep Smart Spur fully into the study process, but I'm I'm a little bit concerned now that city planning has shown such a bias that, can city planning be independent enough to do this type of analysis? So, any questions?
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Wickens? Yes, Councillor DeBaremaker.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. I just want to make sure that I have a common understanding of what you consider Smart Spur to be. Is it just the link from the GO train tracks over to the town center to Centennial College, or is it an extension all the way from Kennedy Station?
It is, it's the fix for the eastern side of Smart Track. In the West End, we spent a few million dollars to get rid of a part of Smart Track that didn't make sense. This is taking Smart Track in the East End and fixing it instead of having it merely duplicate the RER process. So it's basically taking Smart Track and shifting it east, having it bend off the GO tracks and over to the town center.
So is your Smart Spur
It's not mine, by the way. It's
the concept that you're talking about
Yeah.
today? Is it an extra rail line going up from Kennedy Station, separate from the RER?
No, all it does is it piggybacks on the RER upgrades that Metrolinx is going to be doing anyway.
Now, the Metrolinx RER upgrades don't go to the Scarborough Town Center shopping mall or something?
Yeah, okay, it piggybacks on them, and then it creates a 2-kilometer spur that goes to the town center, and with the amount of money that you can save by doing that, you can then also push it all the way over to the Centennial College progress.
So your submission, and because I've seen different versions,
Yeah.
but your submission to us today is that to save money, I'll call it, we would just build a spur line from the Ellesmere station
That's correct.
over to the Scarborough Civic Center and even east and north of there.
That's correct, yeah.
And is that on heavy rail?
Yeah, of course it's heavy rail. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same trains that are going to be running through Union Station, and that's why it gives people a one-seat ride from Scarborough Center or Centennial College all the way down to Union Station and out to Mount Dennis.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor DeBaremaker. Other members not on the committee who wish to ask questions of this deputy? Members of the committee? Going once? Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. So I'm looking at the diagram, and so I'm just trying to clarify. So your train would kind of integrate with Smart Trek RER. It would go up to Ellesmere, and then there would be another spur line built into the Scarborough Town Center is what you're expecting?
Yeah.
And then from the Scarborough Town Center, somehow we would build a line into Centennial College.
Yeah, it would use the same right-of-way that was set aside for the LRT that was killed a few years ago. Roughly the same right-of-way. There are a few tweaks that are required because the bend mechanics are going to be slightly different.
Okay, and so for my colleagues that aren't from Scarborough, so when you look at that right-of-way from Ellesmere to the Scarborough Town, is that like a clear right-of-way? There's
No, as I mentioned and city staff raised, there are 8 properties that are required. And that's because when the original plan was put forward, it would have required shutting down the SRT. So to get around that problem, we put the bend in a different spot, and it actually runs just south of the current SRT, but parallel to it, and then into a different spot at Scarborough Civic Center.
And how long has your organization been developing this?
It's not, again, this was designed by Transport Action Ontario. Until I read their report in the summer 2013, I had favored some other things, but after seeing this, I got a pretty good sense that this is by far the best option available.
And have you seen any costing on it, about what this would cost? Or?
Yeah, there were, again, the researchers who did the Transport Action Ontario report are professionals, and they're costing, I mean, we're looking at 2.2 kilometers. Much of it, would be above ground. Part of it would also be below ground, but it would be a cut and cover shallow tunnel, which is far cheaper than the deep bore tunnels that are being suggested for the 6-kilometer one-stop subway. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And do you have a website on this at all, or it's?
Well, there have been blog posts. I think everybody on this committee has probably read several things from me along the way. I've actually had some amusing responses.
Okay, and then in the report?
Yeah, oh, yes, and it's on the Transport Action Ontario website as well. I mean, Transport Action Ontario developed this in the summer of 2013, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, but it would seem that a lot of the whole smart track idea was might have been inspired by the Transport Action Ontario idea.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Thompson. Well, I'm sorry we passed by the time, but we'll go back if you want. But we did pass by the time when members not on the committee asked their questions. Yes, we did, actually. I did. We did. This keeps happening, and I apologize for, but I just have a procedure I'm trying to follow here. Councillor Davis, if you want to ask a question, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. I thought Councillor Ainsley was a non...
She's on the committee that I chair, though.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I forgot about that, too.
But we have so much fun.
So...
The clock is running.
Yes. Okay, to the speaker. I see a section on the Scarborough Express Rail that analyzes this on page 34. Where else is the analysis that you were referring to?
It's pages 34 and 35 of the city report. So there's 8 paragraphs that the city provided, and that's all I could see. It would seem to me that, you know,
so
inaccurate.
Yes, there's simply the section on frequency, and you dispute this. You dispute.
Yes, actually, the city has made some inaccurate statements. Yes,
And what would you
and has certainly skewed the discussion. I mean, you make points about one thing that might be a downside of Smart Spur. City staff has a responsibility to be providing balanced information, and they flat out ignored important advantages of this plan.
I'm just trying to understand which facts you dispute.
Okay.
Dispute under service frequency, the number of trains.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
And this report says what? 14 trains?
The staff report says it would ultimately give Scarborough Centre 10 trains an hour, when in fact the accurate statement would be Smart Spur would initially give Scarborough Centre at least 10 trains an hour. So it could be more than 10 trains an hour initially, but it can certainly be a lot more than that once the SRT is shut down and you can add another track to the corridor at that point. Another 2 tracks if you wanted to, actually.
Okay. And one of the other things has to do with the property impacts.
Yeah.
What is it you dispute about the property impacts?
I'm not disputing the property impacts. What I'm saying is that they're presented as being a reason not to study Smart Spur and not to consider this as a possibility, when in most parts of the world, international best practice regarding real estate and transportation projects would look at this as an opportunity. The 8 sites that are in question are slated under the Scarborough secondary plan for fairly high density residential. Right now, they're light industrial. You know, if Build Toronto were involved in that process from the beginning, you could probably make some money as a developer off those 8 sites and provide some public housing. You know, there are opportunities.
It also says there are significant impacts to private property and existing businesses on the route from west of Brimley to the Scarborough Civic Center.
That is correct. There are 8 properties there, and from what I can see, they're pretty well all leased. So those companies would have to relocate, yeah.
Sorry, you have 2 more minutes, Ms. Councillor Davis.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah, and my biggest thing that I was disputing, I mean,
Yep.
we've got staff saying that these are different but comparable in terms of connectivity, and that's just absolute nonsense. The Smart Spur connects Scarborough Town Center with the rest of the city far more efficiently than the subway extension does, and it does it at a lot less expensively.
And extends further north.
It certainly can, yeah. You can reinvest that $1.4 billion savings and bring Centennial College in as well.
Are you, Councillor Davis, are you all set? Done? I guess so. Councillor Thompson was next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just be brief, sir. I just wanted to understand, you talked a little bit about the heavy rail going through. I am one of two councillors representing Scarborough Centre. I just want to understand where the rail lines would go through and how, based on your opinion. I think I'm hearing you saying that it would have minimum impact on the industry. Is that what you said?
No, the industry is on Golden Gate Court.
Golden Gate.
Golden Gate Court, yeah.
Yes.
They would have to relocate. We're talking about 8 properties that would have to be expropriated.
8 properties, 8 significant properties.
Yeah.
Okay, and so with respect to the rail line that's going through, where would they be with respect, what would be above ground, what would be underground? Where would that be?
It's, I believe it's basically above ground till you get to Highland Creek, and then it goes underground from there right into the town center.
So you'd have heavy rail going through from Golden Gate and the condos that's on the east side of Brimley, is that?
No, because at that point it would go in underneath.
But that is before Highland Creek, in essence.
Highland Creek, there's a branch of Highland Creek off the west end of Golden Gate Court.
Right, just at Midland, right? So the gap with respect to from Midland going over to Brimley, it's not that wide. So I don't understand when you say that going underground would be a sort of a small portion. It would rather be a significant portion.
Yeah, I can't remember the specific number of meters.
So heavy rail would?
There's the start of the underground, and it runs right to the end of the map here. So this is the underground portion. Then it becomes above grade here, and it's obviously above grade all the way there. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. That's helpful. That's helpful. Okay, Mr. Mayor, you know what? I have no further questions.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Anybody else with questions for Mr. Wickens? Otherwise, Mr. Wickens, well, thank you very much for your time here this afternoon, and glad we're able to hear from you. Now, the other person that was having a time issue was Dr. Andre Sorensen, Chair, Department of Human Geography, University of Toronto, Scarborough. Dr. Sorensen, welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Good to have you here. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd just like to, my research, I'm an urban geographer. I do research on land development, particularly in the suburbs, and I've done a lot of work on Scarborough recently. And I'd like to speak strongly in favor of the Crosstown East extension of the Crosstown line out to the UTSC campus for 3 reasons, really quickly. The first is that there are really 3 big potential opportunities for development in Scarborough. One is at the Scarborough Town Centre, which we all know. The other is the UTSC campus itself, which has 200 acres of development land, but is also, even today, a major destination for 14,000 students and another couple thousand other people who work there. But the other big development opportunity in Scarborough is along the east-west arterial roads, particularly Eglinton and Shepherd, which have enormous amounts of potential for intensification and redevelopment, particularly in terms of there are very large properties fronting all the way along Eglinton, which is a major development opportunity to create transit-oriented living, working communities all the way along those corridors. The second point is that I really urge the city to pay attention to the design of the stations and the public spaces, all of the new pedestrian connections that link to that new transit corridor. And I think the city planning department has done an excellent job for the Eglinton Crosstown section that goes across Midtown, but this is a very different urban form in that the Eglinton Crosstown is going through the old city of Toronto with the gridded fabric, which has a very high density connectivity. And the Crosstown East is through the new suburban form of superblocks with loops and lollipops. And that actually is a really important precedent to get right, building public transit on the surface within the inner suburbs. And we really need to get this right if we're going to be successful in transforming Toronto into a much more transit-oriented, walkable community. Around that, I also recommend that the city planning does not upzone all the way along that corridor in advance. Vancouver has been incredibly successful at negotiating upzonings and increases of density along the corridors, particularly the Cambie Street corridor, where they've been able to negotiate affordable housing and affordable retail as a part of the design and planning process. And the third point, is I was very concerned to see that in the current proposal, this Crosstown East is scheduled for after 2022 sometime in the second wave of projects. And I really would urge City Council to consider this a high priority project to move quickly on and at the very latest have it fully operational out to UTSC at the same time as Crosstown itself is opened in 2021-22. This could be the project that actually gets significant construction underway during this council and not push it off until after the next election, which almost all of the other transit projects that are now on the table will be. So this is actually one that could be done very quickly. It's that almost shovel-ready, let's get moving on it and expedite the process of design and approvals so that it could conceivably even be running before Crosstown, although I realize that's more of a stretch.
All right, well, Dr. Sorensen, thank you for those comments, and we'll see if there's any questions. So we have a question from Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. I quite agree that it's a project that can and should go forward as soon as possible. But I'm wondering, I did hear that the piece of the Eglinton East Crosstown that's going into your university campus has already been planned out. Can you confirm that?
It is part of the campus master plan, and I think our Andrew Arfisman, the chief administrative officer, is here, and he's going to depute shortly.
So he's
and we'll be able to speak to that. But yes, it's part of the campus master plan.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Mihevc. Other councillors who are visiting the committee today that want to ask any questions? Then otherwise we go to Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Thanks for coming in this afternoon. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about how the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT would tie into the long-term strategic plan for the campus.
Well, it's part of the campus master plan is to do the loop through the University of Toronto Scarborough, and I think it's actually really essential for UTSC to have better public transit. It's an important transit hub now with buses coming from Durham region. Go buses stop there. We have a number of city buses. But, you know, with a campus that size, this is a mid-sized university all by itself. To be served by bus really isn't adequate. And it takes a long time to get from Kennedy to UTSC right now.
Yeah, I believe there's the 198 Rocket Express bus, which is was put in during the Pan Am Games, and it stayed there. I understand because of the high volume of usage of it.
Right.
And then I mentioned this last time that the student union, part of the reason for the Pan Am Games, which you partnered with the city, part of the rationale for the Pan Am Games being where it is the student union agreed to a fee or a subsidy on their tuition But that part of that, one of the conditions or one of their expectations out of all of that was they were going to see an LRT run into the campus.
Yeah, that's correct. It was actually, it's not part of tuition, it's part of the ancillary fees, which is actually quite a significant amount. But they voted to tax themselves to pay for the Pan Am facility 5 years in advance of it opening, on the understanding that the Shepherd line would be built all the way to Morningside and would loop down to the Pan Am facility and UTSC. That was a very explicit promise on the part of the city, which disappeared under previous administration.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other members of the committee, Councillor Bailao?
Yes, so thank you, Professor. It's been a long way since we first talked about this in 2012.
Right.
Correct? So Professor and I had an opportunity to pitch this idea to then TTC Chair and Councillor and Andy Byfer and Bruce McQuaig back in 2012 about the use of the rail lines for local transit projects.
Right.
Question I wanted to know a little bit more, I was curious to know, is why not the upzoning? You are telling us to be careful and not upzone too quickly.
Right.
I would think that we need to upzone in order to protect some of the affordability, so I'm curious to see what your thoughts are around that.
Well, what they do in Vancouver, which I think has been extremely successful in terms of protecting affordable housing and affordable retail along the Canada Line corridor, is they leave all the existing zoning in place, but express to the developers and the property owners that they are interested in having intensification and higher density mixed use development near the transit stations. But then each property goes through a negotiation and planning process and has to apply for that increased density. That gives the city and the planning department in Vancouver the opportunity to negotiate public benefits in return for the increased zoning. If we upzone all of the properties along that corridor in advance, we give all of the increase in land values to the developer. They can develop as of right. There's no Section 37. There's no opportunity to negotiate any public benefits in return for increased zoning.
Unless you
density.
put those benefits already tied in with the upzoning. Unless you do it that way.
Possibly.
Okay.
If the zoning is conditional on some sort of...
On some sort of the benefits. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bailao. I think that looks after the questions, and we thank you very much for being here, and I'm glad we were able to hear from you, and appreciate your coming.
Thank you.
Dr. Sorensen. So I think now that allows us to revert, as we had planned, to the presentation with thanks to all concerned for their patience. So we'll allow our staff panel to reassemble and have the presentation, and then we'll have the rest of the deputations after that.
Ready? Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the committee, members of the public, and staff. We're here today to present a report called Developing Toronto's Transit Network Phase 1. I'm joined by the Chief Planner, Jennifer Keesmaat, Peter Notaro, Executive Director, Strategic and Corporate Policy, and Hilary Holden from our Transportation Planning staff. Today, you have before you an extensive report and appendices that brings everyone up to date with the work we've undertaken so far on Toronto's Transit Network Plan. Credit goes to our colleagues at U of T, Dr. Eric Miller, our transportation staff for the new GTHA model version 4, now in production mode, the modeling that you've seen attached. And our colleagues at Metrolinx, who are working closely with us to align our efforts with the RER and other programs that they have here in the city and in the adjacent 905 regional municipalities. Thanks to our colleagues at the TTC for their ongoing efforts to provide input, planning, technical engineering work on big projects and the work on integration of the bus, streetcar networks. I know Rick Thompson's here, Susan Reed Tanaka, and Joan Taylor, and a shout out to Mitch Stambler, who's been at our technical committees throughout. And thanks to all the staff that are here today and those that are listening in. We've had very tight timelines, endless considerations and permutations to test, various land use scenarios, and a number of reports that we've had to bring here today. And thanks for the input from the public all along. We've had extensive consultations on each of the projects, and more to come. So much more work needs to be done in a relatively short time frame if we're to deliver much-needed additional transit connectivity and good service to Toronto's residents. I think you can see from the material that we present, there's a latent demand for transportation capacity in this city, and we need to do something to address it. To date, we've been expanding the array of options and analysis at considerable effort, and it's considerable complication. And today, staff are seeking committee support to start narrowing down the options to focus our work on viable options that can be implemented in a tiny way. This is a plea for us now to start eliminating some of the ones on the side and start to focus on really the ones that are likely to move forward with support. With that support, we're planning on a report for our executive committee for June the 28th that would bring together our recommendations for alignments, stations, service levels for Smart Track, Relief Line, Scarborough, subway extension, a waterfront reset, with the costs and timing as part of that overall transit rationale, including the additional Jane Steels and Shepherd RTs that are underway. We feel it's essential to have the analysis of these projects undertaken simultaneously all at once, so the implications and interplay between each are well understood, and that's the spirit of the report that you have before you today. You can see that we're going to cover a variety of things in the outline. If I can have the next slide, please. We're going to go back to the Smart Track, Scarborough Transit Expansion, Relief Line, Waterfront Transit Reset on the next slide. And you can see that we've got a series of projects underway. Jennifer will actually cover this in more detail, but you recall that we've got a subway getting ready to be opened at the end of December 17th, the York Spadina subway extension. Eglinton Crosstown is underway right now. Finch West is ready to start construction, and the Shepherd East RT is somewhat held in abeyance with provincial funds and the $330 million of federal funds. Rapid Transit is very much underway at the Metrolinx level with GO RER and the interrelationships with Smart Track. And not just on the corridors that we've looked at Smart Track, but all the corridors in the city of GO. And there's, you'll see the Scarborough Relief Line and Waterfront Transit Reset things that we've been asked to report on. Here's a snapshot of a slide that's in the report and showing you the timelines. Each of these projects, for getting permission under the environmental assessment, needs to go through a TPAP. That's a Transit Project Assessment Project. The TPAP relies on the proponent to develop background studies, do consultation, do the required work to demonstrate a business case for each of these things. And we're in the sort of the two-thirds of the way through most of that work now on the projects, leading to, we hope, a June decision on many of them for a TPAP. They call it commencement. It's actually the final stage of a TPAP that would be launched that then becomes subject to provincial approval. It is an accelerated environmental assessment process designed to see transit realized in a timely fashion. Next slide. So here's the basic timelines that we'll be coming back to at the end of the slide presentation. We're giving you an update and recommendations on what we're doing right now, trying to narrow down the options. June, July, recommendations on projects that we're studying, seeking authority to proceed to TPAPs, final reviews. And we'll be doing a phase 1 report on Waterfront Transit Reset. In the fall, we'll be doing a reevaluation of all the additional projects using fueling congested criteria. And in early 17, we'll be back with a transit network for inclusion in Toronto's official plan. Along the way, we're going to be looking at the long-term fiscal plan, which will form an important component of the June-July process. And of course, there'll be required updates on any of the implementation steps that we need on any of these projects in the fall. So I'm now going to turn it over to the Chief Planner.
The slide you see before you shows our transit network today. The transit network maps that we've prepared in the context of the report have been prepared for illustrative purposes. They bring together a series of the recommendations, but the transit network map is not, in fact, the recommendation in the report, and it's important to have clarity about that. It's showing you how these various recommendations come together. It's also important to note that slide number 4, which John Levy just presented, is a very good slide to get a sense of how each of these various projects are in different stages of development, and it's quite confusing because some are just beginning, some are very close to being ready for that environmental assessment undertaking. So this is our rapid transit network today. It's stylized a little bit differently from how you've seen it before, but generally all of the key transit infrastructure on this slide is what exists in the city. It might be confusing to some, but the orange bars that you see midway through the slide are in fact streetcars in their own right-of-way, which we made the decision to include as part of the rapid transit network. On the next slide, you see the projects that are in fact under construction today. So this is what's being built within the next 6 years. Of course, this includes the Eglinton Crosstown, which will be complete by 2021. Finch West LRT, construction is beginning shortly, and the subway extension to the Vaughan Centre, which will be complete by 2017. Now, in the next slide, you see the projects that are recommended to be built from 6 to 15 years in the future. This slide brings together our emerging findings that we are reporting out in the context of this report. This slide will continue to be refined as the network is refined through consultations and through decisions of council. So we should not view this as static, but see this as something that is evolving. As the recommended projects are refined, this slide will change too. It's important to note, as we indicate in the context of the report before you, that in Q1 of 2017, we will be bringing forward a recommended network map that we will recommend update the existing map in the official plan that shows the rapid transit network in the OP. So that is forthcoming in Q1 2017, and that will have longer-term projects beyond the 15-year horizon. We pulled together the 15-year horizon in this slide because this is the breadth of the projects that we are aggressively advancing at this point in time. The objective in doing so is to bring as many projects as possible that were required for the network to function to a state of readiness, recognizing that we're getting some pressure at various levels of government, including from the federal level, to identify shovel-ready projects that can move forward with federal infrastructure funding. The report recommendations are contained on page 4. In the report, and I'm just going to walk through a summary, and then I'll break down a little bit of the due diligence that pertains to each one of these recommendations. So the first recommendations relate to Smart Track. We are recommending removing the heavy rail options on the western corridor from further consideration. We are also recommending advancing the Smart Track GO-WER integration options C and D, and removing from consideration the separate and parallel Smart Track option, which is option A and B. I'll explain those momentarily. We're also recommending, with respect to the Scarborough Transit Extension, removing the Bellamy Corridor and Scarborough Express Rail, that's the Smart Spur piece, from further consideration. There's two pieces that you need to understand about this. One is that we have significant concerns, as is identified in our report, with respect to the erosion of service that is proposed with the Smart Spur proposal. It's a lower level of service than the service that we have today, and it is not in keeping with our objective of creating a vibrant urban center. And it's important to know that this is in fact a position that is supported by Metrolinx as well. We are also identifying further planning work with respect to the Eglinton East LRT corridor to ensure that the built form and intensification accompanies the LRT investment, not unlike the work we undertook on Eglinton. With respect to the relief line, we are in fact recommending a corridor from Pape to downtown via Queen and Richmond as the preferred corridor for the relief line project. You will recall that we initiated this work in 2014. We've been through 4 rounds of consultation. We've brought a series of corridors, which I will review with you today, out to consultation in 16 different meetings, and there's a broad consensus on this corridor recommendation. So I'll begin with the Smart Track Western Corridor feasibility. We in fact released ridership numbers the third week of January relating to the work that was undertaken by HDR over the course of the past approximately 6 to 8 months. This was a due diligence analysis to explore heavy rail alignments. They were developed and they were evaluated. The actual report is contained as Appendix 3 with your materials. It's a big, thick report that goes in quite a bit of detail through all of these various heavy rail alignments. It's important to know that the heavy rail alignments on Eglinton were identified as problematic for a variety of reasons, including disruptions to Eglinton Flats and to Black Creek. There was also concern about extensive property takings that would be required in order to create enough right-of-way for heavy rail, and impacts to municipal roads and bridges were identified. Importantly, the northern alignment, which was also ruled out in the context of this analysis, it's important to know will still receive a higher order level of service as part of the RER GO program. You can see at the bottom of the slide here, we've indicated the various costs with respect to heavy rail on the northern corridor, on the Eglinton corridor, and then we also compared this, of course, to the base case, which is the LRT, and there is a significant cost difference, and the LRT is in fact preferred. With respect to the recommendations pertaining to the Western Corridor specifically, we are in fact recommending in the context of this report removing the heavy rail options. We are also recommending that the LRT proceed as the best option as a component of SmartTrack for advancing transit in the western portion of the city. The LRT environmental assessment was undertaken or completed and has been costed at $1.3 billion in 2015 dollars. Metrolinx is reviewing 5 options as part of an LRT optimization study for the Eglinton West LRT, and our recommendation in the context of this report is that city staff continue to work with Metrolinx on those optimizations. Now let's shift over to SmartTrack Go RER integration options. Go RER is a $13.5 billion program being administered by the province through Metrolinx. It includes the electrification of 5 GO corridors. It involves a series of grade separations throughout the city and additional track. The objective is to deliver this program by 2024. SmartTrack builds upon Go RER and offers a higher level of service in the City of Toronto context. You can see here on this map the overlay of the proposed SmartTrack concept in relation to the Go RER infrastructure, which is outlined in green. So we looked at a series of options for integrating SmartTrack into Go RER. I'm going to go through these options, and I will identify the recommendation in the report, which is to narrow the options and to bring forward a preferred option in the context of the June analysis. You see here on this slide the separate and parallel. This is essentially creating separate heavy rail infrastructure, adding 13 new stations to the existing 9 stations. This, in fact, is not recommended as a way to proceed in advance. There are significant costs associated with this proposal. This proposal also really misses out on the key opportunity of SmartTrack, which is to utilize existing infrastructure, and it also requires significant large property takings in order to build the heavy rail infrastructure. There are a series of other options that were reviewed. Option A and B you see in front of you here today on the slide. Both of these options have 9 existing stations. Option A is the addition of 5 stations. Option B adds 8 stations. Both of these options require significant new tracks, so there is a significant cost associated with them. Option A has a frequency of 7.5 minutes in the off-peak period and a 4 to 6 minute frequency in the peak period. And option B, in fact, has a 20-minute all-stop service that is, in fact, a lower frequency that was the anticipated outcome of SmartTrack. Neither option A or option B are recommended, primarily because of the costing associated and the long timeline associated with building additional track infrastructure. Now, option C and D are closely integrated with Go RER. The assumption in option C and D is that the fare would be an integrated fare share with the TTC system. The primary difference between these two options is that there are less stations that are offered in option D, but both of these options meet the frequency target of coming in between 5.5 to 10-minute frequency in peak period. Further analysis is required on the business case of both options C and D, and we will be reporting out at the June 28th Executive Committee on these two options. So this is a summary of the recommendations related to Go RER Smart Track. The first is to complete the analysis for C and D, to remove from consideration the separate and parallel track option and option A and B. So as you can see here, we broadened the options, we looked at a scope of considerations, and now we're narrowing the options, the objective being to bring back in June a recommended Smart Track concept. Further recommendations about stations and the approach to integration with Go RER will also come forward in the context of the June report. We will also recommend we also have a recommendation in the report directing staff to ask Metrolinx to undertake the final reviews, the TPAPs, for new stations and other infrastructure that is required in order to build out Smart Track. So now moving on to the Scarborough Transit expansion. You will recall that we were here June 28th with a report specific to transit planning in Scarborough. At that time, we identified two critical priorities for Scarborough, one being regional connectivity and supporting the development of the Scarborough Centre as a vibrant urban area. This has been in our planning policy for over 40 years. We know it's going to be take a concerted effort with a significant amount of investment from a variety of different perspectives, including the road network to rebuild the Scarborough Centre, but we also recognize that it is a provincial, regional, and city priority to build out a hub in Scarborough. The second priority we identified is improving local access, supporting development of complete communities along the avenues, and improving local accessibility in Scarborough. And you will recall that I showed you a heat map showing you the areas where people within Scarborough travel to in Scarborough, so a trip originating and having a destination in Scarborough, and that there was a critical priority identified to improve local access, particularly along the corridor that we've now recommended for LRT. So in terms of the work underway, the alignment of an express subway extension will be determined through further study. We will be bringing back further recommendations in June. Developing the station concept for the Scarborough Centre, including the bus terminal and other elements. We're working very closely with the TTC on both of these matters, and in particular ensuring that we can accommodate the capacity of buses that are required in the Scarborough Town Centre. We are also moving forward to refine cost estimates, and we're also moving forward to update the modeling, looking at both accessibility and travel demand. And it's important to know that we will, just as in the other models, we are continuing to refine the options with respect to what the alignment will in fact look like for the express subway. Now on to the LRT. With respect to the work that's underway, we are in fact looking at the 2009 environmental assessment to confirm the station concept, station spacing, and traffic impacts. It's important to note that some redesign is required at the Kennedy Mobility Hub in order to now accommodate a through LRT from the Eglinton Crosstown. So we're looking at the design implications and how that can be accommodated given that there's significant grade challenges. We're also determining the integration with the University of Toronto master planning process. The University of Toronto Scarborough Master Plan already integrated the LRT into the design of the campus, but with our optimization scenario, we need to go back and look at that plan and identify how, in fact, the LRTs would turn through the campus in order to head southbound once they've reached their destination. So that is work that's being undertaken in collaboration with the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, and in our recommendations, we recommend direction to continue to proceed on that. And then we will also move forward with adding the LRT into our model. It's not in there yet. It needs to be added so that we can look at accessibility as well as travel demand and the opportunities that are provided for connectivity as a result of this infrastructure. So here we go, the recommendations. We're recommending removing the Bellamy Corridor and the Scarborough Express Rail, that's Smart Spur, from further consideration. You'll notice that we've left Midland on the table. We've left some other corridors on the table. We also still have the RT corridor on the table, is still being looked at in our analysis. This work is being primarily undertaken through technical work that's being done by the TTC to look at issues such as the turning radii of trains out of Kennedy Station, looking at the integration with Smart Track, and looking at where we can in fact address things like grade crossings and below grade issues. There's some grade changes that means tunneling needs to run quite deep in some areas. So we're looking at an optimized concept to provide the express service to the Scarborough Centre for the lowest cost. And we're also identifying further planning work for the Eglinton East LRT corridor. We recognize the importance of looking at the intensification opportunities along the corridor and integrating the land use planning with the LRT vision for that corridor. So the recommendations that will be coming forward in June include a preferred alignment for the express subway, and we will be seeking authority to proceed with the final review. That is the TPAP. So that's going to be coming forward in June. And we'll also be providing a report on required amendments to the Eglinton East LRT environmental assessment. So that's the work being undertaken in collaboration with Metrolinx. Now on to the relief line. Now you'll recognize this graphic because this graphic has been out in the public domain for almost 8 months now in our consultations. And we have identified a whole series of potential corridors that would best address our city building criteria as outlined in the feeling congested framework. And each corridor that you see here diverts a similar number of riders from the Yonge subway south of Bloor, which is one of our critical key objectives in this transit planning exercise. The corridors that perform best connect from PAPE, and these are option B and D. We have in fact recommended in the context of this report a preferred corridor. And you can see here the feeling congested criteria and the evaluation in relation to the various corridors. You can see where stations have tentatively been placed. The next step will be to identify the actual alignment and to identify the station location. Some of the main advantages of this corridor, Corridor B, one is that it connects into the center of the city. Nathan Phillips Square would be the terminus for the first phase. It's also supported with strong pedestrian connections to Queen and Osgood Station and Line 1. It connects in extremely well to the financial district and also will link into the PATH system. It also improves rapid transit connections to northerly areas of the core between Union Station and Yonge Bloor Station. It also provides an alternative route for people who are accessing jobs in the financial district. It also provides access to important destinations in the downtown, including universities, hospitals, and public institutions. Importantly, it also spreads out some of the pedestrian activity. For anyone who goes through Union Station on a regular basis, you know we have a serious congestion problem with pedestrians in Union Station. We also have a congestion with respect to the trains going into the station. So bringing this alignment a little farther north was about spreading out some of that very intense activity that's happening in the core. Importantly, it's also closest to Regent Park and to Moss Park at Queen and Sherbourne. This was identified by the local area councillors as being a critical and key priority. It also, importantly, has the lowest projected cost of all of the alignments, and that's because it avoids costly soil stabilization needs for crossing the Don River south of Queen, and it also requires a shorter crossing of the Don River. Now, on this next slide, you see within that corridor, there are a series of alignments where the trains could actually run. There are also a series of station locations. We have, in fact, we will be moving forward between now and June and selecting a preferred alignment. And you'll note that there are some alignments that touch on the Unilever site, some that don't touch on the Unilever site. That's going to be an important consideration in bringing this forward. So you have a very simple and clear recommendation with respect to the relief line. It's this: to approve the PAPE to downtown via Queen and Richmond as the preferred corridor for the relief line, knowing that the alignment and the station locations will come forward in June. That's the next level of detail that we will be bringing forward. At that point, we will complete the project assessment, and the relief line will be prepared to proceed to a TPAP. That will be a critical and important and landmark milestone in this city. Now, lastly, Waterfront Transit. I'll hand this back over to the Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. I'll be brief. In November, Council asked us to look at the Waterfront reset because a comprehensive transit network solution, next slide, is needed. Significant new development has been taking place, and public transit has not yet caught up with that. In the context of the Gardner Environmental Expressway environmental assessment on the east, the need for improved waterfront transit was repeatedly raised, and appropriate transit services need to be developed to reflect both the existing and the projected demand. The next slide is a slide taken from the report on, I think, page 47. It just shows you the 8 segments of the waterfront from Long Branch all the way over to Woodbine. Of those 8 segments, 2 have approved EAs, 3 incomplete EAs, 2 pre-EA work where a little bit of work been done or no study. So it's in a various state of approvals and needs to be looked at as comprehensively. In terms of the current work, the phase 1 study is just about to be awarded in response to the RFP we issued a couple of months ago. Feeling congestion in the OP review has identified Waterfront West and East as within the top 5 performing but unfunded transit projects, and we need to coordinate the directions here in Waterfront with those emerging from Smart Track, Go RER, and Relief Line studies. So, an update will be provided in June, and any recommendations that we feel is appropriate at that time. So coming next steps, please, the next slide. You can see here the variety of things on page 35 of this slide deck that we will be bringing back to you in June, including recommendations for TPAP authorizations on Smart Track, recommendations that we may provide to Metrolinx on RER, Relief Line, an approved recommendation to proceed to formal TPAP process along with the stations. Scarborough Transit, an approval for the alignment and the station and the Eglinton East LRT and its timelines, how we may accelerate that. Waterfront reset study, phase 1. Long-term feeling congestion will come back in the fall, and there'll be a big debate in the fall on fare integration. So far on project milestones, we're going to be continuing with further analysis on each of the projects to develop recommended solutions. There's going to be public consultations in May to present these findings, to report to Executive Committee on June 28th, Council subsequently. The Metrolinx board meeting happens about the same time, and we hope to launch the environmental process TPAPs in the fall and get further advanced on Waterfront Transit Reset Phase 2 in the fall of this year. So that concludes our remarks, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. We're available for questions.
Thanks very much to all of you for all of your hard work on this. And I have only the beginnings of a speaker's list. Well, it's rapidly growing. We have Councillor Fragadakis, who had mentioned to me she wanted to speak earlier or ask questions. Councillor Davis. We're just starting with people who are not members of the committee. Councillor Holiday. Councillor Perks. Yeah, this is questions of staff. Yes, it is. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Fletcher. My goodness gracious, be sorted to note those who don't want to ask questions. Councillor Fletcher, okay, and so that's, oh, there we are. Councillor Peruzza, okay. And Deputy Mayor de Bearmaker, okay. Well, that's a good solid start. So, Councillor Fragadakis, where did you go? Or maybe is she still here? There she is. Okay, so you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. So on page 36, the report advises relief line relieves congestion on the Yonge subway at the critical point south of Bloor. The reduction is larger than that provided by 15-minute Smart Track service in the absence of the relief line, but less than the reduction provided by 5-minute Smart Track service in the absence of the relief line. So when you modeled the relief line for this, was it just the part from downtown to Pape Station, or was it the relief line up to, say, Eglinton Avenue?
Through the chair, it was modeled up to Pape. We did not take it as far north as Eglinton in this initial piece of work. It's something that we're looking at going forward, but to this point in time, no, we haven't.
Okay, so on page 5 of Appendix 1, where it mentions the increased jobs Toronto residents can access, is that also just based on the relief line up to Pape Station?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So when planning did its feeling congested analysis of possible new transit lines, what were the findings regarding the value of extending the relief line up to Eglinton? Excuse me.
Through the chair, we have not yet integrated that analysis into our feeling congested framework, but the Q1 2017 network analysis that I indicated will be forthcoming will include that assessment.
Okay, on page 18 of the report, it advises Smart Track assists in providing congestion relief on the Yonge subway at the critical point south of Bloor, especially with 5-minute service. Is that Smart Track with TTC fare integration?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So can you quantify how much congestion relief 5-minute Smart Track would provide?
Through the chair, do you mean with respect to, in relation to the Yonge line specifically?
Yes.
So in our early analysis, and I qualify this because the model needs to be updated, as we are refining the Smart Track options, we now need to update the model to be a reflection of those refined options. But in the early numbers, it was between 11 and 17% in peak period reduction that was provided.
So what about quantifying the congestion the relief line would provide, and then what 15-minute Smart Track service would provide? That was for 5 minutes.
Through the chair, the 15-minute service did not, in fact, have a tangible impact. The ridership numbers with respect to our Smart Track modeling indicate that you see significant ridership on Smart Track in a 5-minute scenario, but in a 10 or 15-minute scenario, the frequency seems to be a deterrent to people using it as a choice within the broader network.
Okay. I'm very concerned about the day-to-day operations of the TTC and how well we fund that. I'm concerned about if we're analyzing operating costs as part of this endeavor. So are we looking at all how much we would be subsidizing rides on Smart Track, especially in comparison with current services?
Through the chair, that's not something that we could look at this point in time because we don't yet have a finalized concept that's yet been, that has in fact been costed. But once we do have a concept that has been costed, it is entirely conceivable that we can undertake that analysis to understand the operating costs.
Okay. Do any of the cost estimates for Smart Track include eliminating most, if not all, at-grade crossings?
Through the chair, the concepts that we're looking at in the due diligence that's being undertaken today identifies a series of at-grade crossings that need to be eliminated, particularly in the Stouffville corridor, and they will be added into the total project cost.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that in HDR's report on the proposed western spur of Smart Track that the cost estimate of $7.7 billion does not include potential modifications to the Kitchener corridor between Union Station and St. Clair or Woodbine as may be required to support integrated Smart Track and GO RER services, potentially costing a further $1 to $2 billion, or other items listed in section 7.4 such as rolling stock, maintenance and storage facilities upgrades, or train control communication systems upgrades?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and how much again did we pay for that HDR study?
Through the chair, $300,000 were allocated back in January of 2015 to undertake that due diligence analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Fragedakis. Councillor Davis was next.
This is it.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to put it on. So what I want to understand is these various processes that are before us. And I want to first start with this one. Now, it says in a tiny star at the bottom that the TPAP process for Smart Track is going to be completed by Metrolinx RER. Is that right?
Madam Speaker, or Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
So how is that different than what's happened to date?
Well, we haven't actually initiated the TPAP for any of these projects formally, so we have a choice. Metrolinx has been doing a variety of TPAPs. You saw that in the report, and we can easily piggyback on one of their existing TPAPs to advance the timing of this, and it's an integrated project.
So, but this is the first time we're handing over Smart Track TPAP to Metrolinx, right?
Yes, we out of an abundance of practicality, yes.
Okay, I'll follow that up offline to understand what the implications are. Secondly, I want to focus on then what is in this process.
Where did we put that one?
Oh, it's already gone.
I'll just maybe find a page for you. It's that chart where we show the process that you go through.
There's a process right here that we approved in November.
Yep.
So where are we in this process?
So we're in the planning analysis phase, which is the big box, and I don't have it right in front of me, so I can't exactly see it. My eyes are failing me.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're in the planning analysis there. It's sort of fourth box along from the left.
And so we're supposed to get the business case and then the cost sharing and then the TPAP starts. Is that right?
Correct.
So the additional work that is being done under recommendation, whatever it is, to do more research is still in the planning analysis section.
That is correct, and we're working as we speak on the business case so that we'll be ready for the June cycle for this committee and public consultations.
Okay, so we will get the business case for the RER and we will get the Smart Track business case as well?
Yeah, so we'll get the business case for the Smart Track options and for Relief Line and for Scarborough.
Why are we having both, this report go to both Metrolinx and here on the same day?
That's a good question. It's coincidental of dates that they have arranged for their board meeting.
How will people be able to, the public be able to participate in both processes if they're the same day?
It will be a challenge.
Well, we may want to think about that, to allow people who have an interest in the
Yeah.
Metrolinx meeting and our meeting to change one of those dates anyway.
Through the mayor, if I could add, it's important to note that our consultations with Metrolinx have all been joint. So prior to this June 28th meeting, we will continue to have joint consultation meetings with Metrolinx on these planning matters.
Except they're doing the TPAP. That won't be joint.
So the background work for the TPAP will be done by the city in collaboration with both the TTC and Metrolinx. They'll know the material. We will present that to their board with a series of conditions and parameters, and we'll have the ability to influence the decision through the funding and other resources we bring to bear on the project.
So there are other processes that are happening behind closed doors that worry me as well. One of them is the grade separation process. Metrolinx has approved on February 10th a grade separation process. We have given no direction to staff in terms of parameters for participating in that process. Council did not approve those last year, and I'm wondering when will we get a report that will give parameters to our team to have discussions on grade separation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had planned on having that information now, but Metrolinx has not come forward with it yet. We're expecting that they will come forward within the next couple of months, and then we would report in collaboration with all the other things in the June report. They are significant issues. We will have significant views, and we'll have recommendations from staff for Metrolinx for you to look at.
There was a report on the February 10th Metrolinx agenda which set out a framework, criteria, a process. We've already been struggling with them with grade separation issues. When are we going to look at that overall framework and provide our view about how to approach discussions with them on grade separation?
So as they go
All right,
forward.
that was your last question. Thank you.
As they go forward with their reports, provided to the community and ourselves, and through our discussions with them, we'll be bringing forward a report on what they're recommending and what we think are the best and optimal solutions for Toronto vis-a-vis grade separations.
And will we have...
Oh, that was your last question.
Could I
Thank you
just
very
have
much.
one
No,
more, Mr.
no, that was it. If everybody got one or two more, then we'd be here
want to know about
all night, which we might be anyway.
fair in-
Um,
and when we're going to...
So we now have Councillor Matlow to ask questions.
How did the City of Toronto, which primarily relies on property taxes to fund whether it be, soft infrastructure or hard infrastructure or perhaps transit projects, become the revenue tool that the province was seeking to build transit? If I remember correctly, in the Big Move plan, the vast preponderance of these lines were part of a provincially supported plan that was going to be Metrolinx's projects, and they were going to be fully funded and operated and maintained by the provincial government, including the relief line, which was the next priority of Metrolinx's. I think only 2 or 3 years ago they said it was going to be built in 10 years, which doesn't seem plausible at this point. So, at least by Metrolinx. So, first of all, why have we been participating in willful downloading of some of the most expensive projects that could be built in Ontario?
So, Mr. Mayor, to address the first part of your question, just to remind committee members, the next wave that was communicated probably in 2013 and 14 by the province and noted the funding commitments by the province, and I would just add for construction, the capital costs associated with it. The province, I don't believe, ever did identify the operating and life cycle maintenance of those costs. They were fully funded and being communicated and consulted upon as the Big Move Next Wave list of projects. And you are absolutely correct. The relief line, other projects were on that list. In 2014, Metrolinx brought forward an RER plan, and in the 2015 Ontario budget, the province, approved a move kind of away from the Big Move and into the RER plan, which was the electrification of the GO network as far as possible as they can. And since then, there has been some major adjustments with the city to accommodate the provincial plan for local needs.
Okay, so we have made some adjustments. I'll discuss those adjustments later. Some of the things, you've delivered a report that is hundreds of pages long with charts that are based on models that are new to most people. And I think it's fair to say that many people in the city, including perhaps some members of council, will find some initial difficulty digesting a lot of this information in a way that will inform them well enough to vote on these things. So one of the things that I don't understand, one of the models presents a scenario where the Scarborough subway extension has an AM peak ridership of, and by the way, this would have been the 3 stops along McCowan that you're not going to propose, but 13,700 westbound into Kennedy. At the same time, the relief line route that you're proposing would be 12,500. So in other words, 13,700 for 3 stops in a more suburban character of our city, and then roughly 1,000 less in the heart of the most densely populated area of the entire country. And one of the answers that I've heard to that question is, well, there'll be buses that will feed into the subway extension, but in kind, in the core of our city, we have the busiest streetcar routes filling into our subways as well. So how, both intuitively, but also how could data support 3 stops in very low densely populated neighborhoods, suburban character type neighborhoods? How could that possibly gain a higher ridership during the morning peak hour than the most densely populated areas of the entirety of our country? I just don't get that.
Well, I'll begin with the answer through you, Mr. Mayor. The relief line is better embedded in a network, and the Scarborough Town Centre, in fact, acts as a terminus. So even today, there is a significant number of buses that terminate into the Scarborough Town Centre that feed the RT. So that has an impact on the ridership in the Scarborough Town Centre. In the context of the relief line, you in fact see the relief line is being built as a part of a network where there are more choices. Mike, did you want to add something to that?
I still don't fully understand how that makes sense. And I have so many questions, but I'm out of time, so.
You are indeed.
Second round, second.
Well, we'll see about that. Did you have the, well, you said you were out of time, and you were at the moment.
I suppose.
You could have used the time you were saying you were out of time to ask one more question.
Well, I suppose what the question that I'm really asking is, like, I'm just, those around this horseshoe or anyone sitting there or anyone in the public, can anyone actually tell me that they fully understand in an intelligible way that anyone could get how that makes sense? And I just haven't heard the answer yet.
So the
That
model
is your final question. We'll have, there was one answer previously given. We'll
Mr.
have
Mayor,
one more, and then we're
the
on
modeling
to the next.
is a very sophisticated model that takes origins and destinations and protect travel times and demands. And it is because of this, the chief planners indicated, is because the bus and bus feeder network in Scarborough loads a lot of passengers onto that destination point.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Holliday was next.
Thank you, Mayor. In today's presentation, it is mentioned that there were significant community impact to the western corridor options. I wondered, what is the significant community impact in the northern alignment option, specifically the number 2 options?
So the impacts were greatest with the Eglinton corridor options. You're correct, Councillor. The area to the north, that northern corridor, is not is more of an industrial area.
Are there community impacts to an LRT?
There would certainly be some community impacts to an LRT as well.
Okay. In terms of cost, with the northern alignment of the western corridor, how much of the $2+ billion cost is represented by the leg between the airport and the MAC, that very small segment that I think is the underground portion?
Through the chair, that stretch from the airport to the MACC, it's probably a little more than half of the cost associated with those options.
Given the materiality of that cost, why didn't we look at other ways of completing that leg, such as extending the bus route, the BRT, up to the airport, which would be virtually no cost, and then comparing that option? And I would take it the price would be far more in alignment with the LRT.
Through the Mayor, that in fact can be looked at in the context of the optimization, precisely for the reason that you suggest. It's important to note there's correspondence before you today from a variety of organizations that represent the employment node in the Airport Corporate Centre, who are very interested, in fact, in seeing the LRT access into the Airport Corporate Centre. But how that is optimized is what's under consideration right now.
Right, as long as people can get from place to place. What about the numbers? I had a look at table 4.1, and the report suggests that the numbers are strongest, or the efficiency of the LRT is the highest, but in some ways on 4.1, the northern alignment seems to attract more system riders when the headway is a little narrower. I don't think we've decided the headway yet. And in the case of daily boardings, it's within a few percent. And is there a margin of error on this? Could we sort of say these two options are very similar?
Through the chair, you could. It's important to note that the heavy rail options were in fact eliminated for a fatal flaw associated more so with cost. There's another consideration, which is that we do know that the RER program will continue along the northern corridor. The challenge with the western portion along Eglinton is that if we built heavy rail, we would still need to operate buses because we wouldn't be providing a local neighborhood service.
Could we get the RER to connect with the airport? We can't do it. Could Metrolinx?
Anything's theoretically possible, but I doubt that that would be a practical solution.
Okay, and just about the buses, has anyone looked at the busing ridership numbers along the Eglinton corridor? Anyone have an idea of what those are?
If TTC staff here.
Where are they? Run to a microphone.
Right. Hey,
There's one up there. Go sit beside you. There always used to be 6 TTC guys. Now there's only 1.
Sorry, I don't have any of that information, President. We'll get that for you, though.
Okay.
A long walk for not much.
It's a good thing I came prepared. So I did come prepared.
You could have yelled that from here.
You could have yelled that.
If I told you that the Eglinton bus, measured at the point of, say, Scarlet Road, carries about 2,500 people west and carries about 2,500 people back, with a few people coming on and off, would you agree that sounds sensible or acceptable? Possibly. Would you take my word for it?
Okay.
Right. So I guess back to planning staff. If the ridership of the bus is not tremendously heavy, why would we predict that it would go up to 40,000 people? And what are the assumptions that would lead us to believe that? Is it more development? Is it more employment along this corridor? Why would we take that such a large leap of faith to make such a big investment when the bus ridership is minimal today?
Through the chair, it's not in fact a leap of faith. It is in fact supported by due diligence and analysis that was undertaken by SRRA, looking at population growth, but importantly looking at employment growth, in particular employment growth in the Airport Corporate Centre, which is the second largest employment node after downtown Toronto in the region, and which is poised to continue to have significant growth. So it is not in fact intensification along the corridor and adding local population along that corridor. This infrastructure is more importantly about providing that regional connection to a critical employment hub.
Thank you, Councillor Holladay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Am I correct in understanding that Metrolinx will be the operator of the RER?
That's correct.
So they'll set fares and frequency?
Through the chair, that's correct. However, there is work being undertaken today that is looking at regional fare integration, and that is work that we are participating in.
Yeah, but legally speaking, the people who will have the authority to set fares and frequency on GO RER lines will be the Board of Directors of Metrolinx.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would say that because if you're saying the enhancement to the smart track component of RER, if you're saying that, I think that you have
I'll
to
get to that
acknowledge,
next.
you have to acknowledge that that's the City of Toronto's prerogative to have some arrangement with Metrolinx on what that would be.
Do we have any documents from Metrolinx about how we would get some kind of control over the governance of fares and frequency on what, since we've eliminated options A and B, is one single service from your own report?
So, Mr. Mayor, it's very important that we understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to establish the network and the levels of service and the business case and the basic costs. There will be a necessary prerequisite before the City of Toronto authorizes a dime to any of this, to have an arrangement with Metrolinx on the issues that you raise on frequency and all the matters around fares and all the matters around how the service is delivered. So that would be a prerequisite.
On that, there's a footnote on the slide Councillor Davis was talking about that says that Metrolinx is going to be the proponent for the RER, which now is also being the proponent for Smart Track. So if the Board of Directors of Metrolinx approves a business case that doesn't fit our goals on fares and frequency, we have no legal authority because they're the proponent, correct?
So, Mr. Mayor, no, that's not correct. So what we'll do in our June report, we'll establish the conditions to which we would ask and seek the consent of Metrolinx, the conditions which we would establish as the City of Toronto, for them to take forward a TPAP that includes the Smart Track and RER integration on our behalf. So we would, in that June report, establish the ground rules so that your interests as a city are protected.
Okay. There's a recommendation in here to send the all of this off to the long-term financial plan to make sure that we have capital funding available. Is part of that also to make sure that we have the ongoing operating funding for any enhancements and expected growth for the existing conventional surface system?
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, the long-term fiscal plan will both look at capital and on operating impacts on the City of Toronto's annual budget. And so that long-term will canvass both those issues.
Okay. On the status of projects, Councillor Davis also raised this, but I wanted to make sure I understood. In the original direction from staff, there was the process chart that said we would get a business case. On the status of projects chart you've given us today, there is no mention of that business case. We will have a business case for everything that we are approving in June. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. The business cases are under development right now.
Okay. So if I understand it, in June, we will have some kind of written understanding as to what Metrolinx's obligations are to us in terms of the RER Smart Track relationship. We will have business cases for all of the projects we're going to be considering at that, and we will have some feedback in terms of the long-term financial plan for the operating impacts of those projects and the conventional system. I'm correct to expect all of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go right back to the very beginning of the presentation. Deputy City Manager Olivia introduced it not so much as a presentation as a plea. I paid close attention to that word plea. It's a plea for us to adopt today this narrowing down and focusing in on the things we wanted to study and at what sounds like the granular level that people want now. What would be the impact if we were to say, can we add one more thing to the study? Is this the last juncture to do it without costing an inordinate extra expense, or would it in fact right now cause an inordinate amount of extra expense?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think it's fairly obvious to everybody that we're maxed out in terms of the capacity of staff to deliver this complex project in cooperation with Metrolinx and the TTC. We're all working very hard. To the extent that we are able to narrow down and focus on smaller numbers of options and bring this home as we're suggesting to you today, we'll be able to pull that off by June, we believe. Short of that, if you ask us to do additional work, it's going to mean delay, which would be into September at a minimum. And I think that's the logical consequence of asking us to do things that we have yet to contemplate. Plus, some of the things you may suggest to us may be starting right from the very beginning, and we won't be able to catch right up, so it could be longer in waiting for some of those additional things. If it's a completely new idea, I suggest it will take you much longer time.
So given the needs of the city, delay is as critical as cost, in your view?
Well, in my view, I think we've had such delay on this file that we find ourselves in a situation where we are compelled to solutions.
Okay. We heard a lot of questions on the what's being framed as a subtle change in Scarborough. In fact, what I'm hearing is it would not be so subtle. You have reviewed a version of that, a shorter version of that, but to go back and look at something like the spur now, that would not be a subtle add to the study. Would that be onerously too much, or?
Through the mayor, it's our opinion, as we've clearly articulated in the report, that Smart Spur would represent a degrading or an erosion of the service concept that is currently being pursued through an express subway. And for that reason, we believe it is fatally flawed, and therefore do not believe it warrants further study or analysis.
Okay, and if I could turn to the consultations that have happened so far. I attended the one for downtown because I wasn't aware of when or where the North York one was. So I went to the one for downtown at the convention center where we saw Ms. Holden gave the presentation of this. Metrolinx was doing both their work so far in their own RER, and they had a long presentation in their open house area on the fair integration strategy. Which I had comfort with the guiding principles thus far and the modeling they've done so far on possible fair integration. I felt like they weren't. I'm going to pretend I don't see that. I felt like they weren't too far ahead. We'll still have a large amount of input before they are narrowing down any idea of a regional system with fair integration. We'll have a lot of input later on down the process.
So I think we're almost tied at the hip with Metrolinx on the projects moving forward. There's daily interactions with them and
projects, but fair integration specifically?
There's discussions with on fair integration, and it's going to be an important point of discussion with them. It's an important topic. Our colleagues in the TTC have some very important input on that. I don't think we're at a stage now where we think we have what we need to on the options to fully present that to committee or council, but we do think that we've got an ability to influence Metrolinx in the direction that would recognize that some of the numbers that you see here are very sensitive to fares and very sensitive to the success of these lines, and I think that information will help inform their materials that they'll bring out to the public.
And that brings me to my last question. So while we're designing lines that are sensitive to the fares or potential fare integration with the rest of the GTA, but we are making our evaluations based on that matrix of ridership and what we need in our area. We're not canceling out any options based on, well, what we know of their fare integration, this wouldn't work, so let's not even look at it. We're not allowing that to guide our decision about lines in our own city map, are we?
So no, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's really important that people understand, Metrolinx and the public understand the modeling results show that frequency and fares make a huge difference to the success of any of these projects. It makes an inordinate, it's not marginal, but makes an inordinate difference. It's important, therefore, in the fare discussion to have an understanding with Metrolinx and others, the province of Ontario, what subsidies are involved, what we need to do to make transit work in the city, and what the elasticity or what the sensitivity of the public to fare increases are, because that materially affects ridership.
Right. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. The chief planner said we're refining the cost estimate. So I just want to go over with you, if you can give me, what is the cost estimate for the relief line from Queen to Pape generally? We have a number for that. 3 point.
I don't have that information in front of me, but it's important to note that...
You don't have the number? That's fine. How about the Scarborough subway extension? What's the budget there?
Through the chair, the earlier budget was 3.56.
We have, that's fine. So that's for Scarborough, 3.56. Somebody must know that number for the relief line. You hear from the TTC. It's a well-known number. What is it? You don't know it. Smart Track, $8 billion. Is that the number that we're using, or is that changed now that the Western Spur is gone? What number are you using for your cost estimates? Just tell me.
Through the chair, we're not using a number right now because
number.
We need to determine the number of grade separations, for example, before we will have a number.
I'm going to get on the grade separations in a minute. Now, I just want to ask the city manager a question, and that is the letter that came in October, and it was addressed to you, and that's why I'm asking it to you, apparently from Bruce McQuaig, indicating that an independent and parallel service would be unaffordable and unworkable. And I'm wondering Has that been sorted out in any formal way? That was correspondence that came to you, or was that misquoted in the Star?
No, the correspondence is accurate, and that is in fact sorted out, in the process of being further sorted out. And this, the material you have in front of you, represents, as Deputy City Manager Livy was very clear, represents extensive input from Metrolinx.
So you have a letter back, do you? Is there correspondence?
We do not have a letter back. What we have is an ongoing constructive working
But there's
relationship.
no correspondence after this letter to you that you can provide?
Many meetings.
I'm asking, but there's no correspondence. Thank you. I'm just looking at Go RER on page 5 of Appendix 2, Smart Track Go ER integration. Go RER is a $13.5 billion capital program, 150 kilometers, new track, new trains, bridges and tunnels, and new renovations. Are we being asked to pay for the bridges and tunnels that they've already put down that they have to build? We know that there's going to be grade separation. So are we being, is that part of our contribution?
There are existing arrangements that have us share part of those costs, and I'll look to Mr. Livy to confirm that.
That's fine. I just need to hear there's existing arrangements, and they've been negotiated recently?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we had a report back last year to this committee and council on the bridge grade separation issue. We were proposing a certain formula that got referred back, and we are doing more extensive work and discussion with Metrolinx. The typical formula is around 15% of the costs are attributable to the relocation of utilities. It's a city cost through many of the old agreements that are in place, and we're trying to do something to have a regular scheme that is more predictable.
Are we talking about this tracks, though? Those are GO tracks. They're not smart track tracks. Can we establish that they're owned by the province and GO? Is that a yes?
The tracks and the corridors are owned by GO and TTR, which is the consortium of CN and CP.
Thank you. So the TPAP that's been discussed, the TTC, of course, would do 2 relief line and do the Scarborough, all of the permutations there. It's been established GO, since it owns all the property in the corridor, would be doing the TPAP there. The TTC has a very robust, open process. Would you be able to furnish us with the GO process, please? Not today, but what their process is with the TPAP publicly. I don't want to hear about it. I just want you to have an undertaking that you could deliver that to us.
Through the mayor, it's delivered in the context of the report before you, and it is a provincially established process.
I understand that.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor, at least Ms. Keys-Matt was speaking, and maybe we could just let her answer the question.
Yes, I do know that, but I'm asking for something.
No, okay, well, we'll let her finish her answer, and then you can ask, and we'll give you an extra 20 seconds.
Thank you.
So the TPAP process is established by regulation. It's published. It's the regulation we follow, they follow, and they have a program, and they bring forward the reports and the background reports, and then ultimately, at a certain point, they do what they call a commencement. As you're seeing on Davenport, they've commenced it, but really at that point, it's going into the provincial approval process, which has certain conditions that tell you what can change in that process, and it ultimately gets approved by the province. On page 16 of the report, you'll see the status of all the TPAPs at Metrolinx, for GO RER, and where they stand.
I'm actually asking the difference between how we undertake them and they do, but apparently there's no difference, although I believe there is. On fair integration, in the appendix, it shows that all the ridership numbers on Appendix 1, Attachment 1, page 5, all of these ridership numbers with 5, 10, and 15 minutes all assume a TTC fare. Do you agree that that ridership is based on that?
Through the mayor, as indicated before, yes, we've assumed in our work a TTC fare.
So that, as indicated, thank you.
All right. Councillor Prusa was next. Got your microphone turned on there, Councillor? Doesn't have one. Doesn't need a microphone.
I'm not. I'll speak directly to Councillor Carroll there, and I'm sure I'll project. Just a couple of questions. So on page 8 of your slide, of your presentation. The northwest corner, of the city there, Finch. When the original Transit City lines were developed, the Finch West LRT ran from Yonge Street to Humber College, and then there was a future proposal to expand it eastward as well along Finch, because at the time the Finch transit corridor was one of the busiest in the city. I'm assuming that that hasn't changed. That's still one of the busiest in the city, right? So why don't I see those links here, like you know, from Keele to Yonge Street and then Yonge Street onwards in your recommended 6 to 15 year build out?
Through the mayor, trust me, it's very tempting just to connect all the dots and all the lines, but we showed some restraint here. Within the 15-year time frame, these are the projects that emerge as the priorities in the city to advance. The link that you suggest to Yonge Street is in fact one of the 25, the total long list of projects that we have. When we come back in Q1 of 2017 with a recommended full build out of the network, you will see that line. That's a long-term plan, but it's not within the 15-year time horizon.
No, I understand, but my question is this. When the TTC developed those lines and looked at ridership, the TTC, the piece between Keele Street and Yonge Street was part of the original provincial funding announcement, the $8.73 billion. Because it was deemed a very, very high priority, in fact, one of the highest at the time. What's changed, and why wouldn't those numbers be jumping out at you and saying, whoa, we need to do something about this?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe the line that was funded by the province has changed. I believe that the line that you see here is represented, which is the one that is funded through Metrolinx.
No. I understand. Ultimately, when the funding envelope dropped from 8.7 billion to 8.3, that piece fell off as the piece that would be under imminent construction back in 10, 11, 12, when you know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I understand that fell off from imminent construction because it was critical and critically needed. Why, for example, in your 15-year plan out, like that now has completely been dropped off? I mean, don't those numbers jump out at you from a transit transit use?
Through the mayor, in the context of the feeling congested framework, there are a whole series of measures that include supporting employment growth, supporting priority neighborhoods. It is not one of the ones that is being recommended within the 15-year time horizon. And as I say that, it's important to recognize that all of the projects on the 25 list are all priorities. And part of what we're trying to do is essentially take a series of projects that are all priorities and figure out which should be advanced more aggressively. So it doesn't mean it's not an important project.
Yeah, no, so I'm just trying to figure out what's changed in terms of transit use. The last question before my time runs out is, there was also the thought that it wouldn't, the Finch, again with the Finch West LRT, that it wouldn't just simply end at Humber College, but it would serve through Woodbine and eventually to the airport, or as I can see here, the UP Express or something. Given that the airport is one of the most significant employment hubs in the GTA, and I don't see very many connections out to the airport here, other than perhaps a future extension of the Eglinton LRT.
It is,
given its importance in
Mr.
terms of
Mayor,
employment.
that is being considered, and in the In the consideration of the transportation planning for the Woodbine, potential Woodbine Casino, it was recommended that that extension be looked at more closely, so it is being looked at.
What does
All right.
look at, it's not in your 15...
That was your last question.
But it's not in their 15, what does look at mean? Like, for the next
All right,
15
well,
years after the 15?
You've asked that one, and we'll let that get answered, but that's the end of it. Thank you. Answer to what does look at mean? Anybody have an answer to that?
Yes, to clarify that, in the report, we anticipated that this would be an issue, and we signal in the report that we are coming back in Q1 of 2017. We need to get through some of these key milestones right now. In the fall, we will be going back and looking at the entire network with the projects that have been approved by City Council as the new baseline, and we will evaluate all of the 25 projects, which will include the Humber College to the airport connection, and we will then come forward in Q1 of 2017, and you will see a prioritization in comparison to the other projects that are on the books.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. And we have now Deputy Mayor de Beermaker.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation today. I'm just going to focus a little bit on the Scarborough subway and some of the I'll call it from the northwest questions from Councillor Perruzza to the Scarborough East questions. Is your memory the same of mine, maybe to Mr. Livy or Senior Planner? When the City Council, our City Council, adopted the Scarborough subway in May 2013, we did that under the assumption, based on staff information, that the ridership of the Scarborough subway at a peak hour would be about 9,000 people per peak hour. Is your memory the same as my memory? That statistic is more or less correct? The original approval?
Through the mayor, that's correct. Those were the 2006 TTC numbers.
And then I believe it was in July 2013, and I think Chief Planner Keesman, I think yours was one of the signatures on that report, along with Mr. Penichetti's, that the estimated ridership in Scarborough would be about 9,000 people per peak hour to 14,000 people per peak hour as an estimate. That's correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We, in fact, went back and we updated the employment projections and the population projection numbers. So we had a new input to create that number. And we also ran the model on the assumption that trains would not be short-turning at Kennedy Station, as had been the assumption in the previous model, but that there would be a level of frequency consistent with the existing frequency on the Young Line.
And I know the numbers are very small, just one lens to look through, but if at one level, would you say that strengthened the case for the Scarborough subway?
Through the chair, you'll recall we had a graphic in the context of the report where we indicated the various thresholds for various types of technologies, and that's correct.
Now, in this report today, I'll call it March 2016 report that's before us today. I can't remember the page number offhand. Actually, it's page 32. Your estimate, or the staff estimate, without Smart Track being under consideration for just a minute, says that the expected demand is anywhere from 13,700 passengers per peak hour to 17,000 people per peak hour. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So, so there are some people who have, I would say, questioned staff numbers, but rather publicly. You're confident in all three numbers that you've put forward to us, that they, to the best of your ability and staff's ability, are accurate reflections based on the information that you've had in May and July and now March 2016? There's no manipulation, no fraud, no skullduggery, no political pressure. These are your numbers and that staff numbers that you're giving to us, and you believe they're accurate.
Through the chair, that's correct, and it's important to note that this analysis was undertaken by Dr. Eric Miller, who's here in the room, and this analysis, in part because of the controversy over the numbers in the past, was also peer-reviewed.
And now, of course, the numbers that are before us today for the Scarborough subway actually do go down from a peak of 17,700. Once you introduce Smart Track, that changes people's behavior, correct?
That's correct. There's more options, and we see people using the network in different ways.
And I think, as you had mentioned earlier, once you hit that 5-minute mark of frequency, people start to migrate over even more because it's easier to get downtown. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And do you consider that building too much transit in the east end of the city, or do you explain that as being a good level of transit in the east end of the city?
Through the chair, one of the critical challenges we have in this area of the city is a lack of north-south connections. The opportunity here is to begin building in some redundancy into the system as well. Every great transit system in the world has choice and options and redundancy. One of the reasons why our city grinds to a halt when there's a fire on Queen Street, as we saw a couple of weeks ago, is because there is nowhere to redirect. So it's my firm belief that if we are going to build out a network that provides choice, that this is a good recommendation for Scarborough.
Okay, and looking at the old report, because there are some people still saying, well, let's look at the surface subway route along the old SRT corridor. Do you recommend that that's a good corridor, or do you think that's actually not such a good corridor?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that there are some significant constraints with using that corridor, including the turning radii from Kennedy Station. But Rick, would you like to speak to that in more detail?
As far as extending the subway?
Yeah, in the RT corridor.
Yeah, as far as extending it as proposed, going from Kennedy to Scarborough Centre, as to get onto the SRT and or the Midland corridor for that matter, there's a conflict with the eastward extension of the LRT. So that would have to be resolved before that corridor could be considered.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, just a few questions. So in your report, you mentioned the impacts it will have on heavy rail along Eglinton and disruptions to Eglinton Flats, Black Creek, property takings, impacts to municipal roads. So on page 11, where you have the cost, the heavy rail northern corridor, which is $4.8 billion, is that the line that goes north and south where the GO train and the Georgetown line, UP Express, is that cost?
Through the chair, the cost for heavy rail in the northern corridor assumes a twinning of the northern corridor with additional heavy rail.
So is that line? That line that runs?
It's the line that runs through Weston.
Okay, so you're saying, so it's the cost, it's not, so as far as, there was talk at one time on putting a separate track. Was that part of the study?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct. So the cost that you see before you today is
the
building
extra track.
that extra track.
So,
Correct.
so there's no way then that could be done on the existing tracks?
Through the chair, no, there isn't. You're familiar with the constraints
No, I know,
around,
but I
around
thought
Weston.
that at
and
one
the-
time we were going to speak to Metrolinx and sharing one of the tracks, because they have two extra tracks. They have one for UP Express and one for the GO.
Through the chair, as part.
I just want to know if we discussed it with Metrolinx.
Through the chair, we absolutely did. They were consulted and a participant in the context of the HDR study.
And they said no.
That's correct.
Okay, so that cost is for an additional track.
Yep.
All right, so as far as our recommendation for Mount Dennis, as far as the, you mentioned Metrolinx is reviewing the 5 options, and that is going to their board in June of 2016. So are we going to wait till June until the board meeting, or are we going to have further consultation, or what are we doing on that portion?
Through the chair, that work is undergoing.
The LRT. So
the LRT optimization work is undergoing. It's being undertaken right now, and we are working with Metrolinx, and that material will be out to the public prior to the June meeting.
So we'll have further consultation on that.
Correct.
Is there any property, is there any expropriation along the Eglinton line with the LRT further west where there's been developments that have been built right to the street, that actually they're just in the process of being developed. So is there any land takings on that portion?
Through the mayor, no, there's not. In part, the advantage of LRT versus heavy rail is that it can be built in a much smaller portion of the right-of-way. However, there's a considerable amount that needs to be resolved with respect to the airport corporate center, and it could be that there would be some land takings required in order to resolve the issues in the airport, in bringing the infrastructure into the airport corporate center.
So at this point, you don't know what, there's further study on that portion, right?
Through the mayor, that work is underway right now.
Okay, so as far as the Mount Dennis, when that report, when the Metrolinx board, they meet in June, will we have an opportunity to have further consultation and that with my residents on what the decision and what Metrolinx is proposing as far as the Eglinton line?
Through the mayor, there's actually time, Councillor. They will not, in fact, be resolving the LRT and the alignment in the alignment, for example, with respect to the airport corporate center in June, but they will be making a recommendation around continuing to proceed with the LRT in June. So there is time, and there will be time, and we can ensure that you are abreast of the consultations that will be forthcoming.
Because I had a consultation in my ward with Councillor DeGiorgio a week ago, and we told the public that there would be further opportunities for the public to comment and give their input along the Mount Dennis and along that line. I just wanted to make sure we were doing that.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Now, was that all from the members that are not members of the Executive Committee? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Cole, Chairman Cole.
In the cheap seats here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple quick questions. And one was briefly touched on by Councillor Carroll, and maybe the one that kind of keeps me awake at night a bit is around fare integration. And not as much the fare integration on the front end of it, because I think we can get to that point where we get the fares to make sense. But I guess what worries me is the back end issues around financing agreements, around making all the myriad of subsidies across the GTA make sense. And my fear always is that Toronto gets the shaft on those negotiations. And so I guess my question is, how advanced are those discussions, and is there a role for the TTC and for City Council to then play and take and kind of advocating for certain positions on behalf of the city?
So the quick answer is yes. I think it's incumbent upon us to have a clear understanding what serves the residents best here on fare integration, the best model, the best structure, the best timing. So I think it behooves us to provide you with advice on that, yes. Both the TTC board and City Council.
And is it safe to assume that in those conversations that we have or that you might have with your counterparts at the province, that we would kind of have criteria or standards that we wouldn't deviate from in terms of, the classic question of whether we should be basing formulas on ridership versus population and questions like that?
So we would definitely we are definitely going to have those conversations and already started the initial start on that. I think the point I'm trying to make is today and as we go forward, knowing what the network is and knowing what the sensitivities and elasticities on demand are is important for us to formulate the City Council's position so that the results of any fare strategy are clearly evident as what will happen in the city because of those new fares.
So is it safe to say, well, some of that work has been done, there'll be a more robust recommendation in June directing that work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, partly the long-term fiscal plan will help inform this because the relative capacity of the city versus the province and any other tools that we'll be looking at will help inform that debate. We may not have a hard recommendation for you in June, but we'll have an update on what the fare strategy issues are as input into any work that Metrolinx may do. I doubt we'll be able to come with a hard recommendation in June.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you. And through you again, Mr. Mayor, a question about, in one of the recommendations, it speaks to, looking at the 15-year inventory of projects. At what point, or do you envision at all, that there would be actually a sequencing or prioritizing of that first batch of projects beyond the ones that are already obviously underway or in the ground?
The first projects within the 15 years, they're all need to move apace. I think that's the message you're getting from us. So all those projects need to move forward. We need to, get Finch built. We need to figure out what's happening on Shepherd. We need to advance each of the three big projects, Release, Smart Track, and Scarborough Subway. We've got to reset Waterfront. So we're thinking moving them all apace. And then I think in the fall is the work that Jennifer and her staff, together with the TTC, we come with a way of starting to prioritize the next round, what would go next after that.
So which kind of tees up my next and maybe final question through you, Mr. Mayor, was that next wave, will there be a recommendation? I mean, I don't anticipate that there'd be a strict sequencing or ordering of them, but would there be some kind of prioritizing? And at what point would then council get its grubby little hands on that document to kind of do what we do, unfortunately, at times, to decide if that's in fact the prioritizing that we want to see?
Through the mayor, the way the prioritization criteria works, we will in fact have a hard ranking that will show the projects in order, not unlike when we rank heritage conservation districts and we say this is the order they should proceed. We will have a hard ranking based on the feeling congested criteria, so it'll be backed up with a rationale, and then the grubby little hands can go.
Do what we do. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
You weren't supposed to agree with that characterization, even though it was offered by the chair of the TTC and a member of council. Okay, we're going to move, I think that was the last of the members not on the committee who wanted to ask questions, so we would move to questions from members of the committee, and we would start with Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your tireless work on this humongous file. So first of all, remind me again for the relief line why PAPE was chosen over Coxwell or Woodbine?
Through the mayor, the idea of PAPE is that it would intercept more users coming from east, and therefore would have higher ridership than any of the stations further west.
Sorry, more users coming from the east at PAPE than Woodbine?
Well, Woodbine would be further, but I was thinking of ones of Broadview. Those were the ones that we shortlisted down for the B and D. So that was our preference in terms of recommending corridor B1. In terms of, you have to get the balance right between having enough people on and having too many people on the line, so it's the midpoint.
Okay. And then with regard to the Smart Spur that one of my residents brought up this morning and is tenacious about, so you're not, Smart Spur is being no longer considered for a variety of reasons. Can you just let's just go through them if we could?
Okay, so I can, through the mayor, I can say that the main reason is the service frequency. So with Smart Spur, you would get a frequency of between 2 and 10 trains per hour. At the moment, you have between 20 and 30 trains per hour with the SRT. And with an extension of the subway, you would have a similar service frequency of 20 to 30 trains per hour with a subway extension. In terms of the property impacts, if we're moving on to there is the significant land take in terms of the 8 businesses that would need to be relocated, and then there would be significant impact within the centre running through the Scarborough Centre east-west of cut and cover to put the route underground. And in terms of the connectivity, which is the third point, there would be better connections through to and along Line 2, but not necessarily down to, you'd have to transfer at Kennedy to be able to go down to Union Station, and it's debatable as to where the main area of destinations are, and it just gives a different level of access to the network.
And I gather from what Councillor Thompson was intimating, they are not, the properties are not residential. Those 8 properties, they're industry. Sorry, I need to go out there and visit. Sorry, Scarborough.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they're quite extensive. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Deputy Mayor Menenwa.
Yeah, thank you. So I wasn't completely clear on your answer, some of your answers with Councillor McMahon. So did you look at a connection at Woodbine Station?
As I understand it, through the mayor, as I understand it, early on in that, there was consideration of connections further east for the relief line.
Did you, so it's a pretty easy question. Did you look at Woodbine Station?
Yes, we did. Mayor, yes, we did.
And so why did you choose PAPE over Woodbine Station?
It's getting the balance right between having enough people on to be able to relieve the subway and having not enough people on. So in terms of if you're at Woodbine, you haven't got enough people having boarded to be able to provide sufficient relief to the Young Line south of Bloor.
So are you
because it's an accumulation of ridership on the line as you're going west.
So are you saying that there was less ridership at Woodbine than there would have been at PAPE?
Through the mayor, the accumulation of ridership would mean that there would be more riders running west through PAPE than at Woodbine, yes.
Okay, and you have that documented? All that information is documented and available?
Yes.
Okay, and then secondly, so I read that, are we going to get increased development along these corridors? So along Pape Avenue and along, I guess, Queen, will there be, as there suggested to be along Eglinton Avenue, because that's going to be a transit line, we think that is a good place to develop higher densities. So would we apply those same principles on the downtown relief line corridor?
Through the mayor, the principal objective of the relief line is to respond to existing development pressures and existing ridership as a result of the density that already exists today and the volume of ridership that already exists today. There are a few key areas where intensification could in fact take place. Of course, the most significant is the Unilever site. That far and away would be the most significant area where there would be intensification. There are then strategic incisions at key areas where we would in fact do a focused area plan to look at intensifying.
So what you're saying is, my question was, will there be increased intensification along that corridor? And is your answer yes?
Through the mayor, at strategic locations. So for example, the portion of the corridor that is southbound between Pape and Queen is not an area where there are significant sites where intensification can be accommodated because there's a significant amount of existing housing. So in strategic locations, yes.
So let's sort of go back then. I do believe along Eglinton there is existing housing, but aren't you developing those areas for increased intensification?
Through the mayor, in the context of our Eglinton Connects, we did a very detailed study of the entire corridor. Some areas of the corridor, for example, there are some mid-rise existing close to Bathurst, are areas where intensification cannot be accommodated. There are other areas where mid-rise can be accommodated, and then there are 5 focused areas that we identified for a significant amount of intensification where you could, in fact, have much higher densities. So we look at the entire corridor, we look at the adjacencies, we look at the proximity to natural areas, for example, and we identify the intensification sites. Essentially, we want to intensify everywhere we possibly can, recognizing and respecting the existing fabric.
So right near stations along Queen Street, would those accept increased intensification?
Through the chair, yes, some of them would.
Have you identified those?
Through the chair, that work is underway right now, and we will be bringing forward recommendations for the alignment and the station to the June meeting. You need to determine the alignment before it makes sense to do the detailed analysis around the stations, because that will impact where the stations are located. There's a sequencing that's necessary.
Obviously, but some of that would be obvious, would it not, like at main intersections like, I don't know, Chester or some of the main roads? That would be a natural place where you'd put a subway station, yes?
Through the mayor, I don't think we do have a recommendation for a station at Chester. It does go back, you have to determine the alignment first and then determine the station locations.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And are there other members of the committee wishing to? Oh, we had Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So reading this report, I'm just trying to understand, so you're recommending both Smart Track and the downtown relief line?
So we are suggesting and recommending that we eliminate some of the options around those two things. And we, on relief line, we're recommending an alignment. We're coming back in June with stations. On Scarborough, we're coming back with an alignment and stations, hopefully for your authorization for a TPAP to be launched.
Okay. And then I guess one of the things I'm trying to understand from Smart Track and the Scarborough subway extension, you know, there's been some discussion about running the Scarborough, so the Stouffville GO line in the Scarborough Town Centre and then back out and down. Has that been looked at all? Was that ever considered an option, or?
Through the mayor, that was brought forward earlier into the process. There was a deputant at the January 28th meeting, and we were directed to look at that, and the earlier questions asked by Councillor McMahon were in fact pertaining to that option.
Okay, all right. And when we look at, so the Danforth subway extension, there's potential for overloading at Yonge and Bloor and the Yonge line as we're putting more people into that. How are we looking at dealing with that? Are we going to be looking at adding platforms at Bloor and Yonge?
I was just looking for Rick. He's just...
Yeah. But the first object is to ensure that we have alternative capacity to relieve that major intersection. So the relief line is a relief line to relieve that situation, and Smart Track contributes positively at the 5-minute and TTC fare scenarios to the relief of Yonge and Bloor.
Okay. And one of the concerns that I get from a lot of people, so peak period congestion at the subway, we're putting more and more people into the downtown core. But there's we're not providing an alternative route if the Yonge line shuts down for some reason, as has happened numerous times. There's buses as the only alternative.
So that was the chief planner's discussion around redundancy. So if you had the relief line along Queen and you had a capacity problem on Yonge, say at College, blocking a northbound trip in the afternoon, you could take the relief line up to Pape and back along to Bloor and keep going north again. So it is advantageous to provide both the relief and the redundancy that gives you alternate routes.
Okay. And I guess following up on Councillor DeBaremaker's questions about the historical context of planning and transit planning in Scarborough. One of the options that's been discussed as well was just updating the SRT as they've done in Vancouver, which comes in at a fraction of the cost of building a subway station. And that's kind of been, has that been examined at all?
At this point, we are not considering the rebuild of the SRT. We can no longer get the Mark I vehicles that are used on the line presently. The Mark II vehicles are longer, higher, wider, heavier. It would require significant rebuild to the structures on the SRT. At this time, the Scarborough Subway Extension budget includes some refurbishment and then ultimately the removal of the SRT structures.
Okay. And when we're looking at fare integration, I know this has been covered quite a bit, so when I take the GO train every day, it's done by distance. The fares are by distance. TTC, we did away with that, I think, in the 1970s. Is that a model that we're going to look at going back to?
Through the mayor, the objective is to create a fully integrated system so that Smart Track rider pays a fare that is the same as using the rest of the system. There are a variety of proposals that are on the table right now, so it's difficult to preempt what that outcome might be. But the starting point from our perspective is that it needs to be an integrated fare, whereas today it's not integrated. You pay a TTC fare or you pay a GO fare, and they're a separate fare structure. We, in fact, are working towards and will be recommending an integrated fare. It's also important, just to clarify, you don't actually pay by distance. It's not quite a pay by distance system that exists today.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Now, I just want to clarify that I had both Councillor Barlow, I believe, and Councillor Thompson wanting to ask questions as opposed to speaking. Okay, that's fine. So Councillor Barlow is next.
Thank you. Just if you can give me a little bit of history. I'm trying to understand, we're bringing back a lot of the lines that people say that was part of the Transit City as well, but the relief line was never part of that. Do you understand why? Was there one of the lines that was trying to alleviate for that, or was just not part of the plan?
I think you have to go back and look at the history of transit in Toronto. Remember that the relief line was actually proposed many, many years ago, almost 100 years ago. There's an actual roughed-in station at Queen or such a relief line. There was a big debate when they decided to do the Bloor Danforth instead of the Queen line, so back in the 50s and early 60s. The need is evident. It unlocks a lot of things for us. So in the 90s, we started off on another series of projects leading to the TYSSE, et cetera. Eglinton was started and stopped. We had a change of government.
Okay.
Things came and went.
Long history,
We went back to project by project. We're coming back with a network. Many of these are long-standing issues.
Okay. Is this the more advanced that we've ever been to this project, on this project? So we're...
It's really hard to say whether we're more or less advanced. I think we're behind on all counts. We've been behind for a long time. We're just trying to make sure that everybody understands the interplay between the various projects. We're making sure that we understand the costs, and there's a role for both LRT, bus rapid transit, and subways in this scheme, and we're not philosophical about that.
Through the mayor, just in addition to that, with respect to the detailed due diligence that's been undertaken on the relief line, it's been a line drawn on a map, but there's never been the due diligence that's been undertaken to this point in the process. We understand soil conditions. We have a preferred corridor. It has never been advanced to this level before.
And is an integral part of the network that you're developing?
That's correct. All of the network components are interrelated, and it's in fact one of the challenges we've had, to the Deputy City Manager's point, is that in the past projects have been approved without looking at the impact that they would have on the rest of the network, and that's one of the reasons why we have this terrible congestion in the transit network today. So we want to reset how we approach transit planning to ensure that there's choice throughout the entire system, and to ensure that by recommending one project, we're not creating a problem somewhere else in the network.
Okay. And so when you're coming back with the hard ranking of the projects, that is the next phase, the relief line will not be part of that because you're already including it into this batch. So this is already, this is our priority, these are our priorities, these need to get shovels on the ground, and this needs to go, and you're producing the next batch. Okay.
That's correct, and it's important to note that all of the work we're advancing right now, we have council direction to be doing so.
Okay. Smart Track. So in June, Are we going to be able to look at the business case and the fare integrate? Okay, so we're going to be able to look at that, and then basically you're going to ask us for direction to start the TPAP. But we'll have all that information before you start the TPAP.
We'll have a business case that'll be premised on the frequencies that we're able to achieve with the engineering, the constraints in the corridor. So between 5 and 10 minutes frequencies, and we'll be basing it on TTC fare.
You'll be basing it on TTC fare?
Yep.
Okay, but what happens if we don't get to an agreement with Metrolinx on a TTC fare?
We'll show what the implications of not having, what different fare structures would have.
So we'll have the different scenarios. Okay. I want to go back to the zoning issue at the lines, because one of my concerns is we're doing great. I mean, we're doing good. We're not doing great. We should be going faster, but fine, we're doing good. And we're building transit, and especially some of these projects that we're bringing back to the table to a lot of priority neighborhoods. And my concern is that, yes, this is great, but by the time this gets all done, we've priced out those people that we're building transit for because they can't afford it anymore. So do you have the tools nowadays that are going to be able to help us also with those zoning issues, the land use issues, or do we also need to give you some direction on those things?
Through the mayor, we in fact have the tool in the context of the development permit system, because the development permit system allows us to put as-of-right zoning in place, but also to tie that zoning to the provision of a community benefit. So we have that tool. That's currently at the OMB. That's why it's been very quiet for the past years, because it's been hung up at the OMB. But I'm hopeful that that will be resolved this year, and we can begin using the development permit system precisely for that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ensure I understand. We're trying to put a plan in place, a network plan. Is that correct?
That's correct, and these are a series of recommendations towards that end.
Yeah, and I get that. And so what I wanted to understand, and I realize that it may not be obviously as far as the information that we have here, it's not here, but on the financial piece, because it seems to me that many of the issues and challenges that we've actually faced with respect to building and planning subway development or transit development comes down to money. I'm just wondering, what are we doing correspondingly with respect to a financial model to ensure affordability? Because, well, no matter, we can make this all look nice and pretty, and it's very nice, beautiful, laid out nicely and so on. So what I'm trying to understand is the public-private partnership piece, or the piece related to, in Japan, for example, you have private lines, you have private subways, you have department stores who own their own lines. You also incorporate monetizing the space, which we don't do a really good job at this particular point in time. I'm just wondering what sort of modeling is being done for that, because without that piece, this will never happen. Because I'm not going to, although I'm government, I don't think we're going to rely on government to make that happen, based on our past experience.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe if I can answer that. So one of the recommendations is to put these priority lines into the long-term financial plan, so we know the costs. We're going to be doing some additional work between now and June. I agree that when we put everything in, this is going to be well beyond the resources of our traditional tools and revenue sources, and that we will have to look at what revenue opportunities do we have, not just for the relief line, but on Smart Track. What kind of lands do we have that we could potentially develop, and look at those kinds of scenarios that you're talking about. They're not well developed prior up to now, particularly in Ontario. You know, the other jurisdictions in the world do have more experience at that, but I think to make all of this a go and this entire plan, we're going to have to look at a broad set of out-of-the-box approaches, P3s, new revenue tools, because there is a lot of, this is an ambitious undertaking, particularly in 15 years.
Right, so am I hearing you correctly then? So that apparatus, that particular piece, that overlay is going to be put in place, because I think that should be happening simultaneously as well. Would you agree?
I think it does. I'll be frank, we're not looking at that right now in a lot of depth, but I think as we scope our plans, get timetables down in terms of when the infrastructure would be built, I think we absolutely have to look at all our opportunities. One of the things, the other thing I will add is through the real estate review, we are looking at what opportunities on land holdings do we have, particularly those around transit areas and stations.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask two more questions, and I know the time just keeps going quickly there. But on the fare that you talk about, I wondered in terms of consideration about integration, are we looking at zone and distance as well as part of that approach with respect to fares?
Through the mayor, we'll be bringing back a recommendation that responds to our larger city building objectives. So looking at the structure of the fare can have an impact on the choices that people take.
Right.
One of those options would be a fare by distance.
Okay.
But there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done on that.
But many other jurisdictions has done a lot of that type of work. I'm just wondering if we could look at marrying or borrowing from them to have learned from them and just basically utilize that experience. The other question I had then with respect to the area with respect to the airport, the employment area at the airport. In downtown Toronto, you've got some 400,000 people working on a daily basis. Out by the airport, the number's around 300,000. Transit service in that area is not very good. How do we address that as part of this model, or are you addressing that as part of this modeling that will take place for the city?
Through the mayor, one of the challenges is that the airport corporate center is successful precisely because it has free parking, and it is right at the nexus of our regional highway system. And it is designed...
We can change the whole concept of free parking anytime we want.
Free parking you can, but one of the challenges is the land use and the design. So where you put the stations still means you have a last mile problem. It doesn't make, and it's Mississauga's actually, it's the land area, so it's not our parking policy. But so there's a last mile challenge that even if you brought transit right into the heart, you in fact would still need to connect people. There are a variety of different ways that that can occur, and it's important not to forget new technologies that are emerging in the transportation industry that are seeking to connect people, like Lyft and Uber actually play a role and will play a role in the future once we get the regulation piece figured out in solving the last mile problem. So there's a challenge with respect to the land use design and the density, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't think very carefully as to how we can in fact improve the transit access, because it is a key priority.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. And Councillor Palacio is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, and I'm referring to slide number 8 of your presentation, and thank you for the presentation. Jane Street has been considered within the next 6 to 15 years, and that's down the road. Now, and that's if we ever get the funding in place. So my question to you is in terms of connectivity, the St. Clair Transit project, known as the exclusive right-of-way, was supposed to connect at whatever point with Jane Street. It was supposed to be connected, extended to the west. Is that section of St. Clair anywhere in the radar for future consideration?
That's something we'd look at in the work that we would do on Jane, because obviously just west of the Georgetown line there, you'd want to look at that, connecting that link.
Great. In terms of employment within the same area, that section of the stockyards have experienced a tremendous level of growth in terms of employment. It has become a commercial hub in the West End. And with St. Clair Avenue study, the exclusive right-of-way, the whole thing, it seems that the whole area is ready for revitalization. Do you see it that way as well?
So, Mr. Mayor, we're doing as the councillor knows, we're doing an EA for providing additional road capacity because the Georgetown line provides a big barrier and the underpass is now only down to 2 lanes each way. That's going to be a key to unlocking further development in that area. It does have potential. It's got a lot of retail right now, and it has redevelopment potential. And certainly the Jane connection between St. Clair Avenue and streetcar and the Jane LRT would be attracting, I think, of additional intensification.
The ongoing environmental assessment that's taking place in that area there, is somehow connected or perhaps concurrently with what's happening here?
It's part of the context that that EA is framed, but mostly it's about managing the existing problems that are evident with lack of capacity in the area. So as you know, we're looking at Guns Road and Davenport and other flyovers of that corridor.
Great. I'm going to refer to, and that's within the supplementary report, and I believe that's Appendix 4. And there is a letter from the chief planner to the CEO of Metrolinx. And within the St. Clair, or the proposed St. Clair station, that would be as part of options C and D, there is a comment that the area is not considered as a priority in the future due to employment or employment growth. Would you be kind enough just to enlighten me about that comment?
Through the mayor, St. Clair continues to be one of the stations that has been identified for Smart Track and RER that has been brought forward into the further analysis.
No, I'm very happy to see that. The only thing that concerns me, and I'm planning to move a motion, is because in your letter to the CEO of Metrolinx, the area has been considered as not being an area that's not considered for employment growth and should be considered as a low priority. I don't see the connection there.
If I may, Jennifer, through the chair, we're talking about two different lines here. So we've got the Barrie line with a potential St. Clair station. Smart Track is looking at the Kitchener corridor, Councillor, and at St. Clair. So it's a slightly different positioning of the potential St. Clair stations. We're talking about two different potentials.
I believe that's the same station. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Platsou. Any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, just the relief line is really important to my residents, and I hear about it all the time. I think they think it's the kind of the holy grail to addressing line 1. Because every day we ride it, and it's got serious capacity issues and reliability issues every day. So automatic train controls delayed. I guess my question is, you know, does this plan really, are we still on the same timelines with the relief line? And I'll make it a double-barreled question just to get it all over with in one go. Don Mills, which I share with the deputy mayor as well as Councillor Burnside. How does what you're proposing serve Don Mills? Because there's been additions and options, renditions prior to this that address that.
Through the mayor, it's very important to note that the relief line is in fact positioned to accommodate current and future demand, as well as to respond to the congestion issues. In 2014, we initiated this work, building on the work that had been done the previous year by the TTC. And at that time, we said it was a 13-year process. So 2 years have gone by, so it's an 11-year process at this point. We've been very aggressive in sticking to our timeline. We have not lost any time. So we will, if we continue to be on track, we in fact should be seeing that line in an 11-year time frame. It's important to know that the relief line sets the stage for the connection up to Don Mills. And you'll notice on slide 8 in our rapid transit network map, we actually show kind of a double-barreled line that would be a second phase of the relief line that is from Pape Station connecting up into Eglinton and connecting all the way up to Don Mills. And we showed that even though it wasn't within the 15 years, because we wanted to make it really clear symbolically that it has not been forgotten and it is a critical priority that needs to be advanced beyond this first phase of the relief line. And my hope would be that once we move through project assessment into TPAP, and more of the work begins to shift to the TTC with the relief line, nothing would be more important for this network, I think, than for City Council to direct us to now begin the project assessment on that next phase. So we're on target.
And then Smart Track, what kind of relief does it provide for Line 1, the Young Line?
Through the mayor, in our preliminary numbers, in the most ambitious scenario, we see a 17% divergence of riders who are moving from the Young Line to Smart Track. That is in our most aggressive scenario, where we in fact have every station at 5-minute service with a fully integrated fare, anywhere between 11 and 17. It depends on some of the other assumptions as well with respect to the growth scenario. But it does have an impact in the shorter term. By the 10 to 15-year time horizon, we see that all that, and it's important to know, all that capacity on the Young Line is instantly refilled because of the latent demand that exists in the Young corridor. Yeah. So we have to be very careful we're not creating capacity. It's a line that's over capacity. Automatic train control will provide a boost in capacity, but given the significant amount of growth that we see at Yonge and Eglinton, that capacity is absorbed almost immediately.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the committee? Councillor DeGiorgio.
Very quick question. I notice on page 8, and I've noticed that the Jane LRT is perceived to be, I guess, one of the priorities, but given the constraints on that road, do we really believe that we can put an LRT on Jane Street?
Through the mayor, of all of the projects that you see in the context of this network map, Jane is not one that any due diligence is currently being undertaken on, and I think once we get through the current tranche of projects, we need to go back and look at that project. My understanding is that there are significant areas where there are significant constraints, so that's a design exercise, but there are concerns, and we know that they would need to be addressed in the context of a project assessment which has yet to begin.
I think we should just throw that one out.
Thank you, Councillor Giorgio. I just had, if I might, a couple of questions, and I just want to drill down a little bit on something that's been touched on a couple of times. First of all, could somebody just answer the question why city staff are recommending both, or they put forward in this a plan both in respect of Smart Track and the relief line?
Mr. Mayor, they're both needed. The latent demand for capacity is evident, and both those lines provide much needed relief. Smart Track can be done in a little more timely way, relief line a little bit longer. They've been long-held aspirations. Relief line's been a long-held aspiration, and it would make sense.
Okay, you answered the next question, which was they are on different timelines, and maybe you could just, I think these numbers were just mentioned a moment ago, but confirm what the rough timelines are based on everything we're working towards.
So Smart Track will be the one that's most easily achieved in the shorter time frame. We've been talking about the 7 to 8 years. And relief line is 13 years plus, so 11 years into it, we're expecting 2027, 2028, and that's a ways off, but that's what it takes to build those lines.
And I think I just heard Ms. Keesmaat a couple of moments ago say that the work has proceeded on the relief line precisely, I'll say. Maybe you could agree or disagree, precisely in accordance with the timetable that you expected that it would, given that you just said there was 11 years left of work to do and we're on time with respect to that work at the moment?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct, and we have publicly posted the schedule and the terms of reference that were approved by City Council, and we have continued to pace as per that process.
And can you confirm to me that the consideration of Smart Track, which came along after the relief line in terms of a concept that we started to work on, as did Regional Express Rail, that consideration of those has not slowed down in any way the work that's being done on the relief line?
Mr. Mayor, it has not slowed down the work. We have been doing them in parallel.
I asked this question only half jokingly to all four of you, well, to certainly the three of you that work for the city. Have any of you had any instances in which I've stood over your desks and tried to manipulate your hands to type the content of the reports that come before us with respect to transit options for the city?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I want all three of you to answer that question.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Can you confirm for me that there have been times, in fact, and I'll say times plural, where the content of some of the reports that you've all, and I'm not suggesting it was you, but the contents you've all been putting forward for consideration by the council have appeared in the Star and the Globe and Mail before I would have seen them?
That's possible.
It's a fact. It's a fact. Anyway, that's fine. I say those with a little bit of tongue in cheek. And I want to just thank you, all four of you, and there were some others, I think, who came and went from the, Hillary, I know, was up there earlier, and others, for your patience in answering all of these questions. We have lots more to go here in terms of deputants and so on, but I do thank you for your patience in answering all the questions and continuing the work on this, which will, of course, continue going forward. Thank you very much. So, just to remind you where we are, I think a lot of people might have forgotten that we have, we have 7 or 8 deputants that we'd have to hear from now, which we're delighted to hear from. We will, of course, have questions of them as you see fit. I will just give you a bit of advance warning that I will suggest that we not have anything other than a basic kind of question period, if any, because I think we asked a lot of questions of staff in this session, but if there are questions people are burning to ask based on what they've heard since, or we can have some, but I would not propose to see us duplicate that entire question period again, but we'll see how we do after the deputations, and we'll move to that right away now, and hear first on the remaining deputants from Hamish Wilson. Welcome, Mr. Wilson, as always, and you have 5 minutes, as always, or as most of the time.
Caught Mr. Monroe's website yesterday. He said, quote, "After years and years of delay, the last thing we need is to be stampeded into approvals that might have to be unwound. We have a bad habit of hijacking the transit debate, saying, quote, this must be the plan, and then saying we cannot change the plan. Any future report should come out with lots of warnings." So yeah, I really worry with the complexity of everything, and I know it's complex, and the staff have been working very hard, respect to them. I'm just very worried that it's hurry up, make another set of mistakes. We have a set of mistakes already, in my view, with a lot of our subways and rapid transit. So really, let's take a little bit of time, because quite honestly, I think some of the stuff is still fundamentally misguided or flawed. Including being stuck far more in schemes rather than plans, and the scheming, I think, is primarily with the Scarborough subway extension. I'm afraid I still don't like it a lot. I think it's a horrible mistake, relatively speaking, given that we're going to have shortfalls of the billions. As I was coming in this morning, came across this, nice to have the street sweepers out. This is a water cutoff valve. That I found on Bloor Street. Things are falling apart. You need to squeeze the millions, if not the billions. We've got to be able to make sure we have money for housing and money for infrastructure, because a lot of things are falling apart. With the relief line, let's start off some of it. Nice to know that there's some sense that if this could be possibly... Okay, sorry. Oh, there we are. Wonderful. Okay, thank you. I'd love to see sort of some sense of people usage crowding on the Danforth, just to get a sense of where the actual spot should be. Is this reality? You know, how crowded are the stations and the trains? And if that's the case, that we have this sort of crowding, well, maybe we should actually shove things a little bit further east. And if we want to do something sooner rather than later, here's something, a relief busway right in the center of the road. Why not? You could do this in a year, this year maybe, and it may not be popular, but heck, the number of people that are on these subway trains, they're paying for it. They deserve better service. And if we really want to be roadical, why not on Yonge Street? Yonge Street relief with a center lane busway, some express buses. The thought is, yes, you know, start bus relief of some of our really crowded systems. That's important. And another idea, one good thing from Scarborough, having a long 6-kilometer subway stretch. What about a relief subway just parallel on the east side of Yonge Street? When we get to around the Rosedale area, duck over to Church and then dock into to Queen Street. That's a new idea. Next, right? With the relief line, the 1946 plan had to include the suburbs, so we got it up to Danforth, the old city of Toronto. This is political choice with the planning, I think. The later 1949 version still had that little chunk there, but they had the Bloor Danforth. In the 1985 relief line possibility. They kept the old line, but they went up to Thorncliffe because guess what that's built. So there's a huge density up in Thorncliffe that we've got to actually, that may be the key. If we actually focused on where the people in Thorncliffe going, how can we possibly get them to where they're going in different ways? Maybe we could get a 2-for-1 deal or something. And if you're using your own money, which I think you should put in your millions, if you have millions, and you probably do, then we've got to really start thinking better about what's possible. So there's that sort of idea for the diagonality of having a relief line. I love the Gatineau Hydro Corridor. It's on the diagonal. Why not think of that? Something, again, from about 10, 12 years ago. Here's another thought. This is called from the Smart Ride LRT, maybe a precursor to Smart Track. What's going on with the Richmond Hill line? I think that's a really important sort of potential to do something faster, especially when you start looking at how much right-of-way we actually do own. This is a bit complicated. We've got a bit of the rail trail. We've got the Don Valley Parkway. We've got Metrolinx's own spur line beside the Don Valley. Can we manage to connect up the Thorncliffe area with a little bit of money, a lot less than what's being spent out in Scarborough? I think that's part of the key for getting a 2-for-1 deal to actually do something faster and sooner. Because people want to have stuff happen now. We cannot trust the forecast so much. I'm very glad that Royce and James has been spending so much time on this file, and thank you as well, Steve Monroe. He had this great column. I don't know if you saw it. Those are you can't trust the forecasts. Things don't work out. We need to squeeze the billions, so I think there's a lot of opportunities for doing things differently. You're ignoring or passing over a certain amount of other option, and I think that's going to be a fatal flaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Any questions of Mr. Wilson today? You will return that water shutoff valve to us on your way out.
How would you like it returned?
Good of you to pick it up. We probably could redeploy that, fix it up.
Doorstop?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. All right. That would bring us then to Mr. Peter Miasek, President, Transport Action Ontario. Welcome. 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I'm representing Transport Action. We were mentioned earlier in Steve Wicken's presentation, and we're really a transportation think tank. I'm here to talk about the one-stop Scarborough subway extension on its own merits. The word smart spur will not cross my lips, although obviously we support the idea. With the ridership projections now available, albeit as for the 3- and 4-stop version, we now have the evidence that the one-stop extension has problems, regardless of ridership. Whether the ridership is high or low, it has problems. There are a number of reasons for this. First, even at the highest frequency Smart Track operation, Line 2 ridership goes up by between 3,000 and 5,000 passengers as the trains proceed west through Kennedy. This means added stress on Line 2, because Smart Track is not intercepting enough of the ridership. So we got higher volumes on Line 2. No numbers have been published as to how many passengers an hour will be on the line at Donlands, which is just where the relief line comes in, if it comes in. This is a critical due diligence number needed to confirm whether the extension is going to overload Line 2 at a point east of where the relief line would come in. In other words, is the relief line sufficiently east enough, or does it need to be at Woodbine or Coxwell, as a couple councillors mentioned? I think it's a very valid question. Third, we're going to likely need a major capacity increase on the Bloor-Danforth subway. New signals, new rolling stock, costing well over $1 billion. That factor has not been factored in, and it's all because Smart Track, which can be optimized, is not intercepting enough ridership. So our fear is that the ridership on the extension, the bigger the ridership on the extension, the bigger this capacity problem is going to be. But perversely, the lower the ridership on the extension, the less the line can financially sustain a subway, and that's the more likely scenario. The extension's peak hour ridership right now, with Smart Track fully in place, is between 9,800 and 11,600 passengers per peak hour. But this is based on Line 2 running 32 trains an hour to Scarborough Centre. That's well above what a normal two-track subway terminus can provide. They can't turn a train around that fast, and to keep them at 110-second frequency. The station would have to be built with a third track and a second crossover so that the approaching trains can weave around each other as they enter and leave the station. This is an expensive solution to run a service level that's not warranted by the ridership, which is, as I said, is 9,800 to 11,600. Plus, the ridership would be lower than that published because, as the chief planner has mentioned, they expect the ridership to fall once you do the modeling for a one-stop subway versus a three-stop subway. So we're probably talking less than 1/3 of the capacity which would be used. So why spend the significant money on a third track and a crossover when it's much simpler to turn every second train around at Kennedy with a pocket track? Of course, when that happens, ridership falls again, another 2,500 to 3,500 passengers. So the real ridership in 2031 at the modeling date could be down to 5,000 to 7,500 per peak hour, depending on how hard we run Smart Track. So in our opinion, it is evident that the committee and council don't have the required information yet to make a decision on the one-stop extension. Council approved the subway, as Councillor de Beermaker said an hour or so ago, on the expectation that ridership would be between 9,000 and 14,500 per hour. Staff have said in their report that the extension's peak point ridership would be comparable to other subway terminal stations, except for Finch, which are very heavy. But that's not saying very much. Peak hour ridership at Downsview is 3,000. Peak hour ridership at Don Mills is 5,000. That argument is quite weak. It could be used to support any subway proposal. Bottom line, we're in a conundrum. The only way the subway extension is justified by ridership is if there's no Smart Track. But if there is no Smart Track, then we've got big capacity issues on Line 2. So in our opinion, there is no case for the Scarborough subway extension. If it isn't problematic on one part of the line, one part of the network, it's problematic on another part of the network. Thank you.
Questions of this deputant? I had just one. Would you agree that you focus on ridership, and ridership? Would you agree there are other considerations?
I would.
Taken into account in building transit of any kind anywhere?
Yes, I would. But I'd also say we think a better solution, there is a better solution than the subway extension, which my colleague will get into in the next deputation.
That, but there are other considerations.
Yeah, of course. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Speaking of your colleague, we have Bruce Budd, Vice President of Transport Action Canada.
It's a different organization, but we're related.
Mr. Budd, you're most welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Executive Committee. I wish to focus on staff recommendation 2B, that Scarborough Express Rail be removed from further consideration. We disagree, and will suggest an amended motion at the end of my presentation. Basically, this is the little addition that we're talking about is just from Ellesmere to Scarborough Centre, if you want to compare apples to apples. The staff report talked about service frequency, that you couldn't get adequate service frequency with Express Rail. We disagree because we have submitted a supplementary technical data, a technical report to staff approximately 10 days ago, and basically we dealt with the curvature getting off at Ellesmere. We dealt with where the tunnel starts, the boring. We dealt with several other issues in that technical report, but specifically we pointed out that you can get 20 trains per hour on this line. And so if you want to run Smart Spur north of Ellesmere straight up, you can still have 6 trains going there and 14 trains going into Scarborough Centre. That gives you headways that are better than the SRT right now. In other words, nearly 4-minute headways. In fact, if you put 15 and 5, you get exactly 4-minute headways. You also have double the capacity on each train, because there are about 1,700 versus 900 on the subway. The property impact has already been dealt with by Mr. Wickens. I'll just repeat that these are low-rise industrial buildings that are already zoned for high-rise residential, and probably the residual lands in buying them and then reselling the residual lands could end up paying the city money. But the staff report left out 2 important factors. First of all, cost. Our proposal, even with our realignment, and I'll put up a slightly different map that shows in detail where this comes off at way over here at Ellesmere, and then runs along basically parallel to the SRT. But because the TTC wanted any construction not to disrupt the operation of the SRT in the interim, we then did an alternate alignment running slightly south. That cost an extra $600 million. The original proposal was just to build it to here, close it down for a year or 15 months, and run it on the original right-of-way for $600 million. However, we accept the TTC's insistence that the SRT keep running, but even at $1.2 billion, that's $1.4 billion less than the Scarborough Expressway. And, you know, we don't have a lot of money around, but what that does allow you to do is to basically use that money here in Scarborough to fund an immediate extension to Progress Campus. In fact, you can get almost up to, you can actually get up to Shepherd Avenue. With a little bit more money, you can get to downtown Malvern, which is an underserviced area in great need of rapid transit. And that would get people right downtown. The second question they didn't talk about was the relief of the subway network that Smart Spur will provide, because it will take more people off, we believe, and help in both relief on line 2 and line 1. Basically, this is a smart track we support strongly. What we're saying, in effect, is make Scarborough Centre the terminus, because this is a surface subway. It provides fast, frequent, reliable, and at an affordable cost service to Scarborough. It also, you'll notice, provides some east-west rapid transit in the north part of Scarborough, which no one is talking about, and particularly with the LRT along Shepherd looking maybe like a dead duck, then this could be the only east-west transportation, and it can run right through to Malvern.
And on that note, I'll have to stop you there, Mr. Budd, and see if there are any questions for you. Any questions for Mr. Budd?
I do have a motion if there's anyone who wants me to read it out, but otherwise,
if you want to get it brought to the clerk and whatever, then somebody can take a look. It has to be moved by a member of the committee, of course, but if anybody does. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Michael Rosenberg.
A short question. Yes.
Oh, a short question, Mr. Councillor Prutza.
Yes, go ahead. Our motion just suggests that it be modeled. The staff is going to model. Yes, I can read it out for you, just that part. That includes Scarborough Express Rail to Centennial College via Scarborough Centre in ongoing modeling work at frequencies of 10, 6, and 4 minutes in networks with and without the one-stop Scarborough subway extension, with the impact on the Bloor-Yonge transfer traffic in the same format as provided on the Yonge subway extension model results. So all we're asking is that All we are asking is the staff is already going to do more modeling because you've added the one-stop subway instead of a three-stop subway, so it doesn't go up to Shepherd, and you've added Crosstown East, which we think is a great idea. And all we are asking is that you model the Smart Spur. And I will say that if the modeling shows that it's not a good idea, I will stop pushing it, and I will move on to other transit issues, because I have spent the last 4 years of my life getting this city to at least look at this option. And we have come this far, and I think the staff report didn't give us modeling numbers. It has the opportunity to do that because it's already remodeling, sir. So that's all we are asking.
Thanks, Councillor Perruzza. Any other questions of Mr. Budd? All right, then we do have Michael Rosenberg up next. Mr. Rosenberg, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I actually think the Scarborough subway is the best way to build a network, and you know, I wish it hadn't even been downgraded from what it originally was supposed to be, because the best network is the subway and bus connection. And, you know, the latest proposals do at least start to talk much more in terms of network. But therefore, I think that the actual Scarborough subway is the most important part of a network that we could possibly build, and that, yes, some of the other ideas are also somewhat related to network thinking, but it's actually the continuation of the subway, so you don't have to make changes from train to train, and you're basically using one train and one bus to get almost anywhere. That is the best network. And a couple other things I'd like to point about the general concept of transit and rapid transit. Sometimes the word rapid transit is used in ways that I don't really agree with. Particularly, buses are the most rapid form of surface transit, and we should think of buses as a form of rapid transit. And, you know, buses can handle a much greater capacity than they're given credit for. It's basically just a question of how many buses do you put on the road. And more buses means more frequent service, and it's generally a better service. So there is absolutely no reason not to consider buses as rapid transit. And the whole network thing is to get around to any point in the city by combining the buses and the subways. And therefore, you don't have to put development right on the transit line. You put development where you want it to be, and the transit line connects it. That's why Bloor is fine, even though there's no development on most of it. You don't actually have to put the development in a place where you don't want it. Now, buses. There are definitely more places we could use buses. For example, Jane Street was originally and should be a bus rapid transit because people use that for local transit. The long-distance transit, you use the Spadina subway. So I've been on it. People get on and off at every single stop. There is no way that an LRT with fewer stops will in any way work on Jane. The subway back to Scarborough, yes, you need that Lawrence station. Please don't downgrade it. At least make it possible to put in that station at a later date, or make the decision right now to include that Lawrence station. As far as, you know, other options are concerned, I mean, Smart Track, I would like to know right now whether it's fare inclusion or fare enhancement. The term fare integration is just a little bit too vague to me. The fare should actually be decided first before we decide what we're going to build, because you have to know if you're building it for TTC customers or for GO customers. Is this an enhancement to the TTC system with fare inclusion, or is it an alternative for GO customers that TTC customers won't use? That really should be decided first before you decide what you're going to build. And there are a couple of other you know, fare issues that have to be considered, such as the single fare transferable token replacement fare that they're supposed to come up with has to be available to everybody, not just to agencies, because those are used by families and businesses. And I myself give out about 1,000 tokens a year. I don't want to have to pay the extra $350 for cash fares. So we still need a way to have tokens that are, or token equivalents that are transferable and on a single fare basis, but are purchased in bulk at the token rate. Again, in terms of the capacity issues, if you build the Scarborough subway, I don't think that's as much of an issue as people are saying. People should really understand that St. George is available as an alternative to get downtown. That's the one I use whenever possible. So please don't overrate the crowding at Yonge and Bloor as a reason to not build things that are absolutely needed, such as the Scarborough subway. And one last point is that if we're concerned about the cost, and I mean, I do want the $200 or so million to be allocated for the Lawrence East station. If you're concerned about the cost, please keep in mind that over the 30-year funding lifetime of a subway, the city is projected to spend $6 or $7 billion on information technology. So maybe we don't need to spend quite as much on that and can spend an extra $200 million to make this subway at least a little bit closer to what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And are there any questions for Mr. Rosenberg? Okay, well, thank you very much for your thoughtfulness and for being here. The next person was Andrew R. Fruzeman, Chief Administrative Officer, University of Toronto Scarborough Campus, and there we are. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a whole new level of respect of the quality of day that you all have as you sit here for 8 or 9 hours. It's quite exhausting. Just give me 1 second to set this up. Oh. Okay, it doesn't look like this technology will cooperate with me. It will. Well, maybe.
Do you have an HDMI?
Yeah, I do. It's right here.
Okay, so.
But that's not an HDMI cable.
Yeah, it should be my HDMI. No. Anything else? And you don't have VGA.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Mr. Mayor. Don't. Mr. Mayor, just wanted the time. Just get.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's been a very full day of listening to some outstanding conversations, and certainly there are some pretty critical decisions that you all face in terms of prioritizing infrastructure. What I'm going to speak about in particular today is really the University of Toronto Scarborough and the extension of the LRT line to the University of Toronto campus and the impact that that actually has. First off, for some of you who may not be aware of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus or have not been there for many years, it is the largest campus in the U of T system. It's made up of about 320 acres, and directly north of us are about 100 acres of city and provincially owned land adjacent to the 401. When we did a master plan in 2008, we really looked at what the opportunity was for our undeveloped parking lots to the north. And if I could draw your attention to the monitor, you'll actually see a plan view. What we actually did is we superimposed the University of Toronto St. George campus on that site. And so on the southerly border, this would be College Street, this would be Bloor Street, University, and Spadina. So it's a significant amount of real estate that actually exists in the city. And as the University of Toronto has taken its growth plan, much of the undergraduate growth, or all of the undergraduate growth in the Toronto campuses of U of T will actually happen at the University of Toronto Scarborough. So it's a campus that's actually fast emerging. When we did the master plan, what we actually did is we projected out to what the world would look like 40 or 50 years out, which has actually produced this master plan that you see in front of you. The master plan was produced in 2008, approved by the University of Toronto in 2011. We're currently working with planning staff on moving it forward through secondary planning and zoning. Ultimately, this North Campus development has 6 million square feet of development that we're proposing. We've already done over $500 million worth of investments in the 7 years that I've been on that campus, and we've built over 700,000 square feet. As much as we're hearing a lot of discussion about the potential for transit to actually spur development, I do want to point out that we're actually already developing, and we have significant plans for additional development on the campus. One of the key pieces that we've been able to undertake is actually developing public partnerships. So the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre, which is on the top of the diagram that you see in front of you, is a joint partnership with the City of Toronto, and it's been a tremendously successful opportunity for us to develop with partners. We have also built infrastructure exclusive to the university, but we're working on plans to develop additional infrastructure that will include private partners. We're looking at opportunities around student residence, which would help alleviate some of the pressures that we have around affordable housing in that part of the city, particularly for university students. We're also looking for partnerships to build public-private partnership facilities to bring groups onto the campus. One of the tremendous opportunities that we've had with TPASC is we've relocated a number of national teams to Scarborough. Those national teams want to move their headquarters from places like Ottawa to be adjacent to their athletes, and we need to provide infrastructure and facilities. Those facilities give our students an opportunity to actually work with some of the high elite performance athlete clubs. The other is technology and really trying to develop a technology node around the environment, which is really our leading academic program, or one of our leading academic programs on the campus. And there isn't a node like that already in the city. Our master plan also has fully integrated the LRT. The initial hope was, as was pointed out in an earlier presentation, that the LRT would have been built out from the Shepherd line to accommodate the 2015 Pan Am Games. And the plan has been designed to accommodate an LRT that flows through the campus from Kingston Road up to Shepherd. Now that we've reversed it, or city planning is looking at a proposal to bring transit up from the Morningside extension, it still is entirely consistent with the master plan. One of our critical challenges as we move forward is to be able to work with partners, and to bring partners in, we need some certainty on what this transit planning is. And one of the challenges is, and there are a lot of big issues that exist for the councillors around this table and more broadly in the city, but we've been working for 8 years trying to come up with some sense of certainty, and it hasn't existed. So the more certainty that we can bring to this process, we are now, one of our buildings is actually going to be adjacent to the proposed LRT track. Having really solid understanding of that LRT and where it's going and when it's going to be there is going to attract different partners to the campus, and that's critically important for us. So with that, I'm happy to take...
Mr. Arif-Husman, thank you very much for being here and for that submission. And other questions of the deputy? We'll start with Councillor Carroll and then go to Councillor Ainsley.
Yes, thank you for this, because I think it's changing so fast out there. A lot of people would be gobsmacked if they went out there now, if they didn't go out for a Pan Am event. I just wanted to ask you, you talk about having tech around there. I'm wondering if you've turned your mind to, at a transit conference recently, they had Ken Grombach, the demographer, come and speak. And he was talking about campuses like this, big suburban campuses are putting a lot of capital in, but that the nature of universities is changing such that we shouldn't just think of it as a place where students will go, that as students start to also use massive online open courses in combination with lecture style, the type of university we remember, this will become the tech hub itself, not just the school. Is U of T turning their mind to that for places like Scarborough, U of T, and U of T Mississauga? Is that sort of in the cards?
In terms of the use of technology to...
Yeah, such that we start thinking of it less as just a place that students need transit to get to, but it's an employment center itself.
Absolutely. And so part of the notion of this campus master plan is that it actually opens up the university. So historically, you'll note that there's a street pattern. It allows pedestrians, it allows the community to come in and access it. One of the key reasons we wanted the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre was so that we actually have the community coming into a university. We have a lot of neighborhoods around us where people don't have access to a university and they felt that it's not a welcoming place for them. The entire development that you see here, the notion is to have mixed-use retail along our newly aligned military trail adjacent to the LRT, where we can actually have community members coming in and going to a local grocery store or dry cleaner, to go to the bookshop, to go and actually have a very porous place where education is what you're learning in the classroom, but it's also coming in for a public lecture, participating in the intellectual and cultural activities that are happening on campus. And so we've really tried to reinvent what a university could look like in a suburban context. In urban contexts, they naturally are more integrated, but this actually becomes very much, in our view, a destination in the Eastern GTA, which is really kind of a core value that the community around us has never experienced until recently. There's been nothing there for them.
And you heard a lot of talk today about what are we going to do about fare integration, and those are pieces that are coming, and Metrolinx is already working on guiding principles to come back to the TTC and to planners with. But we're gathering data. Does Scarborough U of T, do they track where are students coming from? Where do their trips start and end? You know, because some are coming from home but then going somewhere else. So you're tracking that data as well, so such that we can just share to make sure that you're part of both the conversation of what line do we build to the campus, but how do people pay to get to the campus?
Well, absolutely. And I think one of the key things for us is our students, many of them come from east of the Don Valley Parkway, but also from Markham and from Durham. And in 2008, students actually, we worked with the TTC to run a referendum on supporting a university pass. The reason it failed wasn't because students weren't supportive of transit, it's because it didn't speak to the York Regional Transit System or the Durham Regional Transit System. And 3 years ago, Durham actually has provided an express bus that runs from Oshawa Centre along Bailey, Kingston Road to the campus. It terminates at UTSC. That bus has a 200% higher than anticipated ridership. And what's happening is the community from those parts of the city are coming to the campus and transferring onto the TTC and using the TTC to get into the city. So UTSC is actually functioning as as an interregional transit hub already.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ainsley, please.
Thank you. Through Mayor Tory, Andrew, can you touch a little bit on the private? So you've got a master plan for the campus.
Yep.
It stretches out 25 years?
30, 40 years. Yeah.
30. And so can you just talk a little bit about, so I've seen it, I've been at a number of the meetings, I know you've had planning staff out, been working very hard on the master plan. So the LRT going into your campus is kind of the linchpin of that master plan to get students in and out, as you were just saying to Councillor Carroll.
Yes. And so the challenge is we have a lot of development that's directly adjacent to where the proposed LRT line is. And in 2008, we went out, we talked to hotel operators. So one of our next projects we'd like to develop is a hotel conference center on the campus. Not only would it support the activities on the university in terms of our capacity to host international guests and provide conferences, but also to support events at TPASC. So this last weekend, we had the Provincial Dive Championship. We have swimmers coming in from all over the place. There's no hoteling facilities. There's the Delta. So we feel that we could build that infrastructure, support the university needs during the week, and on the weekends, it can actually support adjacent needs. All of that is enhanced by an LRT or a regional transit plan. We feel that we can be a node. If you're going to bring a guest in internationally, they can step out the door and actually get onto smart tracks and get downtown in 40 minutes. That's a wonderful opportunity for them, as well as being able to be on campus and going for a bike ride through the Highland Creek Ravine or traveling out to the Rouge Park. So we think that this can really anchor a very different City of Toronto experience than currently exists.
Yeah. And right now, as I mentioned earlier with Professor Sorensen, so the only option, so students traveling back and forth from the St. George campus to University of Toronto Scarborough have the 198 Rocket bus, which if I take this, if I could drop this there now and expect those students, if your campus looked like that now, your students trying to get downtown on the 198 would overwhelm that bus easily, I would assume.
They already are. So we currently have 685 buses a day coming to the campus. providing more.
Sorry, how many, Andrew?
685 buses a day coming to the campus.
TTC buses.
TTC and Durham Transit and GO, but as a full complement of buses, there's 685. And we think that there's a much more efficient way to move people than simply buses. Now, part of it was something that Andre had talked about. There is a last mile issue in the suburbs, and we need to get a lot of bus services, but by creating a node where people are terminating at UTSC and then moving into higher order transit or moving down into bus transit, I think we provide opportunity for a very significant number of people in a part of the city that's been tremendously underserved.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just my last question, Mayor Tory. What I remember when I was in looking at the master plan and you touched on it, you mentioned the hotel across the street from the Pan Am Center. I seem to recall there was a lot of other areas identified for public-private partnerships and investment in the campus by the private sector. Yes. So the LRT would accelerate that.
Absolutely. I think it gives some certainty. There's not a lot of developers active in Scarborough at the moment, and a lot of it is because there hasn't been a lot of certainty as to what's coming for Scarborough. I think these investments in transit will certainly provide some certainty there and will actually attract a number of developers that historically haven't been in that space. In addition to that, it creates jobs. With the TPAS facility, we've created 150 jobs in a neighborhood in that facility alone, and those are people that are actually living in the neighborhood. We've done some geographic mapping. The campus itself, we've hired 130 new faculty members, tenure stream faculty members over the last 7 years. They're living in Scarborough. Many of them are actually residents in your ward living in the Guild, and they're active members of the community. So as the university grows and thrives, it actually provides, it has the capacity to provide community wealth to the neighborhoods that we're surrounding.
Okay. And then I guess one of the other, so earlier there was some talk about an 8-year timeline for building the LRT. So that would negatively impact your capital build program. So if that could be expedited between the city planning and Metrolinx, you see that as advantageous not only to U of T Scarborough campus, but also the general community.
Absolutely, and I think it would attract investors who may not have been thinking about Scarborough as a potential investment site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any more questions of this deputant? And if not, we will thank you very much for being here and for your patience in waiting.
Thank you.
Those 9 hours you talked about, I guess it is. Let's see now. That's 8. It's a good solid 8. Thanks very much. We appreciate it. Jim Jones is the councillor. There he is. Talk about patience. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very impressed with the conversation today. I've always been a transit advocate. I serve on Markham and York Region Council. I am the Chair of Development Services for Markham and Vice Chair of Transit and Transportation for York Region and Vice Chair of their task force. Just a little bit about York Region and Markham. York Region in 2015 was 1,180,000, and by 2041 will be 1,800,000. Just about Markham, Vaughan, and Richmond Hill. Currently today, there's 720,000 because we share a border of 40 kilometers with Toronto, and by 2041 will be 1,300,000. You know, when you talk about, in Markham, for example, which would be on the top end of Smart Track, we currently today are 350,000, and up to 31 we had to be 480, and now we have to be by 41, 540,000 people. So, and most of that 200,000 growth that I'm talking about is going to be on the top end of Smart Track. Some of it is going to be maybe 35, 40,000 will be on the top end of the Young Extension, which is the Langstaff subdivision. So there's a lot of growth, and a few years ago when the new terminology Smart Spur, Smart Track, I've always thought that trains should be intelligent and should go in different directions. They shouldn't necessarily just be asynchronous and going from point A to B. They should be able to spur off. And a few years ago, I went down to Arlington, Virginia to look at transit-dependent development. And the first stop I got on, the station, I went down about 127 feet down. It was right across from Georgetown University, and I wanted to see all these transit-dependent development stations. And then I started going past the Arlington Cemetery, the Pentagon, the Reagan Airport. So I went back and went upstairs and I said, the red line is gone. They said, no, it's not. And it was a red line for that line, and the next line was the blue line, which went to Arlington and all those stations there. And I envisage the same thing on Smart Track, that a train could come out of Union Station and go to Scarborough Centre and beyond, and the next train could be coming right behind it and going up to Markham. So I support the Smart Spur. I like to really have that costed out, because the only additional track you should have to build is the 2 kilometers into Scarborough Town Center, and whatever you plan on going beyond out to the U of T campus at Military Trail. The other question I have is the downtown relief line. Okay, I thought that Smart Track was going to be a relief line. And so I drove a few years ago, I drove the extension of the Yonge Subway to Highway 7, and I sort of got out of it when Bill Fish said, stand down, I'm in the way, but 10 years later, there's still no subway. That's when McGuinty announced Yonge Subway up to Highway 7, and he announced the 407 Transitway from Spadina to Markham, or Vaughan Corporate Center to Markham Center. The question I have, and I think you should be looking at, is, first of all, I think the numbers are going to be higher than what was quoted. That's going to offload the Yonge Subway just coming from Markham. Viva just takes everything basically as a file transfer of people to the Finch station. But I think if you put your stations like Steeles, Finch, et cetera, they don't have to go over to the Yonge Subway and come down. They can get on the train there. So, and the question I have is, I think you should be looking at what's going to, that's not me. I'm aware of a lot, not all of your situations here, but I'm aware of the problem of the Yonge and Bloor and the things you're trying to do. Why aren't we looking at how much is the Spadina subway going to offload the Yonge subway? Because a lot of buses today go to the Finch station, not to Spadina. Secondly, the Barrie line. Okay, the Barrie line goes straight, it goes from Barrie to Union Station, and I would be putting stations on at the Bloor Danforth line. I would be stationed on the Eglinton Crosstown. I'd be putting stations so that the people coming down can go. Because the more connectivity we have, quite frankly, the more mobility we have. And where I differ with the RER, RER still means commuter transit. If you look at these lines where they're going through dense populations, and therefore with Smart Track is more like subway type service, and I agree with that. So we should be looking at the Spadina subway, how much is going to offload Yonge. We should look at the Barrie with more stations, et cetera, how it could offload Yonge. We should be looking at the Richmond Hill line and how it can offload Yonge. And I also believe the Stouffville or the Smart Track will offload a lot of off the Yonge subway too, and we should be looking at those numbers. Now I know that the problem with the Richmond Hill line is still seeing trains north of Steeles going up through Richmond Hill, so that's the problem why we can't do a lot with the Richmond Hill line. And also there's flooding in the valley, but we can elevate the track through there. So I'm not going to get into the discussion about the downtown relief line, but I think some of these lines, okay, we got all these GO lines, let's take them as subway type service, and the more connectivity there, the more we can offload all these lines, and I don't know why we're not doing that.
Councillor, I gave you the better part of an extra minute there, just out of deference.
I didn't think I could even talk 2
patient
minutes.
at the end of the list, and you're a councillor, and I'll stop you. I'm sure there might be a question or two which will give you a bit of a chance to elaborate, but we do thank you for being here. Are there some questions? Did you have a question, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming in. I believe it's about 41 years since Toronto opened the Finch station, and I think we've been waiting that for that period for it to at least go up to Steeles and certainly further north of here to serve some of your communities. I'm assuming that that is a major transit priority for you, to have the Yonge line extended into areas of Markham and Vaughan and so forth.
Well, we have a community we designed for 15,000 units, 34,000 people, 3 million at Highway 7 and the 407, and we can only build a portion of it until we get the subway. and there's stuff going up Young. Yeah, it's a priority, but at the same time, I recognize the problems you're having in Young Street. That's why I support wholly all the GO lines, harnessing the power of the GO lines as more like subway lines.
So do you go to the province and say, look, this is a transit priority for your communities, and what would their response be?
Well, I think the Young has moved up, but I thought that the Smart Track was, in conjunction with the Young subway, allowed the extension. Now the downtown relief line is back on the board, saying we can't do the Young subway without the downtown relief line. I'm saying is that let's look at the others, look at the other GO lines. Okay, the Barrie line, it goes through Toronto. Put more stations on it. I think the problem we have is we're still, Metrolinx is trying to service the peak and not the base. We got to serve the base from 6 in the morning to 1 in the morning instead of just, and figure out how to handle that 7 in the morning to 9:30 in the morning and 3 to 6 in the evening.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shiner.
Nice to see you again.
Thanks, David.
On the Young line, and first of all, we were around when we tried to get the Richmond Hill line advanced to an all-day service, and the problem at that time really was the residents not wanting it running behind their house, if I remember correctly, and the issues with GO at the time not wanting to put the sound barriers in, so everything kind of got lost. Now I think you're facing communities that would also be more supportive of that because of the impact we have of all the traffic in the area.
Absolutely. We don't have the grid system, road systems like you have here in Toronto. Our grids are basically 1.25 miles apart. And so therefore everything has to go on, oops, it's my Apple Watch. Yeah.
Well, your grid is the same as our grid north of the 401, is it not?
No, north of the 407.
Oh, but we're north of our 401.
North of Steele's, our grid is not the same as yours. Okay, we can go and then we can't maybe go 1 mile and that's about it. Like your Birchmount, your Midland, they go right down. Ours only go up another mile.
Now, the extension of the Young line all the way up to 407 would really cause some problems, it's considered right now. What about the extension of the line up to Steele's? How do you see us actually getting the first part going? Because that would be the new bus terminal, if I'm correct, both east, west, and north, south, would it not?
Well,
how do you see us moving at least part of the system forward?
I can't really answer that because I think we'd like to see it to the 407, up to 7, the 407. Okay, I think it's just partial, and there's a lot of population north of Steele's there. I mean, in Thornhill, there's just 100,000 people, and Richmond Hill have 200,000, just the same borders of Thornhill. Okay, and then we're going to intensify our stations. Okay, well, Langstaff is 35,000 people and 20,000 jobs that'll be in at Langstaff, and then the Richmond Hill side is a little less than that. I just got approval to look at the feasibility of burying high voltage lines by the Minister of Energy, and we're looking at that, and therefore all of a sudden Richmond Hill, Langstaff could be a very significant hub.
And then I know there's all the talk about how difficult it is for us to manage the capacity of riders that are coming down from the north into Toronto every day. You don't face anything from any of people that live in Toronto going north at all, do you?
I think most of the people that work in York Region, most of them get there by car because the transit system is really not there.
Are they coming from Toronto?
Coming from Toronto, still a high percentage. Well, a lot take the GO, okay? Just, for example, the Smart Track Stouffville line, I think 12,000 people every morning get on the GO trains in Markham and Stouffville, but mainly Markham.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thanks very much. Anybody else questions for Mr. Jones? Councillor Jones? Okay, well, Councillor, thank you very much for your patience and for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd said earlier on that I thought that probably to go through another question period of staff would probably be redundant because I think a lot of the questions were asked, and I think with your concurrence we will not have another one, and we'll proceed to speakers on the on the matter. And I have down already here from members not on the committee. I was given the names from when Deputy Mayor Wong, Councillors Perks, Davis, Holiday, de Bearmaker. Is that correct? I see who's here. There's all right. We've got Councillor Holiday. He's on there. Councillor Perks is probably not far away. Councillor Carroll. And then I saw just that's Councillor Matlow. All right. And so is that pretty full? That's a good place to start then. And I have no members of the committee as yet, but we'll take that as they come. So on we go. Councillor Perks is not here at the moment, so we'll go to Councillor Davis, not here. All right, Councillor Holiday, you're up.
Present and ready to go. So I just want to say thank you to the staff for a tremendous body of work, of very detailed and diligent work. And it represents the kind of thing that councillors need to do their job, to get into these details and to understand what's before us. But as I read these reports, I was thinking about the mathematician Pythagoras and his theorem. And he determines the length of triangle sides. And one of the things that his theorem established was that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But when I think about the what's out in Etobicoke along the Eglinton corridor and the northern alignment and the opportunities in different ways to get to the airport from Mount Dennis, I reached the conclusion that I'm not really sure that the shortest distance is a straight line in this case. But the point I want to make is that I'm not sure, and that's what's key here. There's a lot in flux. We're still hearing things about the discussion of headway, which is a discussion of funding, about how far apart transit vehicles will be and how frequent the service is. We're still learning about Metrolinx's RER plans on that Kitchener corridor. We're still talking about fares, and all of these drive ridership, and all of these affect viability of a couple of transit options that are before us that really sit on a knife edge. And what that leads me to believe is the importance of flexibility, and flexibility in our planning. And I think that's been a major theme of this file so far. We've heard about how SmartTrack has changed over the last year and a half, and we've been flexible about that. We've talked about how changes have happened in Scarborough with the subway and an LRT, and we've been very flexible about that. The chief planner said that this is an iterative process, and I very much agree with that, and I hope that my colleagues on council will remain flexible as we go through this. I was very reassured today to hear the chief planner say that some options with the northern alignment and looking at how it connects to the airport and the MAC are still part of the optimization discussion. And that gives me hope that we will remain flexible as this thing unfolds. There is something I am very, very acutely certain about, and I think back a couple of weeks ago, we had a town hall meeting on transit at Richview Collegiate in the west end of Toronto, and we talked about some of the things that we were talking about today. And I heard very loud and clear of a very full auditorium and through a very long question and statement process that actually went an hour over time to give you an idea of how involved people were, about a community that was very uncertain and very surprised. They were looking for a better way to connect Mount Dennis to the airport. And one of those better ways was the hope of a northern connection using an existing GO rail line corridor that really wouldn't disturb a lot of people. But the analysis has pointed to dusting off an old plan, which is an Eglinton LRT. And that's got them quite concerned. They want to have the ability to give some input to the future of their neighborhood, a very stable neighborhood, to have some say in the built environment, to have some say in transit and some say on the roads. And they want to understand the business case as to why we've decided to go back to the LRT. So with that, I hope that we'll have some opportunity in this process as it unfolds. And I hope that council will listen to the people of Etobicoke, much in the way that they have listened to the people in Scarborough and been flexible with their plans. And I hope that my colleagues on council will continue to be diligent as they have today with asking very, very important questions about the material ahead in front of us. I believe that the success of this project and the confidence of the people in us rely very heavily on that, and the future of our city depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. I have next Councillor Carroll, because we still have.
I only had one point left. A lot of things that people had concerns about in the report have really been sort of brought to light in the form of questions. The only thing I wanted to comment on was a thing I think is really the role of the councillors while we're still going through the options, and I took to heart the plea that these are the options. Can we proceed with these ones to really begin to sort of stem the flow of ideas? But Councillor Perruzza, who isn't here anymore, asked questions earlier about Finch East. And I think one of our roles has to be as community members to when we're in community settings, remind people that once you introduce new lines, people's travel patterns that we see today radically change. One of the things that happens is in this first 15 years, all of these things happening on the first 15 years map mean that there probably is never going to be the ridership for a Finch East, because when you put in place the Eglinton Crosstown all the way to Scarborough U of T, and when you put in place the Shepherd LRT, people who are now an hour or more riding a bus to get over to Yonge Street, because that's their only option, are going to take 10 and 15-minute rides to RER and Smart Track. They're going to begin to rely almost totally on north-south bus routes that they never did before, such that a road like Brimley that had a sort of a minor ridership, in my ward, a street like Leslie, that Leslie Street ends at Edwards Gardens, and so it's people go over to Bayview or they go over to Don Mills because they want roads that get them to lots and lots of places. But when they will be able to go to an Eglinton Crosstown station at the bottom of Leslie, suddenly traveling north and south becomes a massively important thing in their lives, and never was before. And I think that's something that we can help with. While staff are doing this type of research, they don't put chapter and verse about the fact that they have calculated those journey changes into their ridership numbers. They don't spell them all out in the report. I think we have to highlight them, because we can, through our sort of color commentary and community meetings, remind people. Imagine that you don't take a bus to Yonge Street anymore, because that's the revolutionary change that a lot of the lines on this map, both east and west, make. And that opens them up to being able to read this report in a new light, and maybe get to the point where we're not throwing so many new ideas at staff whenever they try to update us in this forum. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Where did I put my list? There it is. I had next Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Mayor Tory. As many of you know, I'm frustrated, and I temper that by saying that I celebrate the fact that we are talking in a more comprehensive way than we have before. A lot of our debates in the past, at least few years, have focused more on ad hoc projects, more parochial concerns and focuses along the way. And the fact that we are actually discussing a network plan is incredibly important. What frustrates me is that I don't have a lot of confidence in the integrity of the models that we have before us now, and therefore, because as I indicated in some of the questions I asked earlier, intuitively, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and no one, whether it be our city staff or Mr. Miller as of yet, and I intend to call him up and speak with him directly about this, has been able to describe in an intelligible form to any member of council or member of the public how these things actually add up, how the ridership projections actually add up based on the models and the comparative models that have been used. Until somebody actually describes it in a way that a reasonable person can interpret, I can't vote for that yet. So I hope all of you agree that we need to understand things and be informed before we support things. I'm also frustrated that We've had, for years now, Scarborough residents have been waiting, and they've had a dearth of rapid transit support, while many of them have 2 hours or more to get to work or studies and back. And there have been a lot of political decisions that have come before the best, providing the best service to the residents of Scarborough. Residents along Jane are not even being considered. The residents along the Waterfront who have moved in there with the promise of rapid transit haven't seen that realized. We've had this network plan for years has also been a provincial plan that wasn't fully funded, even though promises were made. Now we've actually absorbed a lot of the onus and the responsibility to pay for it, yet we don't have the vast preponderance of these plans funded too. What I'm concerned about and what I'm frustrated by is that we are making decisions in a way now that we don't have information in front of us that I think the majority of us understand, never mind the average member of the public. We don't have real, honest funding plans before us to be able to know that we are, once again, not going to support major capital projects, as the mayor has said over and over again, without any clear idea of how to fund them. I don't want to make promises that I don't know I can deliver on. And we also need to understand that the evidence supports what we're doing without a vague responses from some of our staff or responses that most of us don't, can't even figure out in the first place. Now, this may seem somewhat negative. Again, I speak from I hope valid frustration. I am always going to be optimistic, though, that we can get it right. I believe that the majority of city councillors want to get it right, and I hope to work very closely with you over the next several weeks to make sure that we move forward with the real sense of urgency that I know that most residents of Toronto feel, to actually move forward with an evidence-based plan that is truly funded and actually has the integrity of facts behind it, not putting politics before people, as frankly we've done in the past. The last thing I'd like to say is that with the question of looking at some of the questions that I've asked before, including at whether or not, if we do move forward with the one-stop so-called express subway for Scarborough, if there's an opportunity to save perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. Remember, 1 kilometer is around $300 million underground. So if we can even look at a partial at-grade route for that subway alignment, why not look at it? And if the answer comes back and says it's impossible, then honest, reasonable people will accept that. If the answer comes back and says that even a little bit of it can save a little bit of money that can go to all those unfunded projects that we're about to commit to in the next few weeks, then isn't that a good idea? Don't Scarborough residents want us to be responsible with their tax dollars? Don't all residents want us to be responsible with their tax dollars? So I've spoken with Mayor Tory, and I'm guaranteed that that reasonable questions will be asked at council when we meet soon, and there will be support by those who want honest answers to honest questions. And I look forward to working with the mayor on that too. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Matlow. Are there any other? Oh, we have. Yes, I have a list that I've got to go back to. Councillor Perks did come in, and so it's your turn, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by thanking City of Toronto staff. They have done a tremendous service to Torontonians today in a couple of very important ways. If you look closely at what is actually recommended today, it is recommended that we abandon the idea of running heavy rail west on Eglinton. It's really important that that recommendation finally got made clearly and that the justification for it be put in front of City Council. City staff have also recommended that we abandon the idea of what are called option A and B, or 1 and 2, for Smart Track running on its own trains on its own tracks at TTC fare parallel to the Regional Express Rail. It is of tremendous value to the public of Toronto. We are no longer pursuing that option, and that staff have basically said that it's fatally flawed. It's not technically possible because of constraints at Union Station, because of land constraints and other problems like that. They've also told us, let's take away the Bellamy alignment. So it no longer is that going to distract us from the questions. The other profoundly important service that city staff did for us today is they made it clear that whatever it is that you propose, its success depends on how much you charge and how frequent the service is. And that is the fundamental determinant of what is a good transit investment and what is not. It's worth remembering that the map you draw, the number of lines on the map, the color of the lines on the map, the original author of the lines on the map, the political popularity of the lines on the map are all irrelevant. The only thing that is relevant is whether or not people are going to have affordable transit operating frequently that is near where they want to get on and near where they want to get off. And too often in these debates, we lose sight of that very fundamental question. It takes me back to about 10 or 15 years ago when we were in exactly this problem. The province was trying to get us to build a whole bunch of new subway lines, and we were not investing in operating the system that we currently had. The TTC was asked to review all of this and to give us their thoughts on what gets you the most riders for the least money, what's worth doing. And what they came up with, I want to read a sentence. They came up with something suggesting that we reduce fares, increase service frequency on existing bus and streetcar lines, and that we give transit priority on our main streets to buses and streetcars over automobiles. That meant we would have to spend a bunch of money buying new vehicles and maybe redesigning some roads. And they read this, and I just, sometimes I think when we lose our history, we lose our ability to analyze our present. I want to read this sentence. The capital funding proposed for ridership growth represents approximately 15% increase overall in capital funding for the TTC in the next decade. However, this is modest compared to the cost of transit mega projects that have recently been proposed in the GTA. The argument was that instead of spending all of your money building stuff because there's a political appetite to build stuff, you should be investing in making the system you have work and making those incremental improvements to giving priority to the system you have on our streets, having enough buses, having enough streetcars, and when ridership fills up on those routes, then moving it up a mode to light rail or subway. That was the way to get people on transit. Unfortunately, today we find ourselves in that same circumstance. We're forgetting about the system that people actually ride, the fact that we don't have enough buses, we don't have enough streetcars, we don't have a purchasing plan to get the bus garages and streetcar garages we're going to need 15 years from now. Instead, we spend all of our time arguing about the color of the map and what lines go on it. It's a mistake. And I'm glad that staff have reminded us that fares and frequency, rather than lines on a map, are the critical element of success.
Thank you, Councillor. Where was my list? There it is. Councillor Davis, I saw come in. There she is. And so it's your turn next. Thank you.
Thank you. I too want to start by thanking our staff for another excellent report and for taking what we've had to this point, the Scarborough network, which we saw last week, and placing it into the overall context of a network for the entire city. And I'm so pleased that some of the options that many of us were questioning some months ago have finally fallen off the table, and that we're going to begin to focus on those options in the end that will contribute to achieving our transit goals in the City of Toronto. I do still, though, have many issues that I'm concerned about as a councillor here in Toronto, and that it has to do with the degree to which we are integrating, and integrating is through practically everything related to SmartTrack for sure, but the network as well, how we are integrating our local transit system with a regional transit system, what our accountabilities are for our local transit system, and how we operate to ensure that we're protecting the interest of our residents within a regional model. And much of the discussion is going on with Metrolinx And I have a high degree of confidence in our staff that they are having those negotiations in the interest of our residents. But I do think that some of these things have to get out of those back rooms and into the public for further consultation and involvement and information sharing with our residents, such as the grade separation discussions right now. Those grade separation discussions are identifying which infrastructure changes will be required, and there's no doubt that we will be asked to contribute towards the cost of those grade separations and other infrastructure costs. They came back to us, we only just settled the grade separation costs going back to amalgamation last year. And we did not set parameters going forward to those other infrastructure costs. We sent it back. And our staff are already operating within a Metro framework. You go to look at the Metrolinx framework, and it is all laid out what their objectives are. But we have not yet set parameters, nor have we given direction to our staff as they go into those discussions around the additional infrastructure costs, and we need to do that. And I'm hoping that in June, that will be in the report. The other thing we haven't seen is the business case, and I trust in June we will see the Metrolinx business case and we will see our business case. We haven't seen anything to do with the cost of financing or how we're going to proceed with that, and I believe that the financing mechanisms must be separate from the long-term fiscal plan. They cannot be integrated some year down the road in the long-term fiscal plan. We need to understand the costs before making decisions on the choices on the network. So each of these pieces are important. The other that everyone is talking about, of course, is the fares. It's not just the fare structure, it is the cost of those fares and what are the incremental costs associated with the headway improvements we are looking for. So on Smart Track, if we are going to want more stations, greater headways or frequency of service, and TTC fares lower than Metrolinx fares, I suspect the provincial government is going to ask us to pay for those service improvements. And so far we've been talking about capital costs, but I have no idea what the incremental operating costs would be if indeed they agree to have those improved service levels and higher subsidized fares. And finally, I would say one of the things that we want to make sure is we maintain control over our local transit system. And I'm very worried that as we embed our local transit system into a regional structure, that we will lose control. And I've only just begun to look at the powers under the Metrolinx Act, and it looks to me very clearly that the provincial government and the minister in particular has the authority, the minister has the authority to impose upon municipalities a transit network that matches the regional transit network that they want. So at some point, if they're operating it, they're determining the network, they are have the authority to impose upon us. I really have to wonder what is the long-term goal here. And I hope it isn't that we're going to relinquish our authority to transit within our city boundaries that we are accountable for. And I hope we have further consultation on fares and a special meeting on TTC in June that's separate from the 28th of June, because that's when Metrolinx is dealing with their report. And I hope that we can have a different and special meeting of the Executive Committee just to focus on this biggest issue we're going to deal with in this term of office.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. All right, what do I have? Councillor de Beermaker, who put his name on the list earlier on. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I am going to be supporting the motion, certainly at Council, and I would urge my colleagues to support the motions, the staff report that's before you today. I don't think the staff report and the recommendations that we see today are what any of us wanted 2 years ago. Maybe there's one person sitting on the executive committee that said, yes, this is exactly what I was thinking. This is exactly the recommendations I would have put on a map if I had a piece of paper and some crayons and some thought. I would have done the same thing. This is not what I fought for in the last council, and that many of the colleagues, some of them here today, who voted in favor of the Scarborough subway back in July of 2013. This is not the plan that we had 2.5 years ago. It is not the plan we had a year ago. But it's a better plan. It's not a plan that I wanted, but it's a better plan. Staff have done their due diligence. They've come up with a model. They've come up with recommendations that said, yes, you wanted a 4-stop subway, but this is an alternative with Smart Track being the game changer, but with a Smart Track set of trains using the GO train tracks, an express subway up to your city centre so that your city centre in Scarborough will be connected like all the other city centres in here, including the Vaughan City Centre, which is about to be connected as soon as the new York University subway line is open, and like Richmond Hill City Centre will be connected as soon as the Yonge line is built, which is on the Metrolinx line to be built. Certainly, I think our mayor, looking at this report, doesn't see what he proposed in his original election campaign. It is different, but it is better. And to be mature enough and diplomatic enough to say, you know what, this is what I ran on, and there are some other people, I could name the last 2 mayors, for example, of people who I dealt with who said, this is my plan. It is the only plan, and you will all vote for it, and they lobbied for that. We actually have a mayor elected now who said, you know what, this is my plan, this is my idea, it's a concept. Now that staff have made logical changes and recommendations that make the plan better, I'm going to support them. I think that's a great sign. So I don't think, I really haven't heard any transit person. I've gone over all the blogs and the comments. I don't think there's anyone around who says the plan today is worse than it was a year ago. So I think we should recognize that and move forward. I'm very happy because some of the people who were against the Scarborough subway sort of picked on one lens to look through, which is the ridership numbers. They took the weakest link in the chain and said, forget about social equity, forget about reaching out to priority community centers, forget about getting your fair share, forget about having 25% of the population that has less than 5% of the subway station. Forget that. We're just going to look at one measure alone. Very poor planning, very bad public policy direction, but that's what they did. We made a decision to support the Scarborough subway in May 2013 when there were 9,000 people estimated to be on that subway line in the people per peak hour during the rush hour. The July 13 report came out saying there could be 9,000 to 14,000. Some people had hissy fits. They jumped up and down and they screamed and they yelled and they accused our staff of perhaps fixing the numbers, of not doing this or not doing that. But you know what? The staff have come forward with their report today, March 2016, and you know what it says about the ridership on the Scarborough subway? 13,700 people to 17,700 people per peak hour without Smart Track. If Smart Track was not built, the demand on Scarborough, just using this one measure, is stronger today than it was last year and stronger than it was the year before. So I feel justified reading these numbers, and I feel good about it. Others look at the numbers and now say, we don't agree with these numbers. We don't understand the numbers. We have no confidence in these numbers. We want more numbers. Mr. Mayor, we've had a staff report, an additional staff report, and another staff report. We're going to get another staff report in June, and I'm certain there are still people who will say, it's not enough information. There's not enough information. I don't understand it. It's too complicated. I want more study. People who want perfection will never accomplish anything in their lives because we live in an imperfect world. And I'm prepared with the information that we have before us today to make those investments and to make sure that all of the city gets the transit that it deserves. And finally, Mr. Chair, some people have talked about, well, we'd like to see a surface subway out in Scarborough or the smart spurs, they call it. But if they actually read the staff reports back in 2013, and I'll just highlight a few of the parts in the report, the staff report, not me, not the other 19 out of 20 politicians in Scarborough who support the Scarborough subway, but the staff have said if you do surface subway up the RT line, you're going to have a negative impact on the network integration, a negative impact on rail freight, a negative impact on rail speed, a negative impact on noise, a negative impact on visual impacts, a negative impact on operational impacts, and a negative impact on development potential. This is all in the staff reports, and yet today we have some people still saying we still want to not accept the staff recommendations today. We want you to do further studies on top of those studies to look at an option that you rejected 2 years ago. Nothing has changed. all of those negative impacts are still going to be there. So I don't recommend us chasing things. And I guess to add insult to injury, when you look at that surface rail option that some people are now proposing, it would actually cost at least $700 million more. When you read the staff report, it says, the staff report says it could be up to $0.78 billion more for that rail corridor. That's not including perhaps having to build a new Kennedy subway station, depending on the alignment that you pick. But without even building a new subway station, you're at $0.78 billion more for the corridor. And if somebody doesn't believe me, they can just turn around and read the staff report themselves. But I sort of doubt they'll believe the staff report because it doesn't agree with their worldview. I hope people actually make decisions based on facts, support the subway, support all the options in front of us today, and move on and build something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Maker. Appreciate that. Did I have any more speakers from who are not members of the committee? Okay. Then we have one speaker at the moment from the committee itself.
Councillor Carroll spoke, yes.
Councillor Carroll did speak or did not?
After Councillor Holloway.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you did speak. Yeah, I have you on my list and it's crossed off, and I don't think I crossed you off for any reason other than that you spoke.
I forgot,
I know
because
you
as
did.
you know, I'm
You
somewhat distracted.
Definitely did. It's a very thoughtful presentation, as I recall. Anyway, Councillor Thompson, that would bring you up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple of motions that I've given to staff, and I'd maybe just ask them to put them on the screen. I don't know which one will be first. All right, so yeah, the first one relating to the question I asked about the airport and so on. And I know that, first of all, let me say this. I want to thank Ms. Keesmaat, Mr. Livy, and team for really sort of taking your professionalism extremely seriously and really applying it to this really important matter for the city. And certainly thank you as well, Mr. Mayor. I think you brought in a real different sense of perspective to this whole issue. And whether or not the whole of Smart Track actually moves forward or portions of it, I think we're dealing with this in a very adult way that has been described. And I think that's how the citizens of this city would want us to actually deal with this. So I think that's absolutely perfect. I'm moving this with the airport folks and so on. We're talking about 300,000 jobs are in the area. We've got 400,000 in downtown core. I know Mrs. Keesmaat talked a little bit about the 1 mile issue and or the last mile challenge and so on. I think those are things that we can actually work out. The second motion, which is now on the screen here, relates to my ward specifically and the impact that the frequency of the trains and so on could have in the area. We have one of our largest, well, actually we have the largest employer pretty well in the Scarborough area. It's located in this area. The impact of the number of their trucks and so on going through this area. I want us to take a look at what should be done with respect to the grade separation and so on. So those are the nature of the two motions. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to key on the issue around finance and the resources that are needed. Clearly, these are lines that are drawn to connect, to move people and so on. But the thing is, it's not going to happen unless we can actually pay for it and afford to pay for it. We know that over the years, governments, they come and go, and principle and things change and so on. And the need for transit will always be the same if we don't apply ourselves and we don't affect the change with respect to investing in it. Clearly, there's a need. We certainly can't simply do it on the back of the taxpayers and the homeowners and so on. So the federal government and clearly the provincial government has a role to play. But I also think that there's another element as well, which is the private sector. We've seen in London, where you were, Mr. Mayor, in terms of Canary Wharf, where they essentially built out the system before much of what else was built out there later on. We've seen in places like in Tokyo, where I was recently, where they have the private system. You've got department stores actually owning lines and stations and so on. There's also how they monetize the space. And I think we don't really take advantage of that. These are some of the ways in terms of we can raise funding and so on. I think that we need to have discussions here with our developers here in the City of Toronto. I know that I've spoken to some of them recently. They've said, yes, we're willing to actually make contributions to actually help. Those discussions have got to take place. But I think fundamentally, as we have this, this network model that's actually in place, we need to ensure that we support that and have a corresponding process where we look at how to fund and how to raise the capital needed in order to invest in the development of this transit network and so on. Because without, obviously, the financial resources, it's not going to come. The question was asked earlier in terms of how did the DRL come into play and so on. It was I who actually moved a motion many years ago when the then mayor, Miller, and others didn't support it, actually. The thought was, I was a member of the commission, and we were dealing with this issue around automatic train control and a variety of the congestion at the Bloor Station and the amount of monies that we were going to invest in that, and still would not have solved the actual problem. So what were the things that we needed? And we simply went back, and it was a new idea, but it's been over 100 years I've been talking about the DRL. And I fought, and there were some members of council who support me to ensure that Metrolinx would actually bring it into their current plans. So that's how it has come into place. And going back to Scarborough, when I was on the commission, we asked about a plan that allows Scarborough to be fully integrated in this broader system to ensure the residents there who are taking so long to be able to get to their jobs and get to places of going to the doctors and elsewhere, we're having challenges and so on. So I'm glad at least we're now incorporating that into this process. We have this really amazing mall in Scarborough, the Scarborough Town Centre. You go in there, you cannot find space. There's a need for more access to that. There's a need for a connection to that particular facility. And as the conversation about the spur, smart spur, I'm not supporting that at all. I don't want Atlantic Packaging, all those businesses that are in that area, to essentially evaporate and then we don't have those jobs. I don't think that's a good use of our time and our money to be looking at that at all. I don't want staff to waste any time looking at that at all. Those are my remarks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion. I can ask the clerk to put it on the screen. This is a request that would come back in the fall of 2016 based on the critical path that was presented today to include in the feeling congested criteria an evaluation of all candidate projects, a cost range and funding options for environmental assessment of the Downsview Station, Shepherd-Young line connection, as outlined in a document. I circulated a letter from Andy Byford that I circulated to all executive members. Item number 1338. If you look at the various maps and diagrams before us today, there's a gap in our transit system that jumps off the page, and that is that connection that links up Downsview Station with Yonge and Shepherd. The connection that would bring Scarborough residents and members of those west of Yonge Street together. It would facilitate the easier commuting to York, the university, and downtown, and would take pressure off the Yonge line, which we all know is maxed out and at its breaking point. Certainly, one of the more negative comments or challenging comments of the transit proposals that we've seen in the last few years, particularly the Scarborough subway, which should have never been named the Scarborough subway, it should have been named the Bloor extension, is ridership. And ridership is a key variable, an essential variable, but not the only variable. People have to understand that transit is a social good. It is the key to helping marginalized communities, our strong neighborhoods, getting people to and from work, allowing them to take jobs that they would not normally take if they did not have an affordable and connected transit system, and the ability to also get to the educational institution of their choice so that they can complete their education. And that is why ridership, although a key variable, an essential variable, is not the only variable. If you took that logic and put it on to our theaters, our live theaters, for instance, you would have to shut them down. And if you took that template and measurement and put it on a Toronto Zoo, which relies on a $10 million subsidy a year, you would have to shut that down too, and same with fire services. So it's important to point out that you can attack on ridership, but it's also important to remember that transit builds social cohesion, and transit brings investment. And certainly there's there's been a lot of criticism over the Scarborough subway in past years because of the mythology that the provincial government would have paid for in full an LRT there, and it wouldn't cost them anything. Well, the first lesson in transit is there's no free transit. The Union Pearson Express was supposed to be a fully funded, free railway line from Union Station to Pearson Airport with a couple of stops. That free transit line has cost the city $100 million. One of the things that we're moving from today, and I can see it in the tone of the discussions and the responsible and mature documentation that's coming before us, is the depoliticization of transit that's happened in recent years. The fact that transit had not been built in 30 years, and that I'm glad Councillor Perks mentioned about the purchase of buses and streetcars, and that kind of obsession and not a long-term vision has actually cost the city dearly, and that's why we're in the mess we're in today. But certainly the depoliticization of transit will ensure that we can take the good ideas, the strong ideas that are before us today, we can support it, we can massage it as we go forward, and we can make sure that we can assure the people of Toronto that we can get on with the job of getting it done, because the citizens of Toronto are tired of the political debates, of the divisiveness and the politicization of transit, and they really want us to get on with the job, and that's what we can do today by supporting the recommendations before us.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I'm going to say a few words at the end if I can. Who else would? Councillor Ainsley. Okay. Anybody else that I should put on the list? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Palacio. Okay.
Sorry.
And you're next, Councillor
I had
Ainsley. Yep.
motions that just got kind of revised on the fly. We're okay? Okay. So I have 4 motions that I would like to move. The first 5, sorry, I have 5 motions. Thank you, Jennifer. The first one deals with the topic of avenue studies. And this deals specifically with the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT and an avenue study in my area. As you heard from a few of the deputants, this LRT is expected to bring a lot of economic benefits to this area. So I'm asking for an avenue study. There in the report it talks about looking at different areas for avenue studies. This is one that definitely needs one. In this area on Kingston Road, there are currently about 20 properties up for sale or that developers are sitting on. There's one right beside the Guildwood GO train station. So I'm suggesting this as one area that the planning department look at for an avenue study. The next one follows up on the request from U of T. The City Council requests the City Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning to work with Metrolinx to create an expedited project delivery schedule for the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT and report to the June 28, 2016 meeting of the Executive Committee, which U of T Scarborough has been asking for. The next one deals with the Scarborough Expressway Rail Smart Spur, which the deputants talked about and would like the modeling to continue. The next one deals with the whole concept around the LRT that's going to go through my ward, parts of Ward 44 up to Scarborough campus. And this, so a number of years ago, when we were trying to figure out in my ward, I've had a lot of demand. The bus routes in my ward with the TTC generally run east-west. I have a lot of complaints from a lot of people about working north-south, trying to get to work, to school, in particular University of Toronto Scarborough campus. This is looking at increasing the bus network that'll help get people onto that LRT to facilitate ridership growth.
Sorry, Councillor, I apologize. Can I just interrupt you for 1 second to ask for a motion to extend? And I presume you are willing to, pardon me? I presume you're willing to see ourselves through to the end of the agenda. It sounds more intimidating than it is to do that. But to extend, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Yes. 6:45. Oh, I think we're okay thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thanks. Yeah, we had one voting. That's fine. The motion carries. Oh, opposition noted. Sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
That's okay. And my last motion, develop recommendations to integrate a bus service for the Toronto Zoo as a destination with the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT. And this, I'm on the board of directors of the Toronto Zoo. One of the issues that we just discussed at our board meeting last week, and it has been mentioned, there's a very little public transportation to the Toronto Zoo. We spend a lot of time financially subsidizing the Toronto Zoo each and every year. We're looking at different methods of getting more people out to the Toronto Zoo. So I'm asking for this to be included as part of the TTC's transit planning for increasing ridership in the area and across regional boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Lila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for a huge amount of work that they've done and they've produced. It is a bit overwhelming for us. We had, 2-3 weeks to go through all this, but I think Torontonians want us to move on transit. But we have to have the answers that they also want to make sure that we get. And I think a lot of work has been done, but there is questions that we have not answers today. But we're also, let's be clear, not being asked to have a final vote on a specific project. What we are asked to be done is to give a bit more direction to staff. That's what we're asked to have approved here today. We will have the business case. We will have the fair integration case. Those are all important questions. And if Councillor Perks said something that is very important, and I witnessed very closely, is that the frequency and fare on transit is very important. I witnessed in my residence with the Up Express every single day looking at those trains in an empty way. So it is crucial that we have a good plan for that. But my residents also see those trains going up and down, the GO trains and the Up Express, without being able to get on them and saying, why are we spending so much money on these transportations and so many thousands of residents can't make use of that? And that's what we have to do a better job. They don't care if it's Metrolinx or the city. They don't care if it's the province or the city of Toronto. They don't care if it's Smart Track, Yellow Track, Green Track, or Red Track. They want transit. They want to be able to get on it. They want it to be able to be affordable. And they want the politicians to move on it. They want the answers, absolutely. There's billions of dollars being invested in transit and infrastructure that we're talking about. But we're also doing something that, at least from what I've read, has not really been looked at the way that we're now having staff looking at it. The feeling congested, hopefully having a priority list. And that's why, with all due respect, I know Councillor Pasternak is always fighting hard for that, but I cannot support his motion because we are having a process to have these lines prioritized, and we have to stop putting our fingers into it and create the principles, create the process to have this done, embed it in our official plan, and move on with it, and not having me, or when I'm gone, another politician, and changing it over and over again. This is what Torontonians are tired of, and this is what we have to stop. And we can talk about stop. We have to start with our own actions right here. So I'm happy to support staff's recommendations. I'm happy to see this moving forward. I'm looking forward to have a lot of the questions that I still have on funding, frequency, on how these trains are going to work. Is every single train stopping at every single station all along the way? I mean, there is a lot of questions that I'm looking forward to have it answered, hopefully in separate briefings where we will have the time to have these questions answered, to vote on the final product. But I'm looking forward to support staff in having this project moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. I head next to Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following recommendation, and I did check with the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Levy, and I believe Mr. Levy can nod if you're okay with this. Thank you. First and foremost, kudos to City staff and to you, Mr. Mayor, for your vision and leadership. I think this is great news overall. A few years ago, we were talking about congestion, gridlock, economic loss in the billions of dollars, and what we're going to do within the next, by the year 2031, with another 15 and more billions of dollars in economic losses. as it relates to commuting and so on. Now, thanks to this, and here we are now, thanks to a new vision, leadership, amazing work by city staff, here we have something that probably some people may be criticizing is we have too much on our plate, and that's for the next 15 years. Well, is the way I see it and what the community is telling me out there is that if the city of Toronto wants to be seen and recognized within the world stage as a world-class city, then we have to look at exactly what is before us, the proposed transit network. That is a welcoming city, an accessible city, an affordable transit system, a destination place, an investment place. To do that, we have to create the transit network that we are looking into it to be competitive with other regions and with other parts of the world. So all of that makes Toronto, it will make Toronto. So we are making provisions for the future, and I think this is the way to do. Now, one of the things that probably we may have to look into it a little bit more as when this report comes forward in June, and that's another component of the conversation, of the real conversation, and how to integrate the transportation system network is that will cover the four corners of the city, and that's with the Smart Track, that's with the Gold Regional Express, and the TTC as well. So this is the kind of conversation that probably we have to get into it in terms of the real coordination of how we are going to bring something together. In terms of sustainable funding, I think that's kudos, Mr. Mayor, to you once again, and to City Council for taking a very proactive approach in terms of embracing the other levels of government and bringing them together. And I think that this is the perfect time to move forward. We have the province on side, we have the federal government on side, and I think we have the perfect plan in place. So I'm very happy with this, and I will definitely support what's the recommendations that are before us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palazzo. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, I did want to put something on the overhead if I could before we start. Or maybe I'll just work from there if you could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just make it quick. Just make it quick.
My day.
Make your day.
Then I can move my stuff over.
Make it quick. Make it quick.
Make it
I
quick.
move it over and he shoves it
I
back.
do have a motion as well, so.
It's not easy sitting beside him. It's a nightmare.
It's a burden.
It's a burden.
It's a cross.
Cross to bear.
Sorry, can my motion go up on the screen first? So my motion is to report further on potential projects to be included in the Phase 2, the city's transit network plan. And when I look at it, I look at what's in front of us now, and if you can put it up on the screen. So I'm looking down in the corner here where I put the little yellow marks in. That's really what we're adding. We're adding some stuff out in Scarborough, we're adding a relief line, and we're adding a Finch LRT. And we're going to look down at the waterfront. Is this the big plan for the future? It's kind of like looking at New York City, but turning it this way, saying, well, you have Manhattan, but not connecting it to the rest of the parts of the city with rapid transit. In fact, the only thing that connects the city and the regions is Smart Track. It's the only way, it's the only part of the plan that's really understanding the need to move people in and out of the entire city. If you look at the capacity in our road networks, for example, the Don Valley Parkway or the other roads, we've got as many people going out of the city as coming in every day. It's traffic nightmare in both directions. And we really have to get going on a plan that's going to deal with the future. What we have here now should have been here 15, 20 years ago. And to say that's our plan for the next 15 years isn't enough to take as a responsibility for this council to go forward with. I mean, I appreciate all the work that's done to get it to the stage. I commend the mayor for having a plan that's moving forward. I appreciate the staff are trying to deal with the issues of getting some of the capacity off Yonge Street. That's great, but you know, I've got the Finch Station. And you need a subway line that's going up to 905, right up Yonge Street, because the traffic up there is horrendous. You need the connection from the Yonge line, as my colleague Councillor Pasternak would like to see myself, over to the Downsview Station to go east-west. You need the Shepherd subway line going out to Victoria Park because it's cheaper stopping and putting the LRT and going out that way. You need the relief line not stopping at the Bloor-Danforth line, but going right up, and it's only a line on the plan. You need a comprehensive transit plan that is going to accept the fact that we used to be 4.5 million people in the GTA. Now we're 5.5 and growing by 50,000 people a year. And what is the number one complaint that we get? Every time you look at a development, it's traffic. But it's not the traffic from that one development. It's the comprehensive impact of all of the development that we're permitting in the Greater Toronto Area and in the city. We don't just need smart track. We need a smart city transit plan. A smart city transit plan that goes out into the regions. And we can't just say we're worried that Metrolinx may take us over and we should manage it. We have to be able to work with our provincial partners, and we have to be able to coordinate, and if we need one transit system, so be it. If you need a regional transit system that addresses our local and regional needs, it should be there. The only thing I believe we need is the ability to get the public input into that process, so it has the same type of input that it has now with the city. And this would have been in place, and Mayor Tory, you were there, when the former Premier Bill Davis implemented the plan. 75% of the capital budgets and 50% of the operating budgets should be paid for by the provincial government to get transit moving, and that was when we got the Spadina subway line going, a family issue with myself to get it in place, and it was right. And then it was stopped, and no one has put that back in place. And to coordinate that now, it's 30 years. And we're 30 years behind. We need a smart city plan. Our staff have to put it on the table and not just be concerned that it might not be in the current budgets. They have to put forward what the real plan is and what we really need, and we have to show that as we go forward. So we don't end up with only having transit here in the bottom, which is Toronto, and not having anything going out to, because we're not serving well the needs of Scarborough, we're not serving well the needs of North Toronto, we're not serving well the needs of Etobicoke. They are all, and residents in each of those areas is complaining each and every day about the traffic that they're all suffering through, and the only way to deal with the traffic is to get public transit in place that moves quickly and efficiently through the entire Toronto and the entire GTA network.
Thank you, and that brings us along to Councillor DiGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be very brief. I think in looking at this, first of all, I will be supporting the staff recommendations, but the one thing that crosses my mind is that we have to differentiate between the fact that we're trying to accomplish an integrated regional transit system, a rapid regional transit system, and differentiate from improvements to a local transit system within the boundaries of the City of Toronto. And the other issue that comes to mind for me is that if we are looking at a rapid transit system, integrated transit system across municipalities and different regions across the province, who will have oversight of that integrated regional transit system? Those are the issues I think we should be grappling with, not if we look at something like the Smart Track, which is a regional concept, trying to introduce more stops, so that you're trying to transform it into more of a local transit system when you start doing things like that. So I think we need to have a balance between improvements to local transit versus achieving the regional transit improvements that we're looking at in some of these major projects. So that's what I'm grappling with in my mind, and I think we're losing sight of that. Okay, so those are my comments.
Thanks, Councillor Giorgio. Anybody else left to speak? Well, maybe I could just take a minute, if I could, and I've reset the clock there, and just begin, again, as many others have done, by thanking the staff for their hard work, all of the staff. They've really done, I mean, just the amount they have done and the amount left to do is extraordinary, but it's extraordinary productivity. And I want to thank the members of the council. I think we've had today, I've heard the word adult, I heard the word mature, I think from Councillor Palacio, I've heard the word responsible. And I just invite you to take yourselves back, 2 or 3 years. I wasn't here, but I certainly watched it. And, look at the decision-making process. And, I'm fascinated at the fact that our staff members, the very ones that I just complimented, and many of you have as well, are somehow, written up from time to time as if they're a group of stooges that sort of sit around just waiting to get instructions from me or from you or from anybody. They do professional work with the help of outside consultants, producing mountains of evidence that, quite frankly, I agree with Councillor Matlow. It's very hard to go through it and understand it all. But I think at least the fact is we're getting the evidence, and I think we need to take the time, and it's something I'm going to work with him on to make sure we have that time as we approach the June timetable and so on. And then I think that there's this questions raised all the time about our role. And, I'd be willing to make a deal and say, fine, we can have politicians back out of all this, as long as then it's promised that politicians won't be asked any questions about the result or about what happens. We are the ones that in the end are accountable for the decisions that are made. Not anybody else other than us. We're the ones that are accountable. And that doesn't mean we're going to make the right decisions all the time, but I think we have a process now in place, as evidenced by the discussion today, by the plan, and I emphasize the word the plan that was put forward today, that isn't about one project. It isn't about one project. It wasn't about Smart Track or anything else. It was about a series of projects, and it was about more than that. It is about more than that. It's about traffic flow optimization through technology. It's about a bus plan that we invested $100 million of the people's money in last year. It's about better accommodation of cycling. So I would just say, let's keep doing the work. Let's keep doing the work. There's lots to be done between now and June. And by the way, I share exactly the desire that was articulated by people like Councillor Perks and Councillor Davis and many others about having those business plans that we've been told we're going to have, and having, the other evidence. Let's keep trying hard to understand and analyze the evidence we do have, because it is complicated, but at least we have it. And I can tell you, for my own sake, I have not hesitated and will not hesitate going forward to make, as somebody said a few minutes ago, make these plans better by taking the evidence into account, by listening to the professional staff we have, listening to the people at the TTC, and so on. And same with the governance issue that was just laterally raised by Councillor DeGiorgio and a number of others. This is obviously a hugely important matter as to how this all works going forward. I can assure you, though, that I am spending probably more hours than a mayor in certainly any recent times has spent on this. We have monthly meetings with the Premier, with the Minister of Transportation, with the CEO and Chair of Metrolinx, monthly meetings every month for me. Mr. Wallace is spending untold amounts of time in meetings with other officials looking at exactly these issues. And that doesn't mean we're going to get everything right or that we'll have an answer to every single question, but it sure means we're trying, because we understand that. And I would just say that those who sort of say that we're at the edge of doom here and that we should be lighting our hair on fire because it's all terrible and awful, I mean, give yourselves a shake. I mean, we're doing this, I think, the right way. It won't produce, it is a bit like sausage making, because it is an imprecise kind of art form, but let's try to find the ways to say yes. I was so fascinated to read one of the letters that you may not have had a chance to look at in your pile, from a guy who says, well, I'm delighted that we've got the relief line, a route out finally, but if we could just have you look at doing the route differently, because I don't really like it because it's near my house, or that's sort of what he's saying. And I thought to myself, oh God, we're just starting in on that. No wonder it takes 13 years, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes, but I think we're doing this better here. I think we're doing this much better. And I have no interest myself in losing control. I think you expressed to Councillor Carroll a concern about that. And although I would say this, we've had control for the last 30 or 40 years of the TTC, and I'm not sure it's got us to a place that we're very proud of in terms of what we didn't do with respect to investing in transit and making some decisions. And I'm confident only in one thing. And that is that whether it's called Smart Track, if they decided to change the name because that was really important to somebody, fine with me. I know, though, when people get on those trains that travel along GO train tracks that are already there in big parts of the city, stop at stations, some of which were there before and some of which will be new, and they'll have a different way to get around town and to connect up to the region and connect up to those hundreds of thousands of jobs, I know that the people will say to us, you did the right thing collectively. And I know the same is true of the Relief Line and the LRT in Scarborough and the LRT on Finch and the LRT to the west. They will say you did the right thing after careful consideration to move ahead with these things, because at the end of the day, I think that the thing that they're saying that would be worst of all is if 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, forget about the election. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not about the election. It's about the fact that if 3 or 4 or 5 years from now they're riding on nothing more than they have today, and they're being jammed in to the trains on Yonge Street, and they have no new transit in Scarborough and so on, because we couldn't get the job done, actually making some decisions as best we could to produce the most affordable, most convenient transit that serves the most people on an affordable, convenient basis for the most effective cost possible, they'll say we didn't do our job. And I think we did our job here today, and we've got to go forward now to council and have this discussion with a broader group of our colleagues, but I'm proud of what we did today and how we did it. You know, how we did it, both in terms of the temperament and in terms of the substance that lay behind the discussion. And I encourage you to support the main recommendation. I'll vote for some of the motions and not others. I'm sure you're all in the same boat, but I do thank you for the tone and substance of this discussion today. So, how many motions have we here? Quite a few. Where do we start? Start with, yes, Councillor Platt. Recorded votes on all the main recommendation. Well, that's fine. Yes, we can do that. And if there's somebody who wants to ask for a recorded vote and anything else, we can do that too. It's not a problem. All right. The first motion we have is the one listed here as number 1. And it says motion A, and it's the motion by Councillor Thompson with respect to the airport. So I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next motion, also from Councillor Thompson, to do with the grade separation and the Metro Links assessment of Progress Avenue and a grade separation. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion 2A from Councillor Pasternak to do with cost range and funding options for Downsview Shepherd Young line connection. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion 3A, Councillor Ainsley, Chief Planner, to develop an avenue study in the vicinity of Kingston Road from Celeste to Kingston Road and Old Kingston Road. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is lost. 3B, Chief Planner to work with Metrolinx to create an expedited project delivery schedule for the Crosstown East. Pardon me? Yes, it did. The Metrolinx expedited project delivery schedule, all those in favor? Opposed? We didn't get a very good vote there. We better try that again. All those in favor of the expedited delivery schedule? Opposed? Carried. It's not in favor of the schedule, it's in favor of getting a report on it. Then we have Councillor Ainsley's motion to do with this one, the Scarborough Spur. This is the motion on Scarborough Spur, and we'll have a recorded vote on this. But Councillor Thompson asked for one.
On motion 3C by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Councillor Ainsley. All those opposed? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The motion loses.
Motion D from Councillor Ainsley to do with the TTC looking at bus routes in Ward 43 for further study. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion E from Councillor Ainsley. You were busy. A new part be added to recommendation 2 concerning enhanced bus service for the Toronto Zoo as a destination with the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT. All those in favor? Opposed? We count that again. I didn't. We'll try that again. In favor? 3. Okay. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's lost. Motion 4A coming from Councillor Palacio to do with the St. Clair West Station for Go RER Smart Track options C and D. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. And then, last but not least, in terms of the amendments, we have the motion from Councillor Shiner concerning the sort of second phase, potential projects to be included in phase 2. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we then come to the main item, which we will have a recorded vote on. Somebody previously requested that on the main item as amended, and I'll leave it to the clerk.
On the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a solid piece of work. So we are now going to item 13.12, bike share, Toronto operations outside the City of Toronto. Mr. Miroslav Glavich is here to depute, and there he is.
Mayor Tory. Mayor Tory?
Sir.
I had held one item earlier with a motion that I just wanted to read better. I don't even remember the item it was. I'm fine with it when you want to release it.
This is 1310?
Yeah.
I've lost my agenda here, but I'll find it.
Yeah, I asked staff, and what the councilor's asking for is already requests that are in the report, but if you want to reiterate it, we're just saying what we've already said we'll do.
Oh, yes. So I'm sorry, what were you saying? You deal with the motion?
I'm
with
okay. I
Councillor
mean,
Ainsley's
all the
motion now?
requests of my colleague are already in the report.
All right, so we did have a
Asked
motion
for it
from
twice.
Councillor Ainsley. Are people ready to have the question called then? Because this is 1310, the new investment regulations, and Councillor Ainsley had asked for a bit more detail, and we could perhaps put that up.
Same detail that's in the, asked for in the report already. Well, staff said it is.
So are people ready to have the question put on first the amending motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the motion as amended, this is item again 1310. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Okay. Then we have Mr. Glavich in position. So over to you, sir. And we're dealing with the bike share.
Sorry, Mayor Tory. I can release the item on the Pan Am Parapan report. I can release that. Staff answered my questions.
All right. That was number 6. Let's find that here. 13.6?
Yes.
13.6, we'll then call the question on the recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Sir.
The bike share, right? Okay.
Clock is ticking, sir.
Okay. I use bike share even though I live in Scarborough. I love it. Some of you should try. My main issue is we shouldn't be looking for bike share to expand outside the city of Toronto. We can barely get it out of the downtown area, and no matter what anybody says, it was a screw up from the beginning. It had to be taking over. We should do this right. I think there should be, like if any of you follow me on Twitter, like my counselor should for once, I think there should be I still call it Bixi. There should be bike share, Bixi, whatever station in every subway station, Go Transit. But if we can barely afford to keep the things outside Ossington Avenue, Bloor, Don Valley property, how can we expand to the 905? You know, we have to look at it what it makes financial sense. You know, and I don't know how many of you have tried Bixi Share outside the usual photo op when it opened up. I do support bike share expanding all over. I have a bet with Councillor McMahon to go from her ward to here. I remember that bet we had to go from there on faster. You know, she's the queen of bikes on council. Nothing wrong with biking, but we should do this right. I come from Europe. Many of the European cities have an actual good rental bikes system. If Councillor McMahon is going to be drooling if she ever goes to Europe, especially in Paris, France, they have a very good bike sharing. You can drool. And please don't look at expanding it outside Toronto. Between downtown and Durham region, there's something called Scarborough. Between York region and downtown, there's something called North York, and Mississauga, there's something called Etobicoke. Look at expanding first in Toronto. Ignore the going outside Toronto part.
Sir. Thank you very much, sir. I much appreciate it. Any questions of the deputant? Well, thank you very much for your patience and for being here with us today. Having heard the deputant, are there any questions by members not on the committee or on the committee of staff on this matter? Are there any people wishing to speak? Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, just briefly, this is money that's coming from Metrolinx for expansion. The money, 80% is coming to the City of Toronto, 20% is going outside of the GTA. So it's a great idea. I don't think anyone needs to worry about, that the bike share system is, that we're sending all sorts of money and resources outside of Toronto. So I'm happy to move the recommendations.
All right. So we're ready. Anybody else wishing to speak? We're ready to call the question then on the recommendation, which has been moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong on the staff recommendation 1312. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next is 1314, and I would remind Councillor Pasternak that you had declared a conflict on that one. It's to do with the Guildwood Library. And we have a deputy on that, Mr. Glavich again.
Same thing, 5 minutes.
You're on, sir. The clock is ticking.
I live literally 2 minutes from the Guildwood branch, and the Guildwood branch is my second home. And half the time during the week, the library staff have to kick me out and tell me they're closing. The problem with the enlargement is surrounding. Hold on, where is it? I'm not the best artist. There's nowhere to expand on that, and the Guildwood Tea Room is sort of going to go bankrupt in the next few years. But until now, there was talks of putting it in the Guild Park in 191 or something, but that fell through. And Councillor Ainsley knows how I feel. There's nowhere, as much as the branch needs to expand, there's nowhere to expand to. There hasn't been any real talks with the landlord. There hasn't been any real consultations of where from the community. My neighbors haven't heard anything. Just talks that just, oh, the branch is going to expand, that's it, but nothing from the community. It would be nice if the city / the public library can do an actual real consultation, come to, they have a branch right there. The Subway, the Pizza Nova, the dog store is not going anywhere. The question mark, I can't remember what that place is, and there's no vacant spot on that plaza, and there hasn't been anything vacant for the past 5 years, and there's nothing going to be available unless the tea room goes bankrupt. For the next 10 years, all those restaurants are going to be there forever and ever. There's nowhere to go. There's no real talk. There's just rumors and rumors and rumors. The community deserves the full disclosure, full knowledge of where they're going to put it before you guys spend our money into expanding it. Not saying I don't support the expansion. Councillor Palacio, Robinson, and Bailao and Ainsley know how I feel about the library expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll thank you again. We'll see you back if you want. You can stay there if you want, because you're coming back in a minute. Are there any members wishing to speak to this matter? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm going to be brief. I'm the local city councillor that this branch is in my ward. I also sit on the board of directors of the Toronto Public Library Board. I've been the city councillor for Ward 43 since 2006. The one area in my ward that this branch is located, it's actually one of the smallest branches of the 100 branches within the Toronto Public Library system. We have a standard footplate. This branch falls within it. This addition brings it up to a standard that we follow. One of the issues that the current size of the branch, there's no community space, there's no public washrooms, there's a local high school just down the street, there's 2 grade school streets within 100 meters of this branch. There are currently 6 computer stations in this branch. They're used all the time. It's very heavily used. The branch is undersized. This lease opportunity was approved unanimously at the Toronto Public Library Board of Directors. I'm not going to discuss the lease negotiations that are taking place with the local landlord. I will say that the diagram that the deputant did have up a couple of minutes ago was only half of the entire plaza in question. I think this is a very good opportunity. My residents in this area are fully supportive of it, as is the local community association. And I ask all of my colleagues and yourself, Mayor Tory, to support the recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, I think we're then ready to call the question. Councillor Pasternak having absented himself. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 13.24. Again, this is advanced voting days. We have a deputation from you, Mr. Glavich. You're ready to go, and the clock is ticking, and over to you.
Where's it? Okay. One issue about, first of all, there's a little tiny typo here, just so you know. When it comes to advance votes, when you have one bloody place in the whole entire ward, it can be very inconvenient for especially people with disabilities. When my father goes votes, he has some issues and a lot in his community. You have to have a public consultation what's more convenient for people, you know? The reason why more people voted in 2010 and 2014, it was to, not that they cared. 2010 was because people were tired of one mayor, same thing for 14. Most people are not going, and don't vote, they vote more on advance days. It should be more accessible than they weren't, no. You need to make it like a full 2 weeks, like many countries in Europe have, especially Croatia, a little tiny country in the Balkans. When the city looks, each councillor, or at least the community council, should do a public consultation on what's convenient for the people, because we're the ones that go for you, vote for you people, and if I am not able to go in any of the events dates, I'm not going to be able to vote for Councillor Ainsley or you. I voted for you, just so you know. My dad did as well. No, but it should be more accessible. It's the election, the voting time is not about you guys. It's not about the election stuff. It's about the people making it convenient. Because some of us who came from immigrate to Canada who had no right to vote. You know, when it come from very bad countries, we value voting. It has to be convenient for the people who will vote for you guys, yes, hopefully. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Any questions of Mr. Glavich on this matter? All right. Any speakers that want to speak to the matter? We want to have Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor McMahon. Okay, we'll have Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Ainsley.
Great.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson too. Okay, McMahon, Robinson, and Ainsley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Ainsley for bringing this forward. It's a great idea. I would just ask that Thanksgiving weekend be included, as we want to engage our youth and get them keen on politics and civics, and when they are away at school, university, college, wherever, often they come home Thanksgiving weekend. And the advance poll isn't till the next week or the following weekend, when they're not going to come back twice. So I would just encourage Thanksgiving weekend to be one of those dates. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, I guess I applaud Councillor Ainsley for investigating this. Certainly, I know he's always been very focused on engagement. My only concern is that I worry a little bit about this plays a bit to the incumbent advantage because any other candidates that are trying to build momentum through a campaign, if these advanced voting dates are too early, I wonder if there's a trend towards people just voting for the incumbent. So I guess I want to make sure when this analysis is done, performed, that we assess whether this is an incumbent advantage, because I don't think we should be voting on things that don't allow the democratic process to play out as it should. And so I think the timing of these advanced voting days are critical in that they still give lots of lead time for any candidates to have the ability to, really gain momentum in their campaigns, so they have a chance at sitting in the office as well. So that's just my little hesitation on this, but I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. And last but not least, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for my resident, Miroslav Glavich, for staying till the end to discuss this. The reason that I put this forward, both as the chair of the Government Management Committee and also as a city councillor, I'm very interested in voting rights and people's ability to vote. And I've done a lot of reading and research across a number of different municipalities in Canada and other jurisdictions in other countries. And when you look at our the hours that we voted on, it was Tuesday to Sunday for a week, from 10 in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. And if you look at how busy people's schedules are on weekdays in particular, most people don't even get home from work until 6 o'clock. And then expecting them to turn around and run out and vote in a municipal election in the advanced polling, I don't think is very realistic. The same goes for the Saturday. If you have young children, Saturday is probably the preeminent day of the week when you have them out for sporting activities or park and rec programs. And if you don't have any children, Saturdays are still very busy once you've worked. The days of working 9 to 5 are long gone, and I think we need to be exploring more days to having our advanced voting put in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Anybody else wishing to speak? I think Councillor Ainsley had gone last as the person who put this on our agenda, and I think we're ready then for the question. And I'll ask for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. So that leaves us with 3 things to do. I don't think any of them should take long, but we'll see. 13.7, Program Advisory Bodies, Key Activities for 2015, that was held by Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, and I can release that. I should have done that earlier.
No problem.
I have my questions addressed by staff.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And so we're going to then, there it is here. What is it?
I'll move the recommendations as well.
It's Councillor Ainsley's moved the recommendations. I was just going to go back and make sure I had it in front of me there it is. And it's to receive the report. And so the motions to approve the recommendations have been moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, 13.23, the waterfront area to include Etobicoke Creek, held by the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm going to move that we defer this indefinitely. So I understand where Councillor Pasternak's coming from, because he sees all the money that gets invested down on the waterfront and all the nice things that gets built, and then he looks up in his ward and he sees all the things that he can't get, and so he would like to extend the waterfront up into his ward, so he gets the benefit of it. I completely 100% understand that. So I'm sympathetic to it, but Waterfront Toronto has an ambitious agenda, number one. I would like to have them focused on the things they're supposed to be focused on. And number two, we're asking for federal government for a lot of money for two significant projects. And I would like to focus in on getting those 2 projects done instead of spreading out commitments. So the Mouth of the Don is important, and the East Bayfront project is important. They need to get focused in on that. And so I get I'm all about, I understand what Councillor Pasternak does. I would be a beneficiary of it because it would be the Don River, and I could have pink umbrellas up and down the Don River if I wanted. Yeah. But I don't think we should go forward with this.
All right. Are there others wishing to speak to this, Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out to my colleagues that this only asks for a report back on how we can amend the current catchment area to include rivers and tributaries in Toronto. Now, you know, I don't think you should minimize the vital ecological role that our rivers and tributaries play in the city, and that they are under severe pressure either with erosion or with waste and garbage, and they need a revitalization. The waterfront itself has had $1.5 billion of investment. It is true to that part of the motivation here is to share the wealth. You can do very creative things in your wards along river systems, whether it's bridges or pathways or bike trails or linear parks. I spoke to Waterfront Toronto about this. I met with TRCA. I didn't just grab this off the shelf, and they were intrigued by it, and they have no problem supporting it and participating in it. I think that our river systems are often ignored as a key civic asset that we can invest in through these funds, and I don't think it'll detract at all from our tripartite agreement if we do Waterfront 2.0. So with that, if you love your parks, if you love your river systems and your trees, and you're looking to invest in more communities across the city, I'm sure you'll support this report.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Just the interesting commentary going back and forth here. Any other?
I hope I didn't bring too many people to tears with that.
Wishing to speak to this?
Sorry, could I ask a question of my colleague so I understand the motion better?
This colleague?
Yes.
Well, I guess.
Mover of the motion.
Yes, I guess you can.
So, Councillor Pasternak, you're asking for a report to see, including as part of the waterfront revitalization, the maintenance and care of the river, not as much the pink umbrellas?
No, it wouldn't. We're not talking about pink umbrellas. And actually, it took a long time to research how this can be done, how this motion could be crafted and put together, because the current catchment area for Waterfront Toronto is a 3-4 page document that identifies various plots of lands and parcels of geography. And
I wasn't trying to give you 5 more minutes. I just wanted to. I was just trying to find out if that's what you're capturing is just the health of the river and the water courses, or the amenities along the water course.
Yeah, no, we're primarily concerned with the health of our rivers and tributaries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Yeah, so you are aware, though, that if this were to happen, that we would have to amend the agreement that we have with the provincial and federal government, and they would have to agree to those amendments to fund projects along these new areas, and that could potentially take away the focus from other priority projects that we would also want funded.
Well, the motion clearly says that we have to consult with our federal, provincial counterparts. So yes, they would obviously have to buy in. I think there's some things we can do differently in Waterfront 2.0, and this is one of them. I don't think, when you look at how some of the money was spent in the first rendition, I think there's some room for improvement, and I think this would be a worthy improvement.
Oh, so you would want to change Waterfront 2.0?
This is clearly to extend the catchment area, and yes, it would include the river systems and tributaries. It would be changing Waterfront 2.0.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the mover? Otherwise, we have some speakers. I have Councillor Ainsley, I have Councillor Shiner. Anybody else? Okay, so Councillor Ainsley then would be next to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory. Looking at this, I understand the intent of Councillor Pasternak's motion or the intent of the different motions. But as a city councillor and a city councillor that's represented Toronto City Council on the Board of Directors of the Toronto Region Conservation Authority for the past 10 years, the TRCA, it's most commonly known, does a lot of work on all three of these rivers. For the past 4 years, in fact, was appointed by Scarborough Community Council. I sat on the Don Watershed Regeneration Trust. One of the things that they do to promote the Don River each and every spring is they have the Paddle Down the Don, which the Premier was at last spring. And, the TRCA does a lot of work on all three of these rivers. In particular, they do a lot of work on our rivers and streams and creeks, maintaining them throughout the entire GTA area that they're responsible for. I think they would be surprised by this, that if we went and put this forward, that if we looked at trying to revise Waterfront 2.0. So I encourage everybody, with the greatest respect to my colleague, to not support this motion. I think TRCA does tremendous work in all three of these areas and is going to continue to do so. And I think this would, no pun intended, would just end up muddying the waters for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Pun taken note of nonetheless. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Well, Mayor Tory, it's a report request at this point in time. And if the council's intention is to deal with the issues that are along the watercourse, and I appreciate what the Conservation Authority has done. I was actually on the first Paddle the Don when we started it years ago. I've sat on, understand the ebb and flow of the river. But if it's to see how we can coordinate it better, my colleague beside me, who I'll repeat, said it's the same friggin' water.
I did not say that.
Councillor Pasternak as my witness. So to get a report which will most likely say that we can't do it, but might also identify some of the issues are there and how we might be able to do things differently because of the concern that we all have about the water, I don't have a problem with. I mean, trying to get those answers out of the city and work it out yourself as a councillor and see what you can do to put items forward is extremely difficult when you're trying to research it. So I don't think that there would be any recommendation to do it, but there might be, if the committee did pass it and council did pass it, some opportunities to see how we could provide for better coordination and better support for our conservation authority, for the rivers and streams that we have in the area, and possibly coordinate some of that work with the waterfront, where there's an awful lot of money going into that, and the water does flow down, and the rivers and streams through us are extremely important to the people that go down and walk those paths and enjoy them all the time, because they're a beautiful oasis in the city, away from the noise and the environment that we all face, especially along the Don and the Humber, and anything we can do to enhance that. I don't mind trying to look at a way to do that.
Any other speakers? I will just speak for a minute and just to say, with great respect again to both the sort of spirit of the thing and the intent, and also my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to vote to defer this only because I don't want to see the people involved with the waterfront, our people, or anybody else get distracted from us doing some very important things we have to do right now, which includes getting the money for Waterfront 2.0, which includes in particular the money for the fixing the mouth of the Don, which is part of 2.0, crucial to the proceeding with the Portlands and all those developments, and to transit decisions and a variety of other things. And I just think this is one of those things that can start off very small and suddenly start to consume people, because it does involve, as your motion says, respectfully, and you just were saying this in the spirit of honesty and so on, that you've got to talk to the feds and talk to the province. And frankly, if I'm talking to the feds and the province, I want to talk to them about getting that money and getting on with the waterfront and getting on with the mouth of the Don, as opposed to some of these other things right now. I certainly would be willing to consider this coming back once we've sort of got that stuff nailed down, because I think it is sort of a reasonable type of inquiry. So that's all I had to say, and I guess that brings us, if there's no one else to speak, that brings us to first the motion put by Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to defer the matter indefinitely. And so I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion is carried. So just defer. Thank you. No, there's just one more, and it's very brief, I believe. It was just the matter that I brought here, and we just left the time for people to look at this, and I think, I don't know if anybody has any questions at this stage. I know there is at least one member with a motion, and then I think we can dispose of it relatively quickly, but it's to do with the 13.25, which is the international events hosting report, which is being sent off to staff. Are there those wishing to ask questions or to speak? You want to speak? Yeah, okay. No, fine. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Robinson, go ahead then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I first want to start by just thanking the mayor and giving him credit for this endeavor, because I think it's the first time that a mayor has actually taken hold of this issue and created a structure. And prior to this, for decades, this has been really taking place at an ad hoc basis, willy-nilly. And so this just really creates an opportunity for us to look at these opportunities and options to profile our city, to look at tourism opportunities and potential, and of course, the economy as well. It's a boost to the economy, a lot of these endeavors. So I really want to give a huge shout out to the mayor for really taking this on and making this happen, and in a very short period of time. We have a very impressive report with a panel that worked very hard along with city staff. And again, I want to thank the panel for their efforts, all volunteers. But I know we've just been presented with this report today. Hopefully you've had a chance to get through it. If you haven't, it's very well put together.
I don't want to stop all these nice compliments, but you do have a motion as well that you want to make
Oh,
sure
I'm sorry. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yes, so I do have a motion that I want to, I was just raving about you. I'm surprised you stopped me. So there is, I know, there's a motion, which I've talked to the mayor and the mayor's team about. It's just really a request. And when you get a chance, if you haven't, to get through the report, you'll see that other cities have done similar things, like Montreal, Vancouver, of course, and other international locations. So just asking staff, when they report back, the mayor's sending this off to staff, when they report back, that they look at establishing some type of organization or structure that actually can bring this report to fruition. So I don't want to see this thing end up on a shelf. Instead, I would like to see it actualized, and this is a way to do it, is to create some type of body that would look at working at an arm's length from the City of Toronto, but would also work with municipal, provincial, federal partners, as well as regional, and of course the business community, the corporate community, as well as community stakeholders, and looking how we move this amazing report forward. And as you'll read in here, these endeavors are often regional. They're not really a city alone doing this, but it's a regional effort and a regional bid. So I hope you'll support this motion, because I think it will give the report legs. Having said that, it is just a request for consideration, so nothing's written in stone.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Any questions of the mover of that motion or any other members wishing to speak? I'll just say 1 minute's worth then, and then we'll call the question, which is to say, first of all, I wanted to publicly say thank you, and I'll hopefully have another chance later, to Gord Nixon, Saad Rafi, and Savan Palvetsian, who served as this committee. What they've done, and if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, I think the thing that will be the most valuable service they've performed for us, and it may seem like it's something that was self-evident for us, but I guess if it was so self-evident, why haven't we done it before? And it's to set up a set of criteria, and the city manager will report on whether he thinks those are the right criteria and come back, I presume, in his report back to us with some thoughts on that. But at least they've now suggested a set of criteria we can apply to anything that comes forward, whether it's the World Tiddlywink Championships or an Olympics or an Expo or a whatever, and see whether it matches. And I just think it's a business-like way of going about that. I didn't like the sort of pressure that was put on me because I was the one in the end. And I didn't think it was going to solve any problem to have a council meeting and have a big debate that went on forever about whether we should have bid on the Olympics or not. I'm heartened by the fact I've had zero negative reaction to the decision that I took not to send the letter. So I think the public by and large thought it was the right thing, but that's not really the way to do this. And this actually gives us the framework, subject to the comments and so on of the city manager, including consideration of Councillor Robinson's thought, because you'll see if you read it, it's in there that we should do something with the other governments, and they have in Quebec, to put together a little group where the province, the feds, and the city of Montreal all meet together to talk about these things. And again, if you look at it, the first recommendation that they make as to the first thing you have to tick off the first box before you'd apply for anything is, are the other governments on side with a check? Or one of them, or whoever, somebody that's going to write some of the checks other than just us doing it. And I think that is an essential prerequisite to this. I mean, we just can't do these things. We know how many things we can't do on our own on the backs of property taxpayers. So we'll have time to discuss this again when the city manager's report comes back. I really just want to say thank you, because they did it, of course, as volunteers and in the public interest, and I think they did an excellent job. I think the report is very worthy of the consideration of us and of the city manager, and it's going off to him possibly with this additional request, deciding on how you vote, but I hope that you support both of these things, because I think it's moving this forward to a much more business-like footing that we can be happier about, and that will allow us to deal with these things in the way that the taxpayers and the citizens would expect. So first we have this motion from Councillor Robinson, the amending motion, and I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the motion, the main motion as amended to refer this off, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I think, believe it or not, on the stroke of 7 o'clock, that has us, but yes, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning for hopefully slightly less lengthy proceedings, but we shall see. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.